Hi everybody, how are we doing? How's it going? Are we good? Are we live? Can you hear me? Am I back? Danno, you're late. I was on Toon Turf time. Sorry, guys. Hey, yo, how are we doing? How are we doing? Oh, there we go. We got plenty of time. Plenty of people saying hi, Danno. Hey, guys, how's it going? Do you guys like the show? Do you guys like the episode? I thought it was okay. I thought it was good, not great. You know, solid 6 out of 10. No, in all seriousness, I am overwhelmed by the response. It's amazing. You guys are the best, and I'm so grateful. Oh my gosh, but it's kind of funny. I've told a lot of people this. I got a lot of DMs and stuff, and people saying, "Hey, congrats, it's out. How do you feel?" Yada yada yada. There's still a couple bits that I'm not 1,000. It's not perfect, all right? Let me just start off with it's not perfect. And I know that's contradictory for what I've been saying the past 2 years of, I'm not going to release it until it's perfect, guys. I refuse. It's not perfect. I am very proud of what it is. I'm proud of it for the most part, but there's a couple animation bits that I wanted to fix before it went live, and I didn't get the chance to. There's a couple... I think there's a couple pacing issues, but I'll explain my thought process behind them. But either way, I'm glad you guys liked it for the most part. What is it at? 1.4 million views in just a little over a week is insanity. That's crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but I genuinely... Listen, I hadn't uploaded on Riggy's channel in over a year. It might have been like 2 years. No, it was only like 8 months or something since the Riggy history video, so it wasn't that long, but it was a long time since I uploaded on there. So in my mind, in the absolute worst case scenario, I'm thinking I'm going to come back in a week and this thing is going to have 40,000 views, which is, you know, still a lot of people, don't get me wrong, but for, you know, the time and the hype and the, you know, the career stakes and yada yada yada, it wouldn't have been good. But yeah, 1.4 million views in, what is it, like 8 days is insanity, and I'm so grateful for all of you guys. That's crazy. I've watched Toon Turf out of 10 times. Is it Bundun, I think? Bundun said that he liked it more on the second watch, which was cool. Which is the hope, right? You see a movie or a TV show or something, and you either hate it more on the second watch or you like it more on the second watch. I don't think your opinion ever stays the same. So, yeah, that was... Anyway, cool. How you guys doing? Are we good? Are we good? Sorry. Stop yapping. Oh, dude, if you don't want to hear me yap, this is not the stream for you, buddy. I'm going to be yapping about the whole show the whole time. You didn't come to see me react to my own pilot, did you? Like, I'm just going to be sitting here like, oh, I can't believe that happened to Billy, guys. Oh, my gosh, that's crazy. It's not really the point of the stream. I mean, I feel like if you wanted to see my reaction, you could just take a screenshot of my face and slap it in the corner. You know what I mean? I feel like there's... it's gonna be a lot of me yapping, buddy. I'm just being straight up with you. Hey, Danno, I got a question. When are the dubs coming? I believe they were supposed to be added yesterday. I was unfortunately changing things up until the very last second, and when I mean the very last second, I mean the very last second. You know what's funny? You guys were waiting on the episode on, what was it, Saturday or Thursday? Thursday. You guys were waiting on the episode to drop on Thursday, and I was about to have a heart attack because I kept getting an error message. Okay, so for... okay. I'm going to be scatterbrained here and there. We'll get to it, but I'll just say that you are not the only one that was on the verge of crying because Toon Turf wasn't coming out on time. All right. So anyway, hey, Danno, is Johnny going to voice every dolphin in the show? Yes. Listen, I got to, there's a couple things on my tongue. I haven't streamed in like a month. All right. Be careful with me. Anyway, be gentle. Okay. There's a couple things that I realized the other day. At first, I was like, oh, great, I'm going to get to stream and talk about everything. I'm going to be open. I'm going to share all the details and yada, yada, yada. There's a couple things that I'm still going to be tight-lipped about because the second that I speak about something, it kills it forever. You know what I mean? In terms of, like, analysis and theories and you know, reading into details and stuff like that. If I confirm something or deconfirm something, then that something is killed forever to be looked upon for, you know, the future. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to take that away from you. And I'm also grateful for you guys looking into every little detail and every theories, lore. Yes, lore. Hi, Dutch. How you doing? But yeah, so there's a couple things that I'll kind of gloss over. Maybe I'll give a few hints here and there, but for the most part, I'll just be talking about a little bit of the story, some behind the scenes, my thought process for certain scenes, why I did certain things that I did. And we'll talk a little bit about the reception, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. All right, it'll be very good. All right, I hope. Is Ferret gay? Yes. Is he still alive? Good question. I'm not gonna answer that. All right. Is X character still alive? I'm just gonna shut up about that stuff. The voice acting is so good. I appreciate it. Yes, the voice actors all did a really good job. I've watched Toon Turf about 15 times now. All right. Hey, you guys haven't watched it like 140 or however many times I've watched it, all right? Trust me, I am sick of this stupid thing. When I was doing the captions, you know what's funny? The captions took an extra like 3 days, and that is because I was just so sick of watching my own show. Oh my gosh. Danno, is Toon Turf based on your life? We'll get to it in a second. Although, no, I'm not a murderer. But okay, you know what? We're just gonna start the thing. I'm sorry. You know, first off, I'll read the donations really quick. But also, second, for the members, I want you guys to know that I have hyped up a behind-the-scenes stream for a long time for the members. If you guys are new here, hi, it's good to see you. I'm Danno. Nice to meet you. I made Toon Turf. Sorry. For the members, you guys have been waiting. Preferred Toon Turf on the 34th watch. Ay, caramba. If you've seen Riggy's annoying voice 34 times, I don't know what to tell you, man. I got nothing for you. Head on back to camp. But anyway, the members have been supporting me for a long time, and I am incredibly grateful. And they've been supporting me through, at the very beginning, I had set up behind-the-scenes things, and then I started telling people, I was like, you know what, listen, I can't keep up the behind-the-scenes stuff while I'm working on Toon Turf. As soon as I finish it, we'll do a major behind-the-scenes stream. Look at all the stuff from the inside. That will not be this stream. This stream will be more of just me talking, watching the actual episode. We're not going to be leaving YouTube, but I'm not going to say in the future. That's going to make it sound like, you know, Toon Turf time. It's not going to come out for another couple months, a couple years or whatever. But no, in hopefully the next week or two or something like that. Don't hold me to it. We're going to do an actual behind-the-scenes stream where we go into the blend files, the Premiere projects, and we actually look at, like, the details and, like, how I did that in PowerPoint. Hey, I can say it now for the whole world to see. Because the show has 1 point whatever million views, it's funny now for me to say, hey, I drew all of Toon Turf in PowerPoint. And I know you don't believe me, but it's hilarious. I did. It's funny. The whole thing was done using 3 programs: PowerPoint, Premiere Pro, and Blender. That's it. And After Effects a little bit. But yeah, the whole show was drawn in PowerPoint. In PowerPoint now? Okay, maybe I'll show just like a little bit of me drawing something in PowerPoint. But for the most part, the rest of the behind the scenes will be relegated in the behind the scenes. All right, we're not going into any blend projects in the behind the scenes. I haven't even tested them out. If I wanted to enter the blend projects in this stream, I couldn't. Because I haven't tested out how the blends are going to work with my... I always have to do some shifty stuff with my computer to make sure like the blends have enough memory usage to be able to perform. You know what's insane? People make like the most complex animations in Blender, and yet I am stuck with these flat PNGs, and yet for some reason it still makes my Blender lag for no reason. It's terrible. Anyway, yeah, PowerPoint. Hilarious. People aren't going to believe me. Whenever I say that, people are like, yeah, funny joke, kid. No, I'm serious. I think probably a lot of you still think I'm joking, but okay, you know what? Should we do that first? No, okay. We'll do the episode first. We'll go through it a little bit, and then I'll show a PowerPoint thing. Hold on. Oh, dang. My oh, thank goodness the audio output capture wasn't working, but my stream was accidentally showing my never mind. I was just doubling the audio, but it's okay. You guys didn't hear it, so we're good. Anyway, okay, hold on. Episode 2, we'll talk about that later. That's later. That's a later thing. All right, hold on. Let's read the donations first. Fan funding. Here we go. Let's see from the top. Kibi, thank you. Welcome to the membership. Real Elephanta. Hey, how you doing? Welcome back to the membership, Elephanta. Duct Tape Army. Welcome. Oh no, oh no. Jeez, you sound like Billy. Welcome to membership. Member for 24 months. I've been waiting 2 years and it was totally worth the wait. I know worked so hard. I'm so proud of you. Also, rest in peace, Dolph, Balf, Billy, and Timmy. Yes. Very sad. I used to ship Mickey. Oh, thank you so much for being a member for 24 months. Exotic Butters X entered. Lovely username. I used to ship Mickey X Riggy as a joke. Not a joke anymore. Also, when the llamas with hats quote I asked for a few streams ago. I am not understanding. But okay. What? Llamas with hats quote. Toon Turf's pilot was amazing and worth the wait. I rated it 8 out of 10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, that's the best I could ask for right now. Since it's just a pilot and it has to stand on its own, 8 out of 10 is perfectly good. Thank you. I'm so glad Toon Turf did good. Hope we get four full seasons. Animation was so good, Danno. That was another thing. I was waiting for people to say, like, oh, the animation was terrible. That was the one thing that I was afraid of. Because everything else can sort of be improved. The animation was the best I could make it. Like, that's the best of my ability. I can't do any better. I mean, maybe I could learn to do better, but it would take longer. I don't know. And it would, it just, yeah, I'm glad that wasn't a complaint. Danno Toon Turf was peak. I'm glad that it is finally here. I've already watched it 65 times, and I think I found almost all the lore. Nice, man. Nice. That's great. Peak Show, thank you so much. Member for 14 months. That's crazy. Hold on. I accidentally lost my spot. All right, member for 14 months. Thank you, Just an Artist. Peak Show, I appreciate it. Dan, I've been waiting 2.5 years. It was so good. I appreciate it. Danno, oh my gosh, Toon Turf was so good. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Will episode 2 be out in 2026 or 2027? Good question. Danno, I love Toon Turf. I hope you're doing great. Thank you. I'm doing okay. I slept for 14 hours for like 3 days straight. I needed it after sleeping 4 hours today for, we'll talk about that at the end. Hold on. It was amazing. I love the pilot. Thank you. Call me Colson. Interesting name. Thank you for the 2. The episode was absolute fire. Thank you. I appreciate it. Custom plush, dude. Caden Huffman, welcome to the membership. Not gonna lie. Excited for how you'll handle them fan-made OCs. Yes. Rename Toon Turf to Timmy Turf. Why? Just because Timmy died? Absolute Turf. It was peak. I watched it like 6 times. Thank you so much. It's the perfection, trust us, peak best indie show I've ever seen. Thank you. There's a lot of glazing in the chat. I feel guilty reading out all of this. You guys are waiting. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Hold on. Okay. Does Lucky own the ice cream business where Barry works? Good question. Every time I read a question that I didn't mean to read out loud, or I don't want to answer, I'm just going to reply with lake noises, okay? Lake noises. You guys will understand later why. I'll watch the episode with the captions. Danno, Mid-School Misery is nothing compared to Toon Turf. That's mean. Don't be mean. We still love Mid-School Misery. We are proud of you, and I'm so glad to be a member for 24 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Danno, I say this absolute certainty when I say that Toon Turf is the best pilot I've watched in years. Congrats on all the success. Thank you, guys. Danno, while I was waiting, I felt so bad for you. I knew you were in pain delaying again. What is RLR? Lake noises. Who is the Deadpool with homophobia? Jeez, that's great. I'll talk about that in a little too. Not the homophobia, but the Deadpool joke. What is toilet? Good question. Lake noises. The episode was absolute fire. Also rate my profile picture. I can't see it. 10 out of 10. Just based on the little I can see of it. Why did it take so long to make it out? Danno, good question. Lake noise. No, I'm kidding. I'll answer that one in a little bit too. I've seen Toon Turf like 20 times. I'm losing sanity. Oh my gosh. Do you know the way? Uganda Knuckles reference in the year of our Lord 2025 is crazy. What app did you use to make Toon Turf? App. Oh, that's crazy. Blender, Premiere, and PowerPoint. That's it. Is Toon Turf considered a success in your opinion? Absolutely. Take my money. I'll buy this from the shop after Christmas. Thank you. Thank you for the $2 final boss. Hi, Danno. My birthday is tomorrow. My name is Jalen. May I get a happy birthday in Riggy's voice, please, and thank you.
Happy birthday, Jalen. Hope you have a great birthday.
Thank you for the 5. Toon Turf was so good. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Welcome to membership, Boy Wolfie. I waited so long, but why did it take so long? Good question. Lake noises. No more Billy. No more Billy. Very sad. Yo, Danno, I have a question. What is Paul Panda's personality? He's a murderer. The episode was actually great. Thank you so much for the £5. The episode was so peak, Danno. Thank you. I appreciate it. I can't wait to get a lucky plush. Wait. Hey, they're still out. Danno, I watched the pilot 6 or 7 times. All right. That's a great one to end on. Great. I'm glad that was the last donation, was the 6-7 joke. Okay. Whew. Hi, Grayson in the Riggy voice.
Hi, Grayson. Grayson? Grayson. Wait, with a long A. Grayson? I think it's Grayson. We're gonna go with Grayson.
Anyway, all right, let's just start. We'll go through the episode slowly but surely, but we'll just start off with the actual episode. All right, hold on. Where's my? Okay, here it is. Okay, here we go. Full screen. Let's just start it off. All right. We'll talk about it slowly but surely as we go through and as I come up with random things that pop up in my head. Hold on, let me pull up the chat on my phone. Make sure I just have it here, just that way I don't miss anything else. All right. Ruby and Dark Star, thank you for joining the membership. All right, here we go. Whew. All right, so from the beginning, guys, I'm going to be pausing it a lot. You guys are just going to have to deal with it, okay? You know, do you want me to if you want to watch the whole thing unpaused, you can just, oh, jeez. The most replayed part is Billy's. Sorry. Hey, spoilers for Toon Turf, by the way. All right, so first things first. I knew I wanted it to start off very cinematic. So weird to talk about. Hold on, I'm getting my thoughts together. I haven't taken my medicine. Hold on. My ADHD pills. All right. You know what I need? I need an energy drink. All right. Whew. Have you seen FNAF 2? Have I seen FNAF 2? Oh, well. Oh, well. Does this answer your question? I hated it. It wasn't that good. No, I'm kidding. It was, I have mixed opinions on it. I didn't like it as much as the first one. There were some really great parts, but we're not going to be spoiling it right now. Okay. No water? No, I don't need it. Raw dog the medicine. All right. I'm sorry. I genuinely, I slept for 4 hours a night. Less than that sometimes when I was working on Toon Turf. I think the last 3 days I just didn't sleep at all. But not trying to press you, but I'm excited for more. Thank you so much. I didn't sleep at all. So I genuinely, I fell asleep for like 14 hours a night for like 3 days after it came out and was just trapped in anxiety. It was great. All right. Will we ever see Lucky's true side? We saw it towards the end of the first episode. Danno taking drugs live? Yes. Let Danno watch the show without spoilers, people. Come on. Yeah, guys, please. I got no spoilers, all right, for Toon Turf. All right. Sorry. Okay. Let's just start first. We're just going to start first. We're just going to start with what we see. Okay, so I knew I wanted to start off the episode very cinematic-like, which is why it just immediately Danno Cal presents, but when I was watching the episode and showing it to friends and stuff, I always came off, I got this feeling of, like, icky. Like, that's a little egotistical, is it not? I don't know, like, just Danno Cal presents, it felt weird and gross. So that's why it gets scratched out and put Riggy anyway, because he's the one with the real ego. So yeah, that's that. And then, you know, we'll watch it with captions on, because sometimes I'll be muting it and talking over it. Captions, I love captions so much. Anyway, so funnily enough, this is the one scene where I have the old fire design. I just never went back and was able to change it. This is one of those small things that, like, I wish I was able to change, but I ran out of time. Sorry, the episode is over here, so if I'm looking this way, that's why. It's your name. That's not egotistical. It's a little egotistical, all right? I don't want to, like, stamp my name on the beginning of the, I don't know. It's just weird. But anyway, okay, so the beginning of the episode, the whole entrance, the point of this is very clearly to state, yes, it's to state, like, Riggy's intentions, his character for people who don't know who he is, stuff like that. But also, more importantly, it's because I wanted to, like, right out the gate explain. My tongue and my brain. I'm still booting up, okay? I'm sorry. Oh, this video is going to be like 2 hours long. If it's any longer than that, you guys, somebody needs to come and like, shut off my stream for me, because I feel like I'm going to be going into territory that I shouldn't be talking about, but... Okay. Sorry. The very first scene of Toon Turf is meant to be, there we go. The very first scene of Toon Turf is meant to be a clear sort of... not a thesis statement, I don't know. It's supposed to serve as a hook / thumbnail. I never really thought of the thumbnail until... Okay, that's a lie. I made like 100 different versions of the thumbnail, but I never really came to like a finalized conclusion or put a lot of thought into the thumbnail until like the week of release. Because it was one of those things that, like, okay, I'll worry about it later. Right now, I just got to worry about the animation, the episode, getting it finished. And so, in my mind, the actual true thumbnail of Toon Turf was this first minute 30 seconds, whatever, just because the way that I'm releasing Toon Turf, the medium, YouTube, whatever, people judge things within the first minute of watching it. And so the very beginning of Toon Turf has to very clearly state, hey, look, this show is goofy. It has the the childish art style and stuff, but it is also very much mature. And then it's letting out the very simple premise of like, hey, guess what? You want to be a hero? Oh, so cutesy. And then the kid picking the nose, which is fun. And then Riggy being a murderer. Just right off the bat, the first 30 seconds of the video has to very clearly state the intentions of this show will be cute and it will be scary. End of statement. Like, that's it. And listen, that was like one of the reasons that I wanted to make the thing, is because in my mind there's not nearly enough stuff out there which is like, it's not like explicitly gory or traumatic. I love Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared and things like that, but I feel like it's too, like a full-on human heart is a bit much. You know what I mean? Technically, he doesn't kill anyone here. True. He's got the bloody knife, so, but yeah, you're right. But I love things that are like cutesy and like, they don't take themselves too seriously, but they can get dark and they have that dark side. For example, if the Muppets were just like in a murder mystery, that would be amazing. I saw that on Twitter the other day about people wanting the Benoit Blanc in a Muppets movie, and I was like, yes, please, give me that. But anyway, so the point of Toon Turf is a little bit for that seriousness, but also because I think Dacha put it the best way on a tweet a while back, but it was a lot of movies don't have stakes. A lot of movies and TV shows, they don't have real stakes. The characters all have plot armor, and especially if it's a kids movie, then you know that everybody's going to be fine. But the point of Toon Turf, the whole point of the whole thing, is that nobody has plot armor except for Riggy, obviously, because we already know that he's going to live. But all of these friends and people that Riggy's going to meet along the way, any of them can die, and that's like, that's the major point of the show. That's why I wanted to make it. I was like, oh please, this is going to be hilarious. But yeah, so that's the point. Anyway, but yeah, so Riggy, bloody knife, glowy eyes, very creepy. This scene too, I feel bad, but I'm just gonna be going back talking about things that I wanted to change. But for this scene, well, I guess I didn't really want to change this one. I did. I made a sorry, just raging at my inability to form coherent sentences. I wanted Riggy to be moving here. I don't know why, but it feels awkward, and I showed it to a couple people. I sent them the first 30 seconds. This was like a long time ago, where I was. This is the one part of Toon Turf that I was very open and freeing, sharing around. But a couple people mentioned that Riggy felt awkward here, and I agree. He feels awkward. He's just standing there. Everybody else is screaming. There's fire going around him, and so I tried to animate it a couple different ways. I tried to animate it a couple different ways. With one, his eyes darting back and forth. Two, him laughing, and by laughing I just mean his head shaking up and down, which didn't really. It just didn't work. It didn't come off right. So in the end, I just went with this, where he gets darker. You see, like, his body sort of completely gets shadowed out. But yeah, that's it. And then there's a fun little graphic details, which I don't know how I didn't get demonetized, but either YouTube hasn't noticed, or it wasn't it was mild enough to where it's okay. But anyway, all right. So this part, very cool. Lucky's being introduced here, and we have some details in here. So funnily enough, the classroom was. I don't think it was the first thing that I worked on for Toon Turf. The first thing the biggest first thing that I worked on was Toonville itself. I'll get to that later, but that was the biggest hurdle in all of Toon Turf, making the whole thing, was making Toonville like a cohesive, a place, you know what I mean? Like one that like you could build in Minecraft, which is why I got emotional when I saw that guy was rebuilding all of Toon Turf in Minecraft. But the geometry of Toonville itself, I wanted to make sure that it could be, somewhere that like you can picture, like if you look around the corner, it'll be there and stuff. There's a lot of kid shows and adult shows, whatever. I say kid shows, but just like animation shows and everything, where you don't really the town, it sort of is malleable, and you don't know where certain buildings are, or certain buildings just, are made for plot purposes and stuff. And so I had a lot of anxiety thinking of Toonville and where to put all these buildings and stuff, and thinking ahead, because I wanted to make sure that all of the buildings of Toon Turf, like all of the future episodes could have places to take. I'm getting an energy drink. I can't talk right now. Hold on, I'll be right back. Just stay there for a second. Okay, I'm good. Sorry. I got frustrated. My tongue wasn't working. Okay. Yeah. This is gonna be a long stream, and if I'm already tripping over my words, it's not a good sign. All right. Okay. Maybe I should just slow down instead of tripping over my words. I just need to slow down for a minute. All right. All right. Hold on. Oh, good stuff. Okay. Why was your camera moving? Riggy's holding it. Okay. Much better. I might go to get an ice pack soon, but... This is going to be terrible. Okay. What flavor? Cherry limeade. It's a ghost. Just because of a MatPat video that said it was the least... it was like the lesser of all evils in terms of energy drinks, so... I think your animation improved more as the episode went on. Yes, definitely. So what's funny is just like you can tell, like slowly but surely, like the episode's animation gets like better and better. There's a certain point where that becomes clear. I'll tell you guys that in a minute. But anyway, yeah. So it starts off very childish and goofy, but it has to be clashed by the dark bits. I was afraid that this was going a bit too far. Because even though people know that Riggy doesn't hurt children, newcomers don't know that. So I was kind of the whole first, let's see, like maybe like 20 minutes of the episode is just being built up to make you like Riggy, or at least understand him enough to where you don't completely hate him by the end. We'll talk more about that as we go on. But yeah, so I was a little worried about this part, but I don't know, it was okay. What's funny, I don't think any of the... Somebody get a nickel for every time I say what's funny. None of the kids are animated except for this kid picking their nose. That was one thing. I always wanted to make sure something was moving on screen while the camera was on it, which... I feel like sometimes I kind of drop the ball on that, but I'm not really happy with the carpet design. I feel like I could have done better with that, but it's okay. Not the lucky rug, but just the, the carpet. Why is there a rug on top of a carpet? What idiot designed that? Anyway, this kid just, the consequences for you. This was the... Okay, you know what? There are details all throughout the episode, all right? Everything you can look into. I've said this before, but this is the first example. Look, this kid's nostril is leaking boogers because she was picking it, all right? That's the initial thesis of Toon Turf, that all your consequences have actions, all right? Or all your actions have consequences, all right? That's the first... I'm kidding. It was just a visual joke. You can read into it if you want, but yeah, this was based off of, I don't know, this was based off of like I actually went through, I asked my mom, hey mom, do you have any pictures of me in kindergarten that I can look at, so that way I can make this? Ugh. I could have just Googled kindergarten pictures, that probably would have been easier, but no, that like this box is specifically like from my first grade, like this projector design and everything. It's kind of goofy. I don't know why. I was so insistent on having these blurs in the episode to make it look more cinematic. I'm still insistent on the blurs, but what's sad is it means you can't see a lot of the details back there. Like, this is a Rubik's Cube, and these are some well, I guess not really not Legos, but just like generic bricks. Did I say all your consequences have actions? That was, anyway. You know, this Rubik's Cube is like a lot bigger than the books. What is wrong with me? Okay, you can tell, like, the beginning of the episode, the details definitely weren't as focused as later. Anyway, yeah, but so here's the genesis of the episode is Riggy is going to be evil. Just pitch the show in 1 minute, that's it. Riggy is cute, he's going to try to do good things, but eventually it's going to come out bad. End of statement. He wakes up. I reanimated this a week before the episode came out. I was very unhappy with Riggy's waking up animation. You can actually see it, I think, in an old short. The original waking up animation. I'll read the memberships later. You know, yeah, consequences do have actions. Hi, Leia. That's my lovely girlfriend, Leia, in the chat. She's in the other room right now watching a show. But anyway, so yeah, I reanimated this like a week before the episode went live because I wasn't happy with it. I think you can find it in an old short of mine that I have the Riggy waking up bit. But yeah, he's upset, he's sweating, he's scared. It was but anyway, so the issue now, after coming from such a high stakes intro, or not really high stakes, but very engaging fire stuff going on. I know that I want to get Riggy from point A to point B. Point B being dinner with it or breakfast with his parents. But that's a lot of talking. It's a lot of boring chatter, blah, 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 blah. So that's what this scene is for, is, look, the episode will still have action in it. This entire sequence with Riggy and the kids, this entire bit has to be... It has to immediately follow the intro to at least carry a little bit of the momentum coming out of the intro and add that little bit of an action sequence for, again, I know what platform I'm making this for. I know it's going to go up on YouTube. I know people have lesser attention spans, and so we immediately have to carry it through. What's funny is originally it wasn't the duck saying, "You almost set one of us on fire." Originally it was the beaver. Some people might have seen that in the clip that I showed off at VidCon, because I kept this scene until this was one of the last scenes I did as well. Guys, I think the mom is valid in not letting her son get ice cream. Yes, Leia did play the mom. I was upset that Rosie isn't in episode 1 at all. Not just because... for myself, I want to save Rosie until, we have so much going on in episode 1. We can't introduce Rosie, in addition to everything else that's happening. But I still wanted Leia to have, at least a little bit of a feature, and so I felt upset that she wasn't going to be in the episode at all, which is why I kind of shoehorned her in as the mom. But anyway, yeah, so I saved the fighting bit until one of the last things, because I knew that this was important to get right, to sort of carry the momentum of the show and everything. So that's why this was done last, which is also why you can see the fire, like the fire glow and everything. That wasn't something I learned how to do for a long time. Leia played Rhonda? Which one's Rhonda? No. Not that mom. The different mom. That mom. We'll get to that mom in a second. But no, she played Timmy's mom. The parrot. Anyway, so you almost set one of us on fire. Riggy's, hey, you kids almost blew up my bedroom. But this scene also serves to show that, Riggy is nice to kids. Like, just off the bat, there's a couple cheats that you can immediately make people be liked by an audience. You can show them being nice to children. You can show their parents hating them. You can show them being nice to a baby. I pulled out all 3 of the classic cheesy, what's the word I'm looking for? Cliche stops to make you like Riggy. And I was kind of more comfortable leaning into a couple cliches in the pilot episode, since I knew that, the whole point of it, hopefully, is that you'll sort of be lulled into a comfort of like, oh, okay, this is a nice, kids show that I can sort of see where everything's going. And then that thing happens at the end that sort of shatters your expectations. I love Steve. That's my favorite character in the beginning, is Steve. All right. I don't think Riggy's tail ever does this again. This curl. Like this little half curl right here. And I don't know why. I'm going to be so for real. I don't know why. Riggy's tail, it's sort of... we'll get to it. Anyway, watch me. We have the firework fight. I wasn't planning on watching this episode muted, but I feel like that might be the easiest way since how much I'm talking. It's okay. We got the captions going. But yeah, I love the firework glows and stuff. Again, you can see that this was one of the newer things that I made. I didn't know how to do the glows until, maybe like, I don't know, like 4 months ago, 5 maybe. And so you can sort of tell these scenes that I had to either make or export, re-export when I learned how to do that. It's a Blender thing. It's not a Premiere thing. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh! I have a Blender cube still in this. That's so frustrating. Oh no. How much of this is going to be me being upset about things that I left in? Okay. Oh gosh. That's disturbing. Oh gosh. Okay. To make something move in Blender, you usually... Sometimes you can move the plane, but other times you just have to move an object, like a 3D object, like a triangle or a cube or a sphere or something, and then track the plane to the object. And that's what this is. The firework. Oh, okay. So the firework tail, like, you know, that exploding part, the glowing yellow, is tracked to the cube, and then the firework itself is just a separate image that's just on here. So this isn't actually animated outside of Blender. It's just 2 images that keep flipping, if that makes sense. Like, these 2 images will just be, like, teleported under the floor, and they trade. And they're both tracked to this cube, and I'm so upset that this cube stayed in the freaking show. That's so infuriating. Okay, well, that's my new least favorite part of the episode. Anyway, so Riggy jumps off, and oh gosh, that's so terrible. Sorry. That's the worst. Okay. Wow. Okay. Anyway, how old is Lucky? I think he's like 35. Let me see. I have it written down somewhere. Hopefully this doesn't show. Hold on. You know what? Just to be safe. It's timeline, Toon Turf. Hold on. When you guys ask me characters' names or details or stuff, I have it all written down, and I feel I just, my brain isn't big enough to remember all of this. I read a quote a long time ago that was, our brains are meant for having ideas, not keeping them, which is why I make sure to write everything down. Let's see. Lucky is, that's his lawyer. Hold on. Lucky birthday. Lucky start being famous. Hold on. Oh wait, that's too far back. Lucky's, okay, lawyer, age 45. Ferric is 20. Well, I can just read out all the names. Ferric is 20. Jordan's 19. Rhonda's 37. Robert's 37. Sorry. Barry is 23. Troy. Hold on. Okay, Lucky's 36. Lucky is age 36 in the pilot. Probably read off way too many names. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I also thought it was just fun to have more of Riggy in his night outfit. All right. I really like his night outfit. Oh, man, you can't show my mouse. Hold on. Let me see if I can turn on my cursor. Settings. Capture cursor. Yeah, it says capture cursor. It's just not showing up. Ah, well, whatever. That was fun. Okay, I did redo the skeletons. If you guys will watch a lot of my shorts, I have a different skeleton design for Riggy versus what ended up as the final skeleton design. I was saving it for Toon Turf for the longest time, and then I sort of hinted at it with the mouse short. But yeah, so the skeletons will all kind of look similar to this for all the characters. We can just say that Riggy doesn't like designing photorealistic skeletons when he's helping me out with the assets in my shorts. But yeah, so that's that. Very fun. Riggy gets a little scared. This cow right here. This cow is actually Leia. She recorded a grunt for that, but it just came out weird, so I ended up deleting it there. And yeah, so another funny thing too is it's supposed to lull you into a false sense of security. Well, okay, if fireworks can't hurt these characters, then sure, yeah, the characters can't get hurt that easily. Yeah, we'll unmute it. Sorry, I feel bad. It's gonna be awkward if it's not muted this whole time. This is C-Dot. This is C.com. My buddy C-Dot.
Monkey tail.
Very first sign that people don't like Riggy's tail. That one's just like a gentle nudge, though. Like a monkey tail. Okay. Okay, I was very worried about this scene, especially with Steve eating his shirt later. I didn't want people to think of it as coming off as making fun of any group of people or anything. Guys, really, this was just, wow, this would be hilarious if Riggy went bowling with a kid. It's not meant to demean him or anything or any specific. This kid isn't like he's just taking some time to mature. All right, there's nothing wrong with him. I feel bad for that, but no, he's not bullying a kid that has different needs or anything. Okay, just trust. Some people, I saw somebody comment, how did he miss every single one? And I wasn't really happy with the way this scene came out, but again, I was running out of time. But all of the kids are supposed to dodge right here. Like, that's what they're doing. They're dodging out of the way, and then this last kid, when he dodges, he drops the flag. Riggy bullies children with... Okay, no, we're not starting that. Riggy may be a murderer, but he's not a... Anyway. I don't know if I've talked about this before, but there are plenty of things that you can get a character to do but they're still likable. You can't have a character hurt kids. That's one of the things that you cannot have a character do. You can't have them cheat. You can't have them hurt kids. There's a couple other small things, but big things. But you can't have them do those certain things. This was like one of the only times I did like a full clean running animations with the legs switching. I don't know why. There were just certain times that I felt like doing it and certain times that I didn't. No, it wasn't like felt. It was what I felt like the scene needed. But anyway, yeah. Look, Riggy has like a full running animation with the switching legs and stuff. I knew from the very start of this fight that the only way to get out of this was going to be some sort of, not awkward, but some sort of like goofy record scratching moment. And I just thought it would be hilarious that these kids are fighting each other instead of Riggy. Like, that's just the way that... I used to play in my neighborhood when I was very young. I was like the very tail end of the generation that was able to do that. But then when I was older, I still lived in that neighborhood. What sucked is there was only like 2 kids for Joey, and Joey's my twin brother, that we got to play with. And then when we got older, there was like a bunch of kids that moved into the neighborhood. And Joey and I would just like, we would only see them occasionally when we were leaving to get like food or something. But what's funny is I think like maybe 90% of the time, we weren't seeing them playing together. We just saw them screaming at each other, which is another reason that I got this idea, which was just these kids fighting, is because a lot of the time that's how these play dates and stuff end, is just with kids like tearing each other up. Yeah. And you know what? I feel like I can address this since these kids aren't gonna appear for a while. But yeah, so the cow hits the duck on accident, or the beaver on accident. The beaver is very obvious foreshadowing for Billy and everything. If you rewind, he's the one that almost gets lit on fire. Hold on. Yeah. So he's the one that almost gets lit on fire. There's a little bit of people call it like foreshadowing and stuff. That wasn't really my intention. My intention was just like, okay, so I'm making the show for 2 different demographics. I'm making it for the people that have seen Riggy, they know Riggy, and then the people that have no idea what Toon Turf is, what is a Danno, what is a Riggy. So those are the 2 different audiences. So I wasn't really expecting that people like that would pick up on this, but it's cool. But the idea was, for the most part, it's going to be hilarious when people know what's going to happen to Billy, and then they see like little bits and jabs like this. Like when Billy says, sorry, I've never done well with fire. In my mind, I was like, oh, some people are just going to be like, whoa, you know what I mean? As opposed to like, oh, that's genius foreshadowing. It was more just like, Danno, why would you make him say that? Which is the exact reaction I got out of like my brother. Joey, like, he started almost crying because he was laughing so hard. He was like, I specifically remember during the hug scene, Joey was like, why did you make him so nice? He was like genuinely mad at me, but it was funny. Anyway, so yeah, that was that scene. But anyway, so there's sort of like a little bit of an implication here that you can read into, that the mouse kid likes the cow girl. So hold on. Here we go. So the mouse kid kind of likes the cowgirl. So the fact that the beaver is immediately like punching her and stuff. There we go. Yeah. So they're fighting and stuff. So then the mouse kid immediately jumps into action to like save his damsel in distress, which is kind of just like, it's just meant to be goofy, like kids having crushes on each other or whatever. So that's why he goes and gets involved. I don't think I really showed that off very well, but whatever. I am really proud of that scene where Riggy takes off his pack. It's the small things, all right? There's small little bits of animation. I keep saying animation in quotes because the way I do things, I feel like it's kind of cheating animation, the way that I do a lot of it in Premiere, where I'm not, like, drawing each frame out. So I feel guilty calling myself an animator, which is why I'll throw up air quotes when I say that sometimes. But anyway, so They're fighting. The duck is embarrassed. He's like, "Oh, this is terrible. I was having fun too, and now these guys go and ruin it." That is my twin brother Joey. He's the one who voices the mouse. He also voices Jordan later. And then the kids start fighting and everything. That's fun. Anyway, I spent a long time doing this stupid. A long time. It was about I just remember I was in a voice call when I was doing it, which usually sometimes it makes me faster, sometimes it slows me down. But I was while I was drawing Steve eating his shirt, I was in a voice call with Cryospace, and I was just laughing my butt off the whole time because I was like, this is gonna be the stupidest thing in the world. But it's one of those small details that I was like, but it's funny though. I have to do it. It's funny. I don't know why. I had this thing in my brain for so long of just this kid eating. No. Originally, it was something else, I think. Riggy had said, "You'll never grow up." And I think originally he was picking his nose, but I wasn't happy with it. No, yeah, he picked his nose, and then I think Leia suggested that he should eat it. But then there's another kid earlier in the show that's already picking their nose, and I didn't want to, use the same joke twice, so that's why I was like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if he's just eating his shirt? So dumb, sorry. I make myself laugh. All right. Rigmond. All right, so this is Rhonda, the very first time you get to see Rhonda. So yes, I do voice both of Riggy's parents. Why? Because funny? No, because they're only in there for a little bit, and okay, as far as voicing a lot of the characters go, the only reason that I did Riggy's parents myself is because they're not shown that much within a lot of the show. They're shown a couple times because they're important characters, but for the first episode it was just easier if I did it, and also I thought it was kind of the choices were either getting somebody else to do a bad Riggy impression for this, which is I don't want to, man. Okay, so there is certain things that I just can't say, but either way, Rhonda and Robert, it was just easier if I did it, and I thought it was kind of funny too, me doing Rhonda's little stupid voice as he says, "Vicky, what the heck are you doing?" And then of course Robert. And you know what's funny? When I was doing Robert's thing, I usually kept my finger here and moved it in the same way that his mustache would move in the animation. So I was doing what's a single line that Robert says? See, you know what's funny is I've memorized the whole pilot, and then I still can't think of certain lines off the cuff. Well, don't leave Blueberg. Don't leave Blueberg. I still want you out of my house, of course. Anyway, but yeah, so I was moving my finger as I was doing it just to be stupid, but anyway. Many people didn't like Rhonda's voice. Yeah, it was grating. Oh my gosh. I was afraid that people weren't going to like Billy's voice. That was my biggest worry, and we'll get to that in a second too. But yeah, Rhonda is absolutely annoying. Her entire voice is so grating.
Hey guys.
Part of it, I didn't think that I had made Riggy's parents hateable enough, which is insane to say, but I felt like there was going to be a couple people out there who thought that Riggy's parents were still, I don't know what I was thinking, man, but yeah, that's why I was fine with Rhonda's voice being terrible. Ugh. Another thing, I wasn't really happy with a lot of the sound effects. I did all the sound effects for the first episode, which I think was a mistake. I think in the future, I would love to hire just somebody specifically who's good at sound design to do this stuff, because, man, what a mistake of me thinking, oh, well, I can just do all the sound effects and it'll be fine. Later in the episode, there are a couple missing sound effects. But yeah, anyway. I just thought that was fun. I thought that would be satisfying. But it's also showing off that, yes, he's a rabbit monkey. A couple traits of these people's characters shine through, which kind of bites me later in the episode, but we'll get to that in a second.
I'm here. I'm up. Hold on. I'm just getting dressed.
This was one of the first things that I animated, and I was really happy with it. C-Dot in particular told me that was the first shot of Toon Turf that he'd seen that was very satisfying, and I thought it was good, just the way that he's moving in and out of the camera. I reused this exact same pose of Riggy later in the episode. You guys know the scene. There we go. He's getting ready. There we go. So I still want to have a little bit of the comedy in here. Just a little bit. One of the things that I also regret with Toon Turf is that there wasn't a lot of jokes. I feel like that was a big mistake. Do you voice Molly? No, I do not voice Molly. Anyway, but later in the episode, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. No, yeah, comedy. As we got to, the end of the episode and Johnny's bits came in, especially, Is my audio been... Okay, good, it is. I was worried. I saw audio input capture. I have another thing muted. There wasn't a lot of comedy. I think Johnny's bit is the funniest in the episode, but the rest of the episode really lacks a lot of, like, funny moments. And I kind of regret that, because I feel like, you know, in my shorts and stuff, I have the funny bits. But, yeah, here throughout the whole episode, it wasn't really... there's scissors right there. Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, that's dangerous, huh? Oh, there's the Rubik's Cube. Right, I reused it. I took a lot of time on this. I don't know why, but there's certain things that, like, I would just lock in on and just do all the details for no reason. And him slamming against this. Yeah, anyway. Some people asking if the Earth was a mistake. No, it was not a mistake. I'm not going to talk about it anymore, but yes, that was not a mistake. Don't worry. If there's a mistake, I will very clearly lay it out to you, but most of the stuff in the episode was intentional, okay? There we go. He drops out the thing. Another thing that I was very particular about for no reason was making sure that these shards were actually part of the thing. Again, there's just... I think it's an ADHD thing looking back on it now, but for some reason, there was just certain details that I was like, oh, I want all of the glass shards to line up. So dumb to focus on. Guys, this is why things take 2 years. So stupid. I'm not going to waste another 2... Dang it, is this all I show of this picture? That sucks. Hold on, do I seriously not show the... Wait. Okay, we'll come back in a minute. But how much of the cow picture do I actually show? Is that it? Oh, man, I love that cow picture. Hold on, let me pull it up. Dang it. I feel like it's a reference to something, but it was too long ago now that I don't remember. But hold on, let me see. Parents' house. Riggy parents. Hold on. Oh, Bam showed me this new cool program where if you hit control twice, you can find something. Parents. Riggy parents' house. Here we go. Is this it? Oh, yeah, perfect. I want to show this cow picture because I'm proud of how stupid it looks. I think it was a reference to a Minecraft painting, but I'm not sure at this point. Either way. Ugh, yeah, you can tell this is old. It has the old fire and everything, too. Hold on. Okay, let me just put this in pictures 54. Hold on. Oops. New. All right, 55. This is where we'll put all the pictures for the stream today. 55. Picture 1. Okay, here we go. 55. There we go. Here's the full cow picture. This is funny. Look, it's funny. Hold on. It'll be funny if this stream makes people just hate Toon Turf because of how much the annoying creator drags on. Look, he's just staring at a candle for no reason. I think this is a reference to a Minecraft picture, but I don't know which one. If somebody could help me out here. If somebody can tell me what I'm referencing. That doesn't look like a Minecraft painting. Maybe it's not. Maybe it was inspired from a Minecraft painting, but I thought it was. Whatever. Anyway, okay. Why did you have to kill Beaver? We'll get to that later. Anyway, I didn't show a lot of the details here either, but yes, there's some details here where Molly is the only one who has her own picture on the frame. Obviously, she's the favorite child. The doorways, wanted to make sure all the doorways lined up. So we have Riggy's room on the right, we have Jordan's room on the left, and then it's not Molly's room, but it's Molly's and her parents because, you know, she's a baby. She's not going to get her own room. But yeah, so the parents sleep in that hallway at the end. Hold on, I'm just getting dressed. He falls off. We have just a little bit of hints with the lucky merchandise showing up. We got the little action figure and the plushie. Nothing mom. Sweeps it under. Very immediate wanting you to understand Riggy's character, that he'd rather quite literally sweep something under the, not under the rug, but, you know, rather than address it. Just very slowly but surely introducing you to Riggy's character. You were way too specific with the captions. Funny. All right, very easy, or very immediate introduction with Molly and stuff. Look, Riggy's not that bad, okay? It sort of immediately balances out. You see him sweep something under the thing, but then he also is immediately nice to the baby sister, and she likes him more than anyone else in the family. So it's, you know, which is true. Molly does like Riggy more than anyone else in the family. We got Robert immediately saying, dang, Riggy sucks. All right, so let me come out with this too. There are parts of Toon Turf that reference my real life, but, major but, nothing is done out of, like, spitefulness or hatred or whatever, okay? So Riggy's mom is a very, very major exaggeration of the worst parts of my mother, but I still love my mother, okay? She is the first voice you hear in the entire show because of how much I am grateful for her bringing me up, giving me a love for movies, you know, raising me, stuff like that. So Rhonda is an exaggeration of the worst parts of my mom that I remember from my childhood, where there was like certain times she never hit me, all right? She never smacked me on the head. That was just funny. But abuse is not funny. But that part where she smacks Riggy upside the head, I just thought would be jarring. But anyway, if I didn't love my family, I wouldn't reference them. For example, my dad, I didn't like him very much as a person. He wasn't a very nice person, and so he's not referenced in Toon Turf at all. All right, Riggy's dad is a complete fiction, made up. That was nothing like who my dad was. All right, I didn't like him at all. I don't want to go into it more than that, but he wasn't that good. And so Riggy's dad is a complete fabrication, and there's a couple. Was the TV a Deltarune reference? No, the TV is. I'm not talking about the lake noises. I feel like maybe in a couple years, I'll go back and do the episodes again with like a new perspective after the whole show is done. Okay, this is saying hopefully I get to make the rest of the show, which again, we'll talk about that later. But if I get to make the rest of the show, then we'll go back and I can talk about, you know, little details and stuff, but lake noises. Anyway. I can't talk about the TV right now. Molly, you're going to miss me, right? One of the first examples of Riggy trying to be nice, and it backfires on him immediately. Just because Riggy, there's a lot of characters in life that, you know, they do nice things, and it's, I don't know. It's just life. You know, you try to do good things, and sometimes good things don't happen to you, all right? It's a very, oh yeah, the beginning when the mom says you do good things, or the teacher says you do good things happen. You do bad things happen. That is a line that my mom hammered into my brother and I the entire time we were growing up. I just took that right out of her vernacular. Is that the word I'm looking for? For vocabulary? Vernacular, whatever. I just ripped that straight from my mom. She always says that. Anyway, you're still my favorite girl. Riggy, kitchen now. So yes, my mom has never said this specifically to me. Get up at 8 o'clock sharp every morning. That was not who my mother was. But anyway, funny reference on the thing, on her cooking thing. I'll point out the references, but I won't say what they're for. You guys can figure that out at least. Not all the references, but, you know, a couple ones. The clock is a nice reference to just my shorts and stuff. It's actually slightly different because the one that I use in my shorts is like it's like a public PNG, and all the things that are used in Toon Turf, I wanted to make sure I drew them myself. So, like, I think the font is, like, slightly different or something. It's small, stupid details. The trash can is another reference that I always use. This was back then. Let's see. The lighting. It's not really, I don't think you get a really good shot of it, but yeah, it's another reference that's tossed up there. All the background details, very intentional. The shell. Why is it capturing my cursor now? You know, whatever. Anyway, the background details. Blah, blah, blah. Cook for you in time.
I was just busy saying bye to the neighbors. I'm gonna miss them is all.
Well, then don't leave Bluebird.
The clothing is another thing. It was very specific choices for all the clothes. Sometimes the clothes are hints. Sometimes they're just funny little references. The mom's clothing is a reference to something. The dad's clothing is a very obvious reference to something else that I'm surprised nobody's put together yet. His entire outfit and everything. Live, laugh, lucky, again, just little bits of hints. The flowers back here, all of them pointing one way, the other one pointing another way. Yeah. The height, too. All right. Okay, so you know what's, I don't know, you know what's funny? I wonder how many times I'm going to say that. Anyway, again, just restating the plot here, just, or not the plot, the,
Help people.
not the plot, what is it? The, okay, I'm getting better at my tongue, okay? Blah, blah, blah. The restating the thesis, is it thesis? Is that the word that I'm looking for? Whatever.
Of course, you want to...
Everybody, yeah, there's small details here, like everybody else having orange juice, Riggy having grape juice. Yeah, he's, you know, a little bit more bitter, or he, you know, stuff like that.
A hero or something. Newsflash, world has plenty of heroes already. What you need you for, pal?
Well, people sure are gonna need
Yes, Riggy's parents are terrible.
crime and gangs, especially being next to that rancid Renanopolis, too.
Well, what's wrong with Renanopolis?
Are you kidding me? Everything. You know what that place did to your uncle.
So fun fact about this line, I cut this line out for all of the people that I showed at VidCon, and when I took it to the Rumble Pack place, like when I showed you know, all the fans and Dacha and stuff, I cut this line out because I felt like it was too much of a spoiler. You know what that place did to your uncle? And you can tell, like, the voice kind of changes a little bit. It was a different recording session. But yeah, that line was completely cut out when I showed it to people, because I feel like it was just a little bit too much of a spoiler.
Only good thing in that whole city is good old Lucky. When he's not making movies or working on his businesses, he...
Get introduced to Lucky and stuff. So fun fact, the newspaper, I'd say like 60-70% of it was me. There was a small percentage of it that was Cryospace. Actually, we worked on it together in a voice call. That's not to say that none of it is important or anything. Obviously, you know, I gave him a little bit of direction, but also he just, you know, came to me with his own ideas and stuff. I love Cryospace. He's the best. If you guys don't know, he voices Ferric, the fox, later in the show, but he's, yeah, I love Cryo. But yeah, some of these news articles are written by Cryo.
He's spending every...
This is probably the only detail in the entire show that I didn't, do. That sounds egotistical. That's not what I meant. Like, one of the only things I didn't do myself. But yes, this is one of the few things that, like, somebody else worked on with me.
When he's
it's
not
weird
making...
to say. Why'd you put the newspaper on the food? Good question.
Movies are working on his business.
I'm a bad animator. No, it was just framing. I had to do it this way.
Every day trying to clean that whole mess.
Also, Robert just doesn't care. It's kind of, you know, he cares about the news more than his family, more than his wife's cooking. Kind of terrible.
In fact, if I ever got to meet him...
Another thing, we will know later why his parents are so mean towards him, but that's just, it's not something that's acknowledged for a little bit, okay?
Like a die a happy monkey.
I never understood.
Very clearly, you know, hey, die a happy monkey. He had to, I wrote that in there so that way people could tell, like, okay, he's a monkey, she's a rabbit, rabbit monkey, I get it.
Did the big deal with him anyway.
What'd you say, you little brat?
How'd you come up with the name Runky? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. Ferric kind of makes fun of it later in the episode because I don't know where the U came from. That's just what I had it set as. And then I made a short, like, I think a year into my YouTube career because I was thinking about changing it. And I was like, hey, guys, what should his species be called? And I was too attached to the name Runky to ever get rid of it.
Do not disrespect Lucky in this house. He's done more good for the world than you have.
You know what's funny? I didn't animate their legs at all in this scene. I think you can kind of see it just for a second when his, like, shirt peeks over the table. But they're just, like, they're cut off at the waist. Let me see. I think it's part 4. Yeah, here it is. Perfect. There we go. There we go. Oh, you guys are going to see Robert without a mustache. This is going to be cursed. Here we go. Yeah, so this is how I drew Robert the entire time. Look, there's just no legs. It's just their bodies. Because there was just no point, you know, you're not going to see him. But also I drew Robert like this, and then I just saved the mustache and the nose separately and worked like that. But yeah, anyway, yeah, there's Robert. Just kind of a little funny. If I'm showing this much here, you guys are going to be eating in the members only thing. By the way, members only. I never advertise members only as like something that you need to get. I understand that not a lot of people can afford giving a random YouTuber a couple bucks a month. That's crazy. I appreciate all of the members out there, and I'll never make you guys feel like you're missing out too much. It's just for the people that are really like curious about the behind the scenes. So don't ever feel like you need to give me money. That's insane. But if you just want to see like if you're just interested in like recreating, you know, a little bit of the blends for yourself and stuff like that. And I also feel bad. I'm not gatekeeping the members only stuff. It's just because they've been supporting me for so long that I want to make sure that I give them, you know, just a little bit extra. So anyway.
He's done more good for the world than you ever will.
Yes, Riggy's parents suck.
Yeah, don't be stupid, Riggy.
That was more... Okay, that was, yes, to serve the... Okay. A lot of the things that the characters do is to serve a purpose. every single, it was a weird realization that I had like years ago, where every single thing you do or say either makes somebody like you more or makes somebody like you less. Period. End of story. I mean, I guess that's not entirely true looking back at it now. Like, a lot of things you do and like it doesn't really change somebody's opinion. Like, you say your favorite color is green instead of blue. I don't know. Well, even that can, whatever. There's a lot of things that are just medium. But in terms of like TV shows and stuff, every single line that somebody has should have you know something more about the character, at least the way that I see things. And so that, sure, makes you hate Rhonda a little more. But for the most part, I just thought it was funny. And I thought it would make my brother laugh. A lot of my like jokes and my humor is just based on what would make my brother laugh, because that's, you know, how I grew up. He was my audience, basically, telling jokes and stuff to make him laugh. And so, anyway, Danno, Garrett, the carrot's in the chat. Oh, my goat, Garrett. Hi, Garrett. How you doing? I don't trust people whose favorite color is green. Strange. I agree. Green is not a creative color. Anyway, but yeah, so that line was just to be goofy. You know what's funny is Rhonda's, what is this, a smock? The text is right there, but there's other bits where it, like, flips, and it's, yeah, anyway. Just one of those small things that infuriates me. Danno, one of the voice actors said you had to pay everybody so that way they couldn't sue you later, I think is what Declan said. Yes. My lawyer told me I had to do that. No, I was going to pay my friends either. Okay, the Toon Turf budget is insane. The first episode was crazy. A lot of it is just like lawyer fees of like copyrighting characters and like garbage stuff that I didn't want to do. But my lawyer, I say my lawyer, that makes me sound a little too fancy, but it's just like the person that my mom made me, you know, get, so that way I couldn't be sued for, like, you know, plushies and stuff. I don't know. It's dumb legal jargon. It's the reason that the Toon Turf has that stupid little trademark logo right next to it, which I really didn't want to add because it makes it seem so, I don't know, pompous. You know, Toon Turf is so important that I had to trademark the logo. You know, stuff like that. I hate that, but it's just, anyway. But yeah, so Toon Turf's budget was crazy. But some of the, so I'll talk a little bit about the budget. Okay, so the $250,000 for like the merch goal and everything, that is like a dream goal to hit, to make the episodes as fast as possible and with you know, free chains on the budget, so that way I can pay people, you know, what they deserve and everything. I was never upset writing a Toon Turf check, okay? I just want to make that clear. I paid, you know, the dubbing company, I had to pay voice actors, I had to pay Nix to do all the music, but there was never a moment when I was writing any of those, I don't write checks, but you know what I mean, paying people. There was never a moment where I was upset doing it, because I was just giving them what they deserved, especially Nix, man. He worked so hard in, like, okay, in my mind, I was like, okay, I'll finish the whole episode first and then give it all to Nix and he can finish the audio. Stupid in retrospect. I mean, yes, that would have been good. He probably would have appreciated it. But just realistically, to get it as fast as possible, what I ended up having to do is sending him pieces of it. And then towards the end, he worked really quickly to make to finalize a lot of the tracks. What we did is he made a bunch of songs before, like, he did what he could making temporary tracks, and then we were like, okay, later you can go back, or later he said he can go back and finalize them and make sure it all jives with the rest of the episode, because the way that Nix, or the way that a lot of musicians like to work is they like to see the whole project and then make a track, or make tracks that flow through the whole thing, so that way you don't have, like, I don't know, it's like Pirates of the Caribbean. You don't have one song over here that sounds like in a completely different sound than over here, if that makes sense. Like, just tracks that make sense together on the same album. And in the future, that's what I will be doing. I feel guilty that Nix had to, you know, I feel bad for a lot of people that had to, like, customize themselves to this crazy, cramped, weird, sectioned off schedule that I had of sending people bits and pieces of Toon Turf. But Nix is the best. And so I was more than happy to you know, write out that check and everything, but it was just expensive. But I was never unhappy paying people for Toon Turf, and especially the voice actors. What's funny is a lot of the voice actors that I have in the episode, you know, how many times am I going to say what's funny? Anyway, a lot of the voice actors that I had in the episode are YouTubers and stuff, and they didn't want to be paid. They were like, Danno, this is fun. This is your dream. I love just being a part of it, you know, stuff like that, because all my friends are amazing. And If I honestly, by the time that Toon Turf is finished, I want to shove as many of my friends into the thing as possible, just because I love my friends and I love giving, you know, their voices thing. But also, it's just cool, like having them. It's like my, you know, it's like my baby. It's cool featuring people in my baby. Oh, that's weird, but you know what I mean. Anyway, but my lawyer said you have to pay them, and it's funny, especially Joe Kane in particular was like, please don't pay me. I swear, don't. I'm gonna kill. And I said, my lawyer says I have to. I'm sorry, Joe. Please just take the money. And he didn't want it. He did not want it. I love Joe. I love all my friends. All the people that are in Toon Turf are great. Anyway, but yeah. So yeah, that's what the deal with that was. It was seriously. It was just because I had to. But I also wanted to pay them because they're all amazing. But a lot of them didn't want it. Anyway, is the voice actor for Riggy a YouTuber too? Yes. Not a good one, but yes. Yeah, so I voiced Rhonda, Robert, Riggy, a couple other minor characters, and Billy. I did voice act Billy. It was kind of funny. I saw a comment that was like, geez, Billy's voice actor was screaming like his life depended on it. It did. My life did depend on Toon Turf doing well. Are you kidding me? We'll get to that later too, but anyway. What'd I do? I skipped back. My bad.
For you.
Running up
Such talent.
Trying to clean that whole mess of a place up.
with him anyway.
What'd you say, you little brat? We do not disrespect Lucky in this.
I was unhappy with the
Clean that whole mess up.
blurs here too. I think there's one part here where Riggy's a little more blurred than he should be.
Newsflash.
Yeah, well anyway.
That place did your uncle. Only good thing in that whole city. Yeah, trying to.
Whatever.
That's ever existed in history. Such talent. Such glamour. The perfect smile. The perfect color.
Color.
Cool detail. This one of the details here is this was a different picture of Lucky before, and I changed it to be the exact face that you would see him as for the first time. So that way, this is like, I don't know. It'll just give a cool feeling, hopefully.
Perfect color.
If you look at the background, a lot of these things are things that I had made for shorts, which is cool, that I was like able to just reuse, like the water bottle, the toaster back here, or maybe that was just for the being careless video, but either way, it's kind of cool that I was just able to reuse that stuff. The perfect color is crazy. Yeah, that was just supposed to... there's a couple jokes in here that's supposed to just like smack the audience in a way. I don't know. That was my idea, is like, they'll say certain things and the audience will just feel like, wait, hold on, like, you know, like flashbangs is how a friend of mine would put it. But yeah, there's certain stuff like that, and he's like, wait, what do you mean color? It's kind of like how the audience reacts.
Color.
Yep, you heard her. Yellow's just the best, bro.
So that is my brother speaking, my twin brother Joey, and that is an outfit that he would just straight up wear. But I want to be very clear that I love my brother very much. He is the best, okay? He and I are very, very close. Yeah, we kicked and punched each other when we were younger, but, you know, I have a scar on my leg, actually. I don't think the camera will pick it up, but anyway, yeah, we were... That sounded so weird, but no, it was from him when we were like babies. But yes, I love my brother very much, and he is going to med school. He is going to be a brain surgeon, and so that's what the joke is here. Like, yeah, it's just straight up him. But the way that Riggy detests his brother is not the way that my brother and I view each other. We love each other very much, and I'm so proud of him. And I make fun of myself for being the stupid YouTuber while he's going and saving lives. So proud of him, okay? So this relationship is, again, yes, it pulls a piece of my real life, but it is not influenced at all. This relationship is, I want to be very clear, so that way people don't think that my brother and I have some sort of, like, terrible favoritism, whatever, okay? Ugh, anyway, but yes, that's my brother.
Best, bro.
Oh, so I have to be on time, but Jordan gets to be late?
Yeah, Joey, Jordan,
Good morning,
anyway.
Big J. How does it feel going off to med school today?
And saving lives doesn't really have as much of an impact when you've been saving hundreds of weeks since the 5th grade, you know?
Yeah, so Joey has not been doing brain surgery since 5th grade, but I just thought that vision was just, like, funny. There will be other parts in the series when we get, like, again, when I say in the series, in the future, stuff like that, this is assuming that I get to make more. It's just going off hopeful intentions, but if I get to make more, later in the series, we'll get flashbacks to, like, when Riggy was a kid and stuff, so that way we get, you know, plot points for future episodes, and we get, you know, a little more understanding of Riggy's character. One thing which is interesting, I feel like for the most part, this episode, we don't really get a lot of Riggy's character. Like, we get him reacting to situations and him, you know, I don't know, you know, him like responding, but we don't really get inside of his head very much. So we don't really get to build a lot of attachment to Riggy. And so I feel like there are a couple people that come off the episode just feeling like, wow, Riggy's terrible. I hate him. And so hopefully I can do a better job in future episodes of like making you kind of understand Riggy a little better and like, you know, root for him a little more as an underdog. Even though he does something terrible at the end. But anyway, yeah, so this is, what was I talking about? Hold on. Oh, yeah, so flashbacks. We'll get to see, hopefully, Jordan working on a brain when he's in 5th grade. I think that'll just be funny.
Oh, I still can't believe they let an 11-year-old operate on a brain.
That's probably one of my favorite lines in the show, and I feel like it wasn't really picked up that much as, like, you know, it wasn't really that funny, but I just liked it.
Not disrespect your older brother! He's making this family proud!
Yeah, unlike you.
Whatever.
Oh, morning, Jordan.
I wasn't really happy with that sound effect. I feel like I could have added some more chewing noises or whatever.
Anyway, Riggy, point is, there's no such reason for you to be going all the way to Toonville, and I think you're a mistake. I mean, making a mistake.
That was one of the first, like, jokes in the show that I was proud of as, like, one of those double meaning, like, adult jokes. I think you're a mistake. I was hoping that would sort of, you know, get people to know that the show is a little more mature than you might think of originally, but anyway.
Well, you've made that clear.
Okay, come on, Rick. Finish your food.
I worked a long time on getting this cross-armed pose right. I don't know why, but I just could not nail it. This pose of Riggy with his hand in the shoulder, I couldn't get that right. I'm still not 100% happy with it, but
okay,
whatever.
Come on, Rick. Finish your food. It's time to go.
Hey, give me a call
The signs back there, dude. As long as your kids don't suck.
if you die, Riggs. We always need more
Stupid.
organ donors at the hospital.
The cactus, obviously, details like
All
that.
right, that's the last of them. Oh, wait, I have to grab my lucky lighter. Do you need anything else from inside the...
Oh. Very spooky.
I need therapy.
The reason the house is drawn like this, so sometimes, you know, okay, the story comes first. Before any of the animation, the story comes first. And so the reason that the house is drawn like this, at this angle where you see the side of the house, is just because I had this, like, I had the whole episode envisioned before I started work on it, you know, at all. And so the reason the house was drawn like this was just so that I could do that scene of Riggy jumping onto the flagpole and swinging in the house. That was it. And I didn't want to, like, this one building be 3D. So that's why that is the way that it is. I feel like in the future I might have to break that where, like, there's a character on a roof or something. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
I need therapy.
I should have taken his advice for a long time, man. Toon Turf's production was so slow until I got therapy. Very clearly listing it out for the lore goblins out there that you know, the calendar and everything. I say lore goblins. I'm a lore goblin, all right? I love the lore. But, you know, it's just... Anyway. And the birthday. Look at the little balloon on the 14th.
Can't believe you still don't know how to drive. I was such a
I
good
just thought that would be
teacher.
funny.
Mom? You
No, that was actually a very important character detail.
just...
I just thought that would be funny. That's something my mom would say, all right? Don't criticize my driving. She wouldn't yell like that, but that's something she would say. I need therapy, self-insert character,
Boy,
yep.
I'm excited for you to start your great big adventure. I'm sure absolutely nothing will go wrong.
This is my favorite song, I think, on the soundtrack. Okay, I'm torn between my 3 favorite songs on the soundtrack for the first episode. Is this song because it's so perfect, and it is not what I envisioned at all. I sent Nyx a very different... okay, for most of the soundtrack, I would send him video game music. Can we skip to the... What did he say? Can we skip to the cop part? Is that what Bam said? Oh, sorry. Jeez, I just got like a kick in my stomach. Am I pregnant? Anyway, for most of the soundtrack, I would send him video game music, and it's cool because Nyx makes video game music. That's his, you know, that's his job, is he makes video game music. And so I would send him these animations with video game music in the background, and he would make versions of the song for the. Or he would just take the inspiration of the video game music and then make something completely different. Either way, for this scene, I wanted a very orchestral, like, Disney-esque opening. And he made that, but then he said, hey, can I also try something different? I feel like I have a better idea for this. And I was like, okay, you do what you're doing. And then he made it, and it was amazing. And I was like, okay, I need to just shut up and let Nyx cook because he is so talented and he's a genius. And that was kind of like the first moment where it was like, oh, wow, okay, he knows what he's doing. My vision shouldn't be final for the music because I don't have a musical bone in my body. And so that's why a lot of the soundtrack, again, is just Nyx being amazing. So yeah, Danno, why didn't you use the actual main theme for the intro? It was too heavy metal. It didn't serve the purpose here. The purpose here for this scene is very hopeful, energetic, Riggy moving to a new life, sort of, you know, that vibe. And the rock theme didn't really fit there. And besides, I used it for the fight scene in the beginning. That was another reason I got to do that. So anyway. Oh, I was so happy with that intro sequence. I was like, oh, dude, that's going to make some people cry. Just the people who've been waiting for a while is all. The first one, there was somebody on Twitter that read out, or they typed out the exact thought process that I was hoping that people would get. Of, you read it, you think, what a stupid title. The first one, okay, Danno, whatever, goofy. And I was like, yeah. It is kind of goofy, guys. The first one, guys. Oh, it's the first one. And then later, oh, the first one. Oh, you know, it was Twig. Oh, I think you're right. I think it was Twig's. Yeah, you're right. Covert Entry is my favorite song. That's valid. Yeah, so my 3 favorite songs from Nyx. I think this one, Lighter Fluid, and then Lucky's theme. Because Lucky's theme had no changes. I think I asked him to slow it down a little bit. But I asked him for an evil, Lucky theme song to fit his lair or whatever, and he immediately just popped that out. And I was like, perfect, no notes, because that's exactly who Lucky is. Like, he got it, like, on the nose. Like, that kind of Carnival-esque, creepy, dark, slow, you know, Undertale Jevil sort of feel. It was perfect. He nailed it. Anyway, but yeah, so those I think are my 3 favorite songs. But yeah, so the first one is just supposed to be like, oh, goofy, haha, the first episode, okay. And then, you know, the first one. Featuring the voice talents of... I love this intro sequence so much. Kind of little funny details. You get to see Blueberg Hospital back there. If you know, you know, stuff like that. And anyway, get a nice big spotlight on Nyx's name because it's amazing. Now leaving Blueberg. Interesting details with the houses and stuff and blah, blah, blah. Funny little Easter egg back there. Reference, not Easter egg. But yes, Switch and Kenzie making my everything. You have no idea how upset that I only got to use that section in the episode. I was like, actually, like, I was like mad that I only got to use that small section because I wanted to feature it so much more. I'm not saying like I wasn't allowed to. Gee, why is oh, that ticks me off. The stupid blade of wheat is clipping into the bush. Anyway, but no, I was so mad that the episode only called for that little section because I was like, man, this song was just so great. Switch, Kenzie, Nyx doing the last bit of mixing. They all cooked, and that song is so amazing. And it's going to be used in future episodes, yes, but I was just so mad that I only got to use that little section of it in episode 1. I was like, man, I want to have so much more of this. I was going to have it more in the bloopers of the episode that we're going to go in the end. I'll get to that in a minute, too. But yeah, no, I didn't get to use it that much and spotlight it. But this song is amazing. You guys should go listen to it on the full thing on Switch's channel. I guess that is the positive of if you only hear that little section of it and you're like, oh, I want to listen to the rest of it. You get to go listen to it on Switch, I guess, his channel, which is cool. Anyway, so yeah, also featuring lovely, all my friends. They're all amazing, and my girlfriend right there, Pear. I mean Leia. Anyway, I'm kidding. I thought this was a bit much. Him running over the penguin. I thought this was kind of going out, or kind of a little much. But I also thought it was funny. I'm just full on just running over a penguin. I wanted to add a sound effect there, but I thought it was too brutal when I put it in there. So that was actually a sound effect I deleted intentionally. Bano Dow, what an idiot. I just thought it would be funny if he pooped on my name. There we go. You get to see the town in the background. Is that really all you get to see of Toonville is the clock? Okay then. No, you get to see a little more of that. Anyway.
Alright, here's your stop.
But my house.
What was that? Ew!
But my house is.
Okay, so most of this is just going to be me criticizing my stupid little animation, but okay. There's a few things that track to the camera, so that way they're always visible. The blades of grass, the wheat, and the lucky plushies, I think, and there might be one or two more things, some of the flowers and things. But that's why this is moving, the blade of or the wheat over here, and it's ticking me off that it's clipping through the fence and the other bit of wheat. Look, you can see it. It's sort of just, whatever.
Alright, here's your stop.
This one right there.
Is still another mile away, Mom.
I'm never
Sorry.
setting foot in that town again. Yep.
I love the car design. I just thought that was funny.
Big boy, sweetie, you can walk.
I wanted to add to the cartoon vibes a little bit. Like, yes, they use modern technology and stuff, but at the same time, you know, it's just a little bit of a toony spin on it.
Come here. See you later.
Just in case you didn't hate the mom enough.
It'll all be worth it.
Wanted to toss that on there. Cool.
Finally, home sweet, huh?
I knew I wanted Riggy to live in a treehouse, but I didn't. I was like, why would he live in a treehouse, but everybody else lives in, like, normal houses? So that's why, you know, the tree growing through the house. This was, like, one of the first things, again, that I wrote out in the script was him finding his house. And, you know, what's cool is this, you know, assists for the rest of the episode. This is, like, the inciting incident. But, yeah, that was, like, one of the first things is, like, I want Riggy to live in a treehouse. How do I get there? And that sort of, like, spawned the rest of the script, which is cool. And we get to see a little bit of Rhinopolis in the background.
Yeah. What? Did you just bite my leg?
Very interesting detail that the penguins already hate Riggy. Good question. We don't know why.
Directions.
Lake noises.
To Crank's casas.
Getting directions to Prank's pasta.
He's also part monkey, to be fair. Makes sense he'd want a treehouse. Yeah, that was the point. It's like, yeah, he's part monkey, tree, stuff like that. But then why not the rest of them? Will we get penguin plushies? Hi, Joe. Oh, that's my guy. Hopefully in a future episode, yes. There will be penguin-focused episodes that call for a penguin plushie, I think. But yes, hopefully. By the way, I love the captions. What, was there a caption there? What did it say?
Yeah. What?
Oh, squeaking.
Did you just bite my leg?
Squealing in the distance, yeah.
Directions to Crank's casas.
I love these little derps. Yeah, me too.
Getting directions
So
to
goofy.
Prank's pasta.
The penguins are my minions or raving rabbits or whatever.
Crank's casas.
Pastas.
I don't want pasta.
Ordering pasta.
Oh.
So I wrote that scene before I made the decision for Crank. Again, this is like 2-3 years ago. Before I made the decision for Crank's business to be a full-on construction company, but I still wanted to keep that joke of pastas because it was just dumb and I thought it was funny. So that's where the Crank renaming his place to Crank's Construction came from, because I literally renamed it because I wanted Crank to have a bigger... Anyway.
Fine. I'll find it on my own.
So before the intro sequence and stuff, looking back, it's kind of jarring to have the entire musical segment intro sequence and then the musical segment introducing the town. But I still wanted this sort of like, this is my way to get establishing shots of the town without breaking pace. Was the idea here. You know what's funny is I played Skate for the first time I'd seen YouTubers play Skate before, but I played Skate for the first time a couple months ago, and I was like worried about this scene because I saw all of it in like skate culture and stuff, and I feel like Riggy should have done a couple more tricks on the skateboard here, but I ran out of time. so I wasn't able to reanimate it. But in the future, I feel like Riggy will ride his skateboard a little more accurate to actual skaters and stuff. I'll play more Skate 4 as research, okay? Anyway, funny little details here, and yada yada yada. I didn't re-render this with the smoke puffing out of the factory, which I'm upset about, but it's okay. Details, details. Fun details.
Ew, Mommy, is that a monkey with a rabbit's tail?
So that's my brother again, as little Timmy Parrot. Very amazing career he'll have as this character, right? I had messed up the line in the script when I put, "Is that a monkey with a rabbit's tail?" And then later, when I had the chance to re-record it, or we re-recorded it, "Is that a rabbit with a monkey's tail?" And then I was like, yeah, but it's funnier if I leave it this way. So I left it that way. Because, you know, he's not saying it right, you know? He's saying it's supposed to be a rabbit with a monkey tail, not a monkey with a rabbit's tail. But I was like, it's funny. And also, I didn't notice. Let's see how many other people notice. Anyway.
We don't look at freaks, Timmy.
Details, detail. That was Leia. That was my lovely girlfriend, Leia. We don't look at freaks, Timmy.
Hey, watch where you're going, punk.
Okay, so Dolph, very clear, right out of the gate, stereotype bully character. And that's the point, is that you're supposed to see him and you're like, oh, okay, I see what's happening. We got the bully, we got the girlfriend. There will be this, you know, will they, won't they, Jim, Pam, Roy thing going on for a little while. Except, you know, what happens to Dolph later in the episode kind of, sort of, should defeat that stereotype. And then we'll get more story in the future that sort of helps defeat the stereotypes. But anyway. Timmy couldn't even swim. You think he knows stuff? Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, it's not my fault. Tail's a street hazard.
Why you?
Little detail here. I don't think you get to see this character enough, but this character is just enjoying looking at this butterfly. Very wholesome, very sweet. I don't think you get to see it very much, but anyway.
You little... Ew. What is that?
So here is now the third time that we've seen somebody make fun of Riggy's tail. And it's all, it's probably too much setup, but this is, yeah, it's supposed to be setup, with people thinking Riggy's tail is gross, and then eventually that one character, anyway.
My tail?
We'll get to it in a second.
Yeah.
How many times am I going to say that?
What kind of a monster are you?
Hey, put me down or I'll...
I mentioned this on Rumble Pack, but I redid this shot so many times for no stupid reason, just because of the camera.
You what? And you thought there was something wrong with my tail.
Leave him alone, Dolph.
So peak. I love the music so
I hate
much.
that song, babe. Please.
Switch mentioned this, but I told him, again, I felt bad. He worked so hard on making this song amazing. Him, Kenzie, made this song so great. And I was like, listen, in the episode, the first comment that somebody makes about the song is that they hate it. And I'm so sorry, but don't worry because he'll die later. And I don't think Switch knows, or Switch knew that I meant that he'll die later in the episode. But yeah, that was the point, is that, like, yes, somebody says they hate it, but then also they die. No, you're supposed to already kind of slightly not like Dolph. And so one of the things that, like, you know, in stories, okay, so like Marvel movies, the way that you like new characters is because the characters you already like the new characters. For example, in Endgame, Thor says, I like this one. We like Thor. Oh, Thor likes Captain Marvel. That means we like Captain Marvel. That's sort of, you know, that's sort of how movies like play with your feelings and stuff. And so it's kind of the opposite effect here, where Dolph is bad. And so if he says he doesn't like something, then that makes us immediately want to disagree with him. And so we're like, oh, okay, well, we like the song then.
Here, let me help you up.
Smash.
What?
Sorry for smash.
I didn't want to keep that line in, dude. I was like, oh, I'm going to get canceled. But it was too funny. I'm sorry. It's too funny.
Oh, it's okay. So, your name?
Riggy.
That line flew over way too many people's heads.
Well,
I love Dolph's reaction. Dolph gets it. It doesn't fly over his head.
Riggy.
He's like, wait, hold on. What did he say?
Hi, Riggy. I'm Ruby, and this is my boyfriend, Dolph.
That was another thing I wanted to redo, is he didn't walk here, but... Okay, so another thing that I do is I hide their pants seams under their shirts, so that way I can animate their legs moving. I didn't do that for Dolph, Very stupid when I designed his character. I don't know why I gave him the shorts like that, so I couldn't very easily make his legs move. But yeah, I did want to go back and reanimate that, and I never did. Stupid. And also the fountain's not... No, anyway.
Nice to meet you.
Do you
Oh, my stomach is killing me. I might have to take a TO to go to the restroom really quick, but it's fine.
have a concussion or something?
Sorry, yeah, I'm sure it's just a concussion. So, what are you guys up to?
Funny dumb
Oh, you
joke.
want to know what we're up to? It's this really cool thing called None Ya Business.
Dolphin.
I really want to do a CinemaSins parody of Toon Turf, but I don't want to nitpick my favorite shows. It's okay. I will not be offended. I appreciate it. Hey, you know what? You care about the show enough to rewatch it for all the tiny details, okay?
Nice. We're
Story, is that Candy or Ruby? That is Ruby. Candy is the one with the dark hair.
putting up posters for Red Rabbit Day.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't animate her walking there either, so I zoomed in the footage so you couldn't see her legs.
None Ya Business.
Dolphin. Nice. We're putting up posters for Red Rabbit Day.
Yeah, cinema wins. How about that? Peak. No, I'm kidding.
All right, you guys have that weird holiday today. Isn't it strange that Toonville throws a party over some freak terrorist every year?
I was worried about using the word terrorist because I thought YouTube was gonna like strangle my video's performance, but it ended up being fine. So skateboard kid, yeah, Bam, dude, I watched Bam's reaction. He said the kid was going at like Mach 1 or whatever, or Mach 5, whatever. And I was like, dude, I laughed so hard. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize. Like, yeah, he's going fast, but
That
anyway.
weird holiday today. Isn't it strange that Toonville throws
That was another one of those things. Okay, so the building's being gone
For
here.
Red Rabbit Day.
Oh, yeah.
The camera or the chat's kind of blocking it, but you see the buildings aren't there in the distance, and that was one of those things that like I could have re-rendered it, but I think it also helps serve the story for later what happens. So that was actually a choice not to re-render that one.
Hey, you guys have that weird holiday today. Isn't it strange that Toonville throws a party over some freak terrorist every year?
I think I've said this before on stream, but the reason that Candy's chest looks like that is because I didn't know how to draw the chest better. If you go back and you look at the first, if you go back and look at the very first time that Rosie appears in a short, her chest looks the same way, and it's not because I was being weird or purposefully drawing it like that. It's because I didn't know how to draw it any better. And then when I fixed Rosie's chest, I didn't. I was like, yeah, but then this kind of sets Ruby apart, and so I didn't end up changing it. But Cryospace made a joke. He said, you know what you should do? You should change it back, or you should change it in a future episode, and just see who complains. And I was like, that would be really funny, but I don't know if I will. Either way, she cries. Wait.
I'm sorry, is she laughing or crying?
Is she laughing or crying? I worked with the actress to do Ruby's voice acting. She's a great actress. She's a friend of Leia's. She is going to school for acting and everything at yada yada. And so we worked for a while, but I kind of felt too guilty. We couldn't get the crying just right for the sequence, just because it immediately she just immediately comes out with crying and stuff. And I think that was one of the first people that I had gotten to do other voices for the show. That was one of the first recording sessions that I had, and I felt too guilty to make her keep redoing it. And so that's why Riggy does that comment of is she laughing or crying? It's not meant to be a mean version for the it's not meant to be mean to the voice actor. It was just doing the best with what I had. And I felt guilty that I couldn't have her, or that I didn't insist on redoing it, but it's fine, whatever. She is a really talented actress, and I'm really excited for her to continue to do Ruby, because there's some points that Ruby will need to have strong voice acting. That's what we'll say.
Real nice.
But she's a great actress.
Hey, come on, Toots. Let's leave this rat to himself.
Johnny improvised that. Toots, I did not write that in the script. Most of the script, I think everyone stays on script except for Johnny, and I'm so grateful that he didn't, because it was so funny. Honestly thought Riggy was just being dumb. Yeah.
Wait. What'd I say?
Let's go, I'm starving.
Yeah, I think you can see it right here, but you see Riggy's pants, the seam goes under his jacket, so that way I can more easily move his legs.
Wait, what'd I say?
See, right there, you see there's no pants seam. And if you look back at the first time that I drew Riggy in his hoodie, I think you can see his pants seam go a little bit down, and I changed it for Toon Turf so I could be better with it.
Let's go, I'm starving.
Again, they were supposed to be walking away here, but I couldn't fix his legs. I couldn't make his legs work, so they're just standing there, which I hate, but it's fine. Mach 1 kid skateboarding. I don't know why the stomach growling animation is something I'm really proud of, even though it's just like 3 images flickering. But anyway. Bam has a favorite character. Bam, do you want to voice act the skateboarding kid? Do you think Toon Turf will be picked up by Glitch Production? Oh, geez, no. No. I am, let's just say, a little below their pay grade, all right? They make actual high-quality stuff, and I'm making this in PowerPoint, okay? That's okay. Bam, absolutely. Heck yeah! No, Glitch Productions is amazing, and they have plenty of shows that they're making the actual peak of the industry, all right? I am quite all right. Moo cow ice cream. This is a joke from the Sebastian Stan video of him going, okay, listen, most of the references and stuff are, like, more obvious, so I don't, like, want to explicitly say them, but this is very niche. Yeah, so you know that one video of, like, Sebastian Stan going, what does the moo cow say? Ah! That's what that is. So stupid.
Hey, can I just get a strawberry one?
Yup, just a buck. Have a great day, buddy.
Mommy, can we get ice cream?
No, you don't need the sugar, Timmy. Come on.
Broke noises. Incredible flavors. Yeah.
Here.
Lake
take
noises.
it. I'm not that hungry anyway.
Ew, strawberry. I wanted chocolate.
Another one of those funny things. So that's one of those, like, easy, cheeky ways to get you to immediately like a character is, again, I mentioned it before, but you have them be hated by their parents, you have them be nice to a kid, you have them, like, hug a baby or whatever, and I think the very beginning, like Riggy picking the baby up out of the cage is just a Back to the Future reference, where Marty McFly is, you know, he's being nice to the kid and immediately just makes you like them. Not really a reference, but, you know. Anyway, this section, it's leaning into the stereotype of, oh, okay, he's so nice, he gives it to the kid, but then the kid just smacks it away, and it's supposed to just, like, a little bit subvert your expectations because Riggy's trying to do nice things, but it backfires.
Hey, get away from my child, creep.
Funny.
Aw, well, at least someone's
I also voice acted that penguin licking.
enjoying it.
Just wanted to brag about that my licking was really great.
Seriously? Ugh.
Funny. Absolutely deserved. Add a Turkish dub. I think Turkish is one of the dubs. Let me see the dubs list. Hold on. I believe Turkish is one of the dubs we're adding. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. Un momento. Let me see. Audio tracks. Maybe not. No, yeah, it is. Turkish. There it is. Turkish. Yeah, we're good. Turkish is one of the ones that's going to be added. I don't know when, but it will. Sometime in the next week or two, hopefully.
Breaking news coming to you from the newly refurbished Crane Construction.
I hate that the news anchor's voice is a little too close to the dad's, but that's kind of, I don't know. This is the best of my ability. Somebody said, "Is that Schlatt?" Yes and no. It's a reference to Schlatt, the goat with the goat, the ram with the horns. Just because Schlatt is my favorite, one of my favorite YouTubers. But then, you know, he's got a mohawk to set him apart a little bit, so copyright, you know. But I'm kidding. But yes, it is a Schlatt reference. On his shirt, it says SH because the guy's name is Sheepy, but he's a ram. Guys, my humor's really stupid.
Oh, what now?
Thanks a bunch. See you later, Lucky.
Nope.
I reanimated the scene a couple different times because I wasn't happy with it. I think if you look on my Twitter, you can see a shot that never appears in the show, which is a front-facing view of this scene with Lucky talking to the camera inside the shot, but I wanted to hold off on his face being shown for just a second to sort of because this is the first time that we're going to get to see Lucky after we've seen him advertised everywhere and in the shorts, you know, he's been mentioned often, you know, but we never have actually seen him yet. And so I made the choice to hide his face here for just a second until the crowd parts and we get to see him for the first time. But I was scared doing it because I felt like Lucky's voice and Riggy's voice are very uncomfortably similar. There's a purpose for that, but it can also be interpreted as, wow, Danno's a crap voice actor. But also because Lucky's just like, you know, there's like that sort of like in the back of your head is like, oh, is that Riggy talking? I'm a little confused. So I was a little scared, but I feel like it's hopefully clear enough to where it's okay. But yeah, it gets revealed in a second.
Thank you, Crank. My guys will be in touch.
Thank you, Crank. My guys will be in touch.
On your hats, folks. It looks like he's coming out now.
And so it's supposed to edge you a little more. You're like, oh, I'm gonna get to see Lucky's face, and then we cut, and then it's, you know, it's the newscaster. It's like, oh, geez, it's still, you know, we're still getting delayed here.
You got a good view?
All right, everybody, part the waters.
Part the waters. That was that's a there's meaning obviously behind it, but then it's also a reference because of Dustin Hoffman's story where he was talking about when he was the Fonz back in the 50s, 60s, whenever Happy Days was on. You guys are way too young to know what the reference is, but anyway, he told a story about how he was like, you know, it was like the peak of his fame. And he had told, there was a crowd that just wouldn't let them through. And so he put on the Fonz voice and said, all right, everybody, we got to get through here, so part the waters, you know, or like something in his Fonzie voice. And so I was like, that's a great introduction to Lucky. You know, he's got the ego, the power, the influence. That's just, I don't know. Anyway, so that's where that came from. Stupidest little detail, re-rendering the scene just so I could slap it on her phone. So dumb. Pretty sure that's a Bible reference, not going to lie. There's a couple Bible references in Toon Turf.
Good job. What a crowd. Now, one at a time, folks. One at a time.
Very, what's the word? Not demeaning, but babying the crowd and stuff. Yes.
Bring the car around, folks. This will take a sec.
Some people didn't understand the dolphin's name was Paulf. I get it, because it's a stupid name, but yes, all the dolphins' names are Dolph, Rolf, Paulf, Golf. I don't remember their names, but yeah, it's all stuff like that. Because funny.
Oh, Chunks, you're too kind.
You're too kind.
Nice to meet
I feel like I'm better at doing Lucky's voice now. Sometimes I feel like I'm better, sometimes I feel like I'm worse. But this was, I did re-record this scene 4 or 5 times to get it right.
you, buddy.
I'll show it in the behind-the-scenes stream, like the other voice I had for Lucky, but I was not happy with it at all.
Make it through here.
And I was like very... I did have a lot of anxiety about this scene, because this is the first time that we get to see Lucky, and it's... Anyway.
Hey, who wants a Lucky?
You can't hear the crowd very well. Yes, a couple of it is stock noises. Sadly, I do not have the budget to go out and get a bunch of people to make crowd noises for me, but you can, if you listen really close in the crowd, a lot of the people that were in Toon Turf have cameos in the back. Joe Kane, Bun Dun, Johnny, stuff like that, and I didn't put it in the captions, but this one bit of Bun Dun saying "spit on me, Lucky" is so funny. I don't think you can hear it that well, but he does. He says, "Spit on me, Lucky, spit on me."
Buddy, excuse me. Make it through here. Hello. Hey, who wants a Lucky?
It's just back there. You can barely hear it. Anyway, C-Dot has lines back there too. I think pretty much everybody had lines just thrown in the crowd for the fun of it.
You in the back? All right, get ready, hand catch. Oh.
C-Dot doing a Patrick Warburton impression saying "sign my child." That is not the same person, all right? It's a different person with a Patrick Warburton voice.
Oh, you want me to sign your baby's head? Oh, sure. What the heck?
Thanks, Danno. You just ruined Toon Turf for me. Sorry, Chief.
Oh, what a cute kid.
C-Dot doing a Mario impression too. Anyway, Lucky's signature. I had to redo this because it didn't have his canonical signature. I just typed the word Lucky in like the font that I have chosen out for Lucky's writing. Each of these characters, it was for the Juniper notebook. They have, you know, they all leave little like messages and notes, and so I kind of had to finalize a font that's chosen for their writing styles. I had just written out the word Lucky, and I was like, wait, that's not his signature, you idiot. And so I had to go back and redo this scene, so that way it had his canonical signature.
You're gonna grow up to be a great consumer, aren't ya? Now I wish I could stay and meet every one of you, but I got... Hey, whoa, what the... Jeez. Hey, buddy, you okay?
Lake noises,
I'm
lake
so sorry,
noises.
that was completely on me. Are you... You're alright, aren't you?
That was just supposed to be a funny way to exit the scene, was the car hitting Riggy. It was just a transition. I mean, it was also, you know, for storytelling purposes, but it was also just an easy way for me to transition out of the crowd without them having to slowly, you know, ramp down.
I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Sorry about that, random citizen. Here, take a lucky plushie on me, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, and stay safe out there in the future, old sport, okay?
You see the car detail right here? This was copy and pasted from the factory. I did a lot of the set design first, and the factory, the slipping sign, I just copy and pasted the slipping like Lucky for the car thing right there.
Hey, ta-ta, everybody!
I love that Lucky logo on the side of the car. I don't know why. I just do. Wait, why does he almost say lake noises? Is that a Gatsby reference? Lake noises.
Cranks Casas?
Nope, Crank's Construction.
C-Dot was so perfect for this scene. I mentioned it in his Epic Mickey series that we filmed a while ago. But for this, I told C-Dot, I said, listen, you need to just use the voice that you do when you know something is... Or like when you're talking knowledgeably about video. I don't remember what I told him, but it was something like there was a voice that I'd heard C-Dot do before. And I just told him, do that voice, and he did it, and it was perfect. Oh my gosh. Why is it that this character is one of, like, the most fan favorites? This, like, mixture of Tom Nook and King K. Rool. Just, like, thrown together. And people love him. Cool, man. Cool. I love Crank, too. I don't like the way I drew his hands, but at the same time, I think it's a little goofy. I think it's funny. Yeah, C-Dot and Bundun did phenomenal with their voice acting. Yes, Bundun especially. And dude, everybody did a great job with their voice acting. Everybody.
Recently had a name change.
If anything, Crank is overhated. I don't know if he's... Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so he willingly sold Riggy... So there was like some back and forth on if he sold Riggy the house knowing that there was a tree grown through it. Yes, he totally knew. I'll confirm that yes, he knew. He saw the thing grow through the... It's kind of implied. He says there's a reason you bought the house so cheap. He made it cheap because it grew through... Dustin Hoffman didn't play it? Henry Winkler. I meant Henry Winkler. I'm so sorry. Yeah, not Dustin Hoffman. You're right. I meant Henry Winkler. Sorry, I'm still working through my tongue. But yes. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So the reason the house was so cheap is because a tree grew through it. So yeah, he sold it purposefully, like knowing. Anyway.
Now full-time contractors for all your building needs.
I'm upset I didn't add a sound effect for the hammer spinning. Ugh.
Houses, shops, and we're even working on Lucky's new secret project.
Great, I don't care. Listen, I'm Riggy. We spoke on the phone?
Oh yes, you're the one who wouldn't tell me what animal you were. Well, I can see you're a very hoppy-looking rabbit and... Whoa! Sir, is that a monkey tail?
No, it's my third arm. Listen, I bought a house from you and now it looks like this. Care to explain?
Well, it appears as though a tree has sprouted
I'm not
through
saying
it.
No,
anything
not
from
literally.
I guess I can talk about the house. One of the things that I thought was going to be a challenge was drawing wood, but I actually find it really fun because I can just be so random with the squiggles, and they're very enjoying. You should have said third leg. A couple people told me that, and that's what I meant to put in the script. And then I forgot what the phrase was, so I put third arm. But I think it's funnier that Riggy doesn't say the right thing either. You know how, like, Biff mixes up... Do they clarify species over the phone often? Good question. I mean, usually people introduce themselves. It's like, hey, I'm Billy Beaver or something. But he just said, I'm Riggy. And then I think Crank probably asked, like, oh, okay, well, what do you look like so I can, know who you are when I see you move into town and stuff. But Riggy just... didn't say, or like he moved on. But yeah, good question. But yeah, you know how like Biff mixes up like make like a tree and get out of here, stuff like that. I think it's kind of funny that Riggy messed up like saying third arm, third leg.
Just, I mean, what are you gonna do about it?
Well, there's a reason you were able to buy the place so cheap. Maybe if you had a little...
This is one of those scenes that I was worried about because there's no music playing through this entire scene. It's very quiet, and I got a little bit of anxiety thinking like, this isn't gonna play well because it's gonna be very... It's just two characters talking, but my hope is that by this point, 12 minutes in, you're already engaged enough in the episode to not mind when there's You know, when the pacing is killed off and it's just talking. That was my hope at least.
Extra cash, we could find you something
The crossed out Casas, yeah.
more acceptable.
Oh, I don't have any money. I want you to fix my house, or at least get it out of the tree.
I'm awfully sorry. Right
I'm
now we're all up to
awfully
our necks
sorry.
in Lucky's new construction
See, that's
project.
so
Have
good.
you heard about it? It's going to be a fantastical magic.
I don't care about Lucky. I want a house.
You don't care about Lucky?
You need to leave.
I love Joe so much, dude. Okay, so this character design. I think this was one of the last characters that I designed for the show, if I'm not mistaken. But this character is so stupid. This is one of those things. A lot of the time when I design characters and stuff, I get just a stupid idea and I gotta run with it. The idea for this, oh geez, the line weights aren't the same. That's frustrating. But anyway, the idea for this was no, you guys have seen her before. You guys have seen Cookie. It's, you know, the Chihuahua that like I sometimes dog sit for my mom. And Cookie is so adorable, but can be the meanest dog sometimes. She's just nasty. She's bipolar. Sometimes she'll just, you know, she's just like the most Chihuahua ever, which sucks because I had 2 Chihuahuas before Cookie, and they were both the sweetest non-Chihuahua Chihuahuas that you've ever seen. But Cookie was the most Chihuahua, like the most nasty. And so I was like, dude, wouldn't it be funny if I made like an adorable Chihuahua and just like super intimidating? Anyway, okay, hold on. My stomach is killing me. I'm gonna be right back, okay? Let me see. Does the be right back still work? Oh, lovely. It has the old fonts, but yeah, it works. Okay, you guys just chill here for just a second. All right, I'm back. Hold on. Sorry. Thank you for waiting on me. Sorry, my stomach's just been... I'm recovering, all right? My body is coming back to normal. Oh, nice. My body is slowly but surely getting back to normal, okay? I'm getting back on track after Toon Turf. Ugh. All right. Hold on. It's February. The merch went off sale. You were gone too long, man. Yeah, the merch is still there at riggy.shop. Thank you for the £5. Dutch. Fess up who killed Danno. Nice. So I assume episode 2 is going to be more about the Red Rabbit. Oh yeah, by the way, I was the guy that asked you if Sans and Riggy is canon long ago. Oh, nice. No, episode 2 will not be more about the Red Rabbit. That will come later. Oh, maybe a little bit technical. Yeah, no. I know you're all like, oh, Glitch won't pick up Toon Turf and stuff, but I'm being so serious. I haven't seen a pilot this good since Digital Circus. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate it. But no, there are plenty of other amazing internet pilots out there. Trust. And I can't keep this up forever, okay? Like, this level of hype, you know what I mean? Like, oh, wow, Billy, you know, gets introduced. We love him. He dies at the end of the episode. That's not a trick that I can pull more than once, you know what I mean? Like... in future episodes, we have to actually build up you liking characters before we slaughter them. I can't pull off that, like, oh, hold on, is my audio still working? Okay, good. I can't pull off that, that in-character, introduce, love, kill, same episode trick. Maybe in the future I can pull it off, like, one more time or something, but you know what I mean? It's gonna have to, there's gonna be a little more build-up and a little more, not nothing happening in episodes, but a lot more just, you know, talking and you know, less death and stuff in other episodes and stuff. So, you know, I appreciate you guys love the pilot so much, but, you know, your opinions on the pilot will probably change over time as more episodes and stuff come out. All right. All right. You need to leave.
What? But
The first time Riggy picks up a spray can in Toon Turf, and he doesn't know how to use it. Oh, we got to see Polu flying by really quick.
Whoa, what kind of animal are you?
And we have cryospace. So, this is the first time that, this is the first, when will episode 2 release? Good question. Lake noises. Is that the bird's, is what the bird's name? Oh shoot, this is why I can't be a live streamer, man. I say too much stuff. Dummy. Anyway. You moron. Me moron, not. Anyway, okay. What was that spray design anyway? It's Riggy's logo. The tail. Like the head and the tail. That's Riggy's like logo. It's on the t-shirt. On the t-shirt and the thing. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the fox. It's the first time Riggy meets a fox. All right. But yeah, so this is continuing the trend of where is his tail? Oh, it just goes beneath the screen. Okay, good. I was gonna say, geez, I didn't forget to animate his whole tail there. I was gonna be so mad. Anyway, so this is continuing the trend of characters seeing Riggy's tail and making fun of him, and it's about to come to a head. But I think this is what the fourth time. I think it kind of goes overboard a little bit with how many people comment on the tail. I feel like this is the point in the episode where you're like, okay, yeah, we get it. He's kind of a freak, but anyway, or at least he's viewed as a freak.
What animal are you?
But anyway.
No, you've got rabbit ears and a monkey tail. Are you some sort of a rabkey? No, a money, a mabbit.
Runky, my sister's.
All other names that I considered for Riggy's last name, or you know what kind of character Riggy is. He's not making fun of it. Yeah, but he's still like a little bit like kind of like not grossed out, but like you know you can see that there's a little bit of like a confusion, like a kind of an animal are you, you know.
Mabbit.
Runky? Hold on, Runky. Where does the U come from?
Oh, shut
Woo!
up.
Confirmation, Molly's a mabbit. Yeah.
Let me be.
So, you're new around here then?
Yes. Why?
Ferric is the only character in the show with these flat eyebrows, which is really funny. It's just because, you know, cryospace. I mean, you know.
So, you're new around here then?
Yes. Why?
Because you obviously don't know what spray painting means in this town.
What?
A little bit of an edge. Oh, what was that? What was that?
Mind your own business, okay?
Suit yourself.
Again, one of those weird things that I just had to make sure was right was the stupid glass shards. And this isn't even, it's weird because that's not even like how I draw things. Like there's no graph paper or anything. Why? Why did I do that? Ugh, anyway. Fun. Why does Riggy get shot at? Well, it's kind of hinted at 5 seconds ago with Ferric saying, you know, yeah, you don't know what spray painting means in this town, do you, buddy? And then he gets shot at immediately. I mean, come on. Put 2 and 2 together. Who shoots at him? Lake noises, man. No, I think later in the episode you can kind of read and get a, you know, figured out. But anyway. This is one of my favorite shots of the pilot, and I don't think it's not very... I think it's a little subtle to where a lot of people probably won't notice, but I really love this shot. I had to... So with this scene, I had to re-render it twice. So that way I could get the effect that I wanted. But basically, you could... it's very Doctor Who coded. You know what I mean? Not the shooting part. Like, yeah, that was cool. But my favorite shot in particular is this sequence where the camera goes behind the shop. And it's Doctor Who coded with, like, bigger on the inside. You know, it's like a flat image. And this is how the buildings work in Toonville. They're flat on the outside and they're 3D on the inside. And so this was so fun just doing this shot of you can see inside of the house and then you can't, you know what I mean? It's like the background. And so anyway, it's just, I really like this shot. So I don't mean to like gloat or whatever, but yeah. Oh, the fan, by the way, I didn't mention it, but fans was like a moment when I was like, oh, this is great. Because again, I tried to make something moving on screen almost all the time. And the fan was like, oh, this is perfect because it's such a simple thing to do in Blender just to make the thing spin. And so it was super easy to just, you know, put fans in a couple different scenes and have them spinning constantly. But yeah, anyway, I love this shot where it just, you know, it goes behind the store. A very small shot. Probably won't be seen by a lot of people, but anyway. And then we have Riggy having a panic attack. Wow. Guys, look, this media has a realistic depiction of a panic attack. Oh! That wasn't the point. The point was, I didn't really serve this. I feel like I didn't play this up enough towards the ending, but I wanted to show that Riggy, he does get very scared and almost frozen at certain scenes. Yes, he dodged really quickly because that's what happens. Like, okay, so the gunshots as well. Again, there's a bunch of parts of Toon Turf where I want to make sure that it's like realistic. Realistic. It's a cartoon. There's some parts that lean into the cartoony portion, but there's other parts that I want to have more realistic depictions. And so the gunshots is something that is on the more realistic side, I was hoping, where in real life, when a shooting happens or when gunshots go off, it's not like led up to, you know what I mean? There's not really a buildup of like, oh, something bad's gonna happen, and then bad thing happens. In real life, guns go off, and you're scared, and you immediately have to react, and you have like a fear response. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like that's kind of like the idea behind this scene. There's also like, you know, obviously it serves story purposes later, but for this scene right now, it's just meant to be like a. It kind of helped out with. I think some people, I think multiple people said the exact line of, "Oh, I didn't know there's guns in Toon Turf" or something like that. Even though a penguin eats a gun, like in the beginning of the episode, which was just a funny bit that I wanted to do. They're supposed to, yeah, I guess I didn't comment on it, but yeah, it was supposed to be like, hold on, sorry, I'm just going to rewind really quick. I'll go back to the gun scene in a minute. But I thought it would just be, it's supposed to, this scene right here is supposed to show very obviously, hold on. Yeah, so this scene right here is supposed to show pretty obviously, like, look, like, okay, this is raccoons in Toonville, but then also penguins are our version of raccoons in the cartoon universe, and then he's just eating the gun, which I just thought was funny. And it's like, it's trying to, like, say to the audience, okay, the penguins are more unhinged versions of raccoons in this universe, kind of, you know what I mean? Anyway. Okay, where were we? Oh, yeah, the gunshots. Anyway, so yeah, it's supposed to be, like, very obvious, like, oh, hey, guns, you know, that they exist in Toonville, and it's supposed to, you know, serve a little more like, yeah, oh, shoot, this is kind of crazy. Yeah, that sort of emotion of, like, oh, okay, it's a little more serious than it was sort of letting on. Danno, if you say Riggy Blood Calculator, I'll ask out my crush. Yeah, Riggy Blood Calculator. Anyway. So yeah, he gets shot at. One thing that kind of like, I was kind of like, I kind of regretted is my brother said, well, hold on, why didn't the guns go through the back of the building? And that's not, I don't know how to, like, I kind of had to explain, like, that's kind of not how buildings work in Toonville, you know what I mean? The bullets just went inside of Crank's construction. But yeah, I felt bad that, like, I don't know, I feel bad saying stuff like that without it being, like, I don't really know how to, like, I don't know, show that better, but anyway, so, yeah, Riggy has his little panic attack, woo-woo-wee-woo. But yeah, this scene was meant to show, I didn't lean on it enough, but it's meant to show, like, yes, Riggy does freeze up in situations like this right now. Later in the show, obviously, he gets, again, with the hope that I get to make more show, he gets more confident and stupid in situations like this, where not stupid, but, you know, he can deal with it better. He's a criminal. He's used to dark situations and stuff. So 2025 Riggy would not react like this. He would immediately, like, probably grab something and start firing back, you know. But right now, this Riggy, this 2019 Riggy, this immature, not immature, but, you know, youthful Riggy would, you know, he does get scared. And I hope we'll be able to explore, like, you know, him as a kid, you know, some certain things and circumstances that make him, you know, jumpy. But anyway. And then we get our introduction to the beaver. Only halfway into the episode, finally we introduce Billy. And Riggy's immediately nasty to him. What do you want, right? Okay, so the crying was also not just supposed to be a reaction to the bullets. It was supposed to be sort of like a culmination of everything. Riggy's so happy. He moves into a new town. I'm so excited. And then, oh, well, I get bullied a little bit by a dolphin. I have a crush on a girl who immediately is like, oh, this is my boyfriend, the guy that hates you. Well, that sucks. Okay. I'm going to get an ice cream. I'm hungry. The kid smacks it out of my hand. Dang it. And then he goes into the house and he's told, you know, screw off, you know, yeah, I'm not fixing your house, stuff like that. And then he gets shot at. And then all of that together is like, okay, today sucks. I'm going to go cry behind the place. And, yeah, and the gun was supposed to just, like, put him over the edge, basically. Oh, my nose. Anyway, all right, what do you want?
What do you want?
And immediately hoping that you fall in love with Billy. So with Riggy, yes, most of the episode is meant to build up, like, okay, you like Riggy, but you can still see that he has flaws. Billy, just right off the bat, he has zero flaws. There we go.
It looked like he could use a hug.
I was so worried about Billy's voice. That was probably one of my other biggest fears of the show, was that people were going to dislike Billy's voice in terms of it just sucking. I showed it to my friends, and they gave me comfort. I was worried more that it would be like, oh, okay, so Danno's doing Billy and Riggy, ew. But luckily, there's a bunch of people that don't even know that I voice act Billy, which is cool. But yes, so Billy's voice was fun because I couldn't get it right. I could not get Billy's voice right. So many people said he sounded like Herbert. Who is Herbert? But anyway. Hey, I didn't hear Mickey Mouse comparisons. That's what I was worried about. That people would be like, oh, man, he's just a Mickey Mouse ripoff. And sure, that's a little bit of it. Like, it's okay. I didn't know you voice acted Billy. Is that what Tasha said? Well, anyway, so I couldn't get Billy's voice right. And then because it was like a Mickey Mouse sort of like, it was too close, but either way. So Billy is just a bad Mickey Mouse impression. But then I was kind of upset that his teeth sound wasn't coming through because his voice was just, you know, it was just sad. And geez, I can't even get it anymore. But yeah, Billy's voice was just, you know, oh, you just really look like you could use a hug, you know, stuff like that. Except it was a little higher and stuff. But I was upset because his teeth wasn't coming through. And the way that I got Billy's voice finalized was I put in my retainer. It's you know, the Invisalign, like the clear. I don't know if I want to show this on camera because, you know, but either way, the clear retainer. I was very self-conscious about my teeth growing up. I had very wacky looking teeth, and I eventually begged my parents, please just take me to the orthodontist. I want to get my teeth straightened. And so I got them straight. Dude, in middle school, there was this girl who had a crush on me, and she told me verbatim, like a couple years later, she said, the reason that I got over my crush on you is because I just focused on how bad your teeth were. And I was like, wow, okay. Like, dang, that hit. And so anyway, it wasn't just that though. It was just, you know, I really just, you know, I was self-conscious of my teeth. So I went to the orthodontist, and they told me that, okay, not only do you need braces to fix your teeth, you also have like a tooth growing in like this way, and it's gonna like rupture your mouth and like be terrible. And you make British teeth jokes, yes. Anyway, it was gonna be a bad deal with my tooth growing in this way, and so I basically had to go get braces for a couple years. I had them when I started my YouTube channel actually, and I got them taken off. And then when I'd fixed all my teeth up, fixed them up, they were all perfect and shiny, and I could go into the mirror and look at how straight they were. And something about my smile in pictures and in mirrors and stuff freaked me out. I don't know what it was, but it was in some weird, uncanny valley, like just disturbingness when I smiled. My teeth were all close together. Maybe it was because I looked like my dad a little bit, but either way, it freaked me out. And so I purposefully stopped wearing my retainer for a little bit so that I could get the gaps back in my teeth. And so I don't know if you can see it now, but my teeth are not perfect now. They have like, you know, just a couple gaps and stuff in them. And it's because I felt so uncomfortable with my teeth being perfectly straight. And so, you know, I like that. I kind of like stopped wearing my retainer to get the gaps back and have a little more, you know, I don't know. I didn't like looking like that. I like having the gaps and stuff. So I looked a little more, I don't know, goofy. I don't know. So anyway, that's why I stopped wearing my retainer. And it worked out perfectly because now when I wanted to voice act Billy, I put in my retainer again, and it didn't fit at all. When I put in my retainer, hold on, let me just do it right now. Hold on. When I put in my retainer, there we go, I'll just do the top. When I put in my retainer, it barely fits. You can't see it on camera, but it only goes like halfway on. And so that was perfect because now when I voice acted Billy, I had that lisp, you know, the retainer lisp. Let's go. Yeah, so it had the S's that I really wanted. And it was because my retainers no longer fit that I was able to get that Billy voice, which is super cool. So yeah, that's the lore behind Billy's voice. At least you don't have braces anymore. Yes, that is. I am very grateful. I hated having braces and the spacer in the roof of my mouth with like the screws. Ugh, terrible. Anyway, but yeah, that's Billy's voice.
Thanks.
Just me with a retainer in and doing a bad Mickey Mouse impression.
Had a rough day? No, it's nothing. I got scammed. Yeah, if you need someone to talk about it, no, I'm right here.
I'm not talking about the zipper.
I've been
Lake noises.
told I'm a
Sorry,
decent
Chief.
listener. Yeah.
Anyway, so immediately you're supposed to fall in love with Billy. I'm a decent listener, blah, 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 blah. I bought this house and a whole tree grew through it. Billy is, so with his voice, it does kind of reach that irritating level of like, I don't know, like the mom's voice. The mom, I don't care how you feel about the mom. You can, like, when I'm making the show, I'm like, okay, for the purpose of the show, I don't 100% care how you feel about the mom. I would prefer that you didn't like her, so that way you like Riggy a little more, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Billy, I care how you feel about Billy, because that's how you're gonna feel about the episode as a whole when it's done, right? But Billy's voice is just a little bit like, I don't know, just like a little bit like, you know, kind of, you know what I mean? Like it's like just a little bit of a nail in your head. And so the idea was, okay, hopefully there will be 2 people that watch this. There's going to be one person that says, oh my gosh, Billy is adorable. I love him so much. I want to cuddle him and hug him forever. And then the thing happens to him at the end of the episode and you're like, no, my love, my child, he's dead, right? But then on the other side of the spectrum, maybe a little bit less of the portion of the you know, the population, but still over there. And I feel like I might fall into this category of that side character that a show tries too hard to make you like. And you know what I mean? There's just characters in movies and TV shows. He's got such a warm personality. Oh no. So, there's characters that shows force you to like, or like they try really hard to make you like them, and so it comes off as sort of like an ick, you know what I mean? Like a ew. Like I can tell you that you're wanting me to like this character so hard, and it makes me not like them. And then Billy's voice on top of that being that little like sound effect, you know, in your brain. And so you get this sort of emotion of, okay, I don't, it's like a sort of like annoyed sort of emotion. Again, this is like half the population will like him, then half the population, okay, this is like what I'm hoping, what I'm looking at, is going to say like, okay, this character's annoying and squeaky. Thank you, squeaky. This character's annoying and bro, stop yapping. That's the point of the stream, man. I'm sorry. Then anyway, you kind of want Billy to shut up. You know what I mean? Just this population, they kind of want Billy to shut up, and you're like, okay, I don't like this character. He's annoying me, and he's kind of just etching my brain a little bit, and I'm impatient, and I don't like him, and he's halting the story moving forward, right? That's the sort of second emotion. And so the hope is that when he dies at the end, we've all seen the pilot, all right? When he dies at the end, there's going to be half of the population that says, oh no, my child, my love, he's dead. And then the other half is going to be like, okay, I didn't like him, but I didn't hate him that much to where I wanted you to kill him. You know what I mean? And so the hope is that you sort of feel and share in Ricky's guilt a little bit, because you feel guilty that he dies. You're like, I hated him, and now he's dead. You know what I mean? To where you sort of just have that little bit of guilt where you feel like, oh no, like I was hating on him and now he died. You know what I mean? And I feel like just a couple people out there, hopefully, will have that sort of that ick. You know what I mean? So anyway, that was the thought process behind that.
Used it in a long while.
Bro, stop yapping. Dude, oh my gosh, listen. If you want to watch the episode without me yapping, go watch the episode, all right? I would appreciate the views. Yap more, thank you. This entire stream is just the Danno Yap stream. I'm sorry.
Oh, it seems sort of dangerous.
Genius thought process. Genius is a stretch, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the compliment.
Hey, so I've been looking to get rid of it. Maybe it'll help you get your house down, and you'll have a little extra firewood, too.
I did not intend for firewood to be one of those foreshadowing moments, but it came off as a foreshadowing moment, so I ended up italicizing it in the captions and thinking it was funny. But yeah, it was just meant to be him being nice, like, hey, you know, you'll have a little extra firewood. Like, he's just always on the positive side.
Really? That's the first nice thing someone's offered since I got here.
When you write something or when you make a movie or whatever, the number one rule that you're supposed to follow is show, don't tell. And there were certain points when I stuck to that like a Bible, where it was show, don't tell, where like his parents. You never hear anybody say, wow, Riggy, your parents suck. You're supposed to just infer that, you know. Riggy's parents are not that nice to him. They hopefully, you know, the way that they talk, some people will be able to relate to, you know, that having parents that treat them like that. And so you're supposed to figure it out. Riggy was saying, that's the first nice thing that someone's offered to me all day. I was torn on including that line or not, because you're supposed to already know, like, okay, that is the first nice thing that somebody's offered. But, you know, I kind of regretted, I don't know if it's a regret, but I don't know. He says it flat out, and it's sort of like I I don't know. I'm torn on it, but I still feel like there's certain parts of the episode where I gotta spell it out, and I don't know. There's certain things that I trust the audience with. I mean, I would hope that I don't know. I hope that the audience is able to get everything, but there's some sequences when I do spell it out like that. So anyway.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Folks ought to be more welcoming. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Billy Beaver.
Riggy Runky.
The first focus on the hands.
Well, I've never heard of a... Whoa!
And then finally the payoff of all of these characters up to this point. Wow, your tail's gross. Your tail's gross. What the heck is with your tail? And then finally, Billy's the first person that is nice to Riggy about his tail, and there's the payoff for all of that. And then Riggy's tail isn't brought up again for the rest of the episode.
No, it's just I've never seen something so cool. You're unique. Normal is boring. I've never seen anyone so special.
Thanks, Billy.
No problemo. Now, about that saw, come with me.
Finally, a big overview of the town. For the first time, we actually get like a good cohesive view of everything, which is nice. Couple little details here and there.
Hiya, Ma. Oh, and I brought a new friend.
Oh, hi there.
Another thing that I'm mad about, nice reference with the broom. Another little thing I'm mad about is that there's not sweeping dust. I meant to go back and add that, but I just didn't have the time.
My name's Bethel. What's yours?
Nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm Riggy.
You don't have to call me ma'am, sweetheart. Make yourself at home, okay?
Ricky just moved to that old place near the tunnel of the city.
Hold on, let me read the donos. I haven't in a while. You know, no, I'll save it. I'll save it for the end. But yeah, thank you so much for the donations. I'll read it towards the end.
The one that got a tree sprouted through it, and I was wondering if he could have our saw so he could get it down.
Well, of course he can have the saw, sweetie. Feel free. And let me know if you need anything
Not really happy with her arms and the broom there. I feel like I could have done a little better on that.
at all, you hear?
That phone chime sound was so bad when I put it in, but it was one of those things that like, okay, I'll go and change it later. And then I never changed it, and I was like, you know what, I'm done. I just want the episode out. I gave it to Nix to do the final sound mixing, and he put a muffle on the phone, and it made it sound like 100 times better. Oh, Nix is the GOAT.
Oh, that's the school. I might have to go back into work.
I'm mad about that line. I might have to go back into work, and then she immediately just does. I feel like that was stupid. There's just small regrets here and there. See, I told you, this show's not perfect. There's a couple things that I do just regret. I feel like she just should have said, I have to go back into work. Why did I put might?
Oh, well, that's
Anyway.
okay. Well, we can find it on our own. I love you, Ma.
I love you too, Firefly.
Firefly was purposeful. I thought that was hilarious. No, barely anybody reacted to it, but I thought that was hilarious.
And it was nice to meet you. Take care now.
You too.
Oh, she's the best. Ever since my dad passed when I was real young, she's had it.
I re-recorded that line because he said, ever since my dad died, and I was like, okay, that's way too obvious. Past, Billy.
Take care of me by herself. She's a school teacher, but...
And we get a little bit of exposition here. So, all right, this scene is very long. It's evil to have it as his nickname. Yeah, but funny, though. So this scene is really long of Billy just giving exposition. And this fails the show not tell thing. And there's a couple bits that I like. Okay, Billy kind of just like outright says a little more like, we're broke, I stayed to help pay the bills, yada, yada, yada. And I realized I had screwed up when I played this for a buddy of mine, and the second that Bethel is on screen, my buddy says, wow, this family's broke as... And then he swore. But he says, this family's like broke. And I was like, oh, crud. Because then I spend the next minute or 2 minutes hammering down that, they're broke. Where is Toon Turf coming out on? It's already out. It's on Riggy's channel. It's already out. But anyway, I realized, crud, that was bad. But I couldn't bring myself to cut it because this entire scene and, the rest of the time that Billy's in this episode is the only time that we get to see him alive. This is it. This is all, aside from, flashbacks and things, but all of this is the only time that the audience will get to build a connection to Billy. This is the only time that we'll get to, you know, fall in love with him or like him as a character. And so I couldn't bring myself to cut any of this exposition or any of this dialogue because this is all we're going to get. You know what I mean? So I just couldn't cut it.
Today she was supposed to have off. Oh, well, I'm sure it's important.
Again, it's a little bit over exposition, so I kind of regret it, but I couldn't cut it because it's all all the time that we get.
Oh, the same age as me.
People already feel like it was rushed, so it's good you kept it. Yeah, I did. I saw a couple comments saying it was rushed. Dude, you know what's funny? When the episode came out, again, I was off the internet for a couple days, and then people kept sending me stuff, which is fine. I didn't tell people like, hey, please don't send me anything. I don't want to look at any reviews or anything. I need to just be dead for a minute, and sleep and stare at the ceiling. Some people sent me stuff anyways, but it's fine. It's just because they love, you know, they love and support me, and they were just sending stuff because they were happy for me. So I'm not mad at anybody for sending me anything, but I was waiting for 3 comments. I was waiting for maybe 2 I was waiting for 2 comments. I was waiting for somebody to say that the whole episode was animated like the Bowser fart gif, and I was waiting for somebody to reply with the gif whatever of the SpongeBob, like the roller coaster where they go over the bump and like they're screaming at the, like, you know what I mean, when something is not scary but somebody says it's scary, and so somebody's making fun of like, oh, this is what you guys are scared of, and it's the bump. And I was waiting for those 2 comments, and it was the first day that somebody sent me that. They sent me a screenshot of Twitter, and I was like, yup, there we go. All right, out of the way. And so anyway, that was hilarious. But for the most part, I think it was just one person. If there was more, I haven't seen it, luckily. But for the most part, people were nice to the animation stuff. And I think I said, but like, I was very worried about the animation in particular. Because again, the story and everything, I was worried about the story too. Because if people outright hated it, then I'd be like, that sucks. But you know, if the animation is hated, then I'm kind of just screwed. But yeah, luckily, we're okay. And most of the comments that people were sending me and pictures and screenshots and stuff were all positive, so we're good.
Can you been helping her pay the bills or something?
Well, I do. I work at the pet shop.
Again, a little
At
bit
least
too much
when the charity don't need
exposition,
me,
but,
or when I'm not
you know,
helping
when
them
else is Billy going to get to say this, right?
relocate those poor old penguins.
Have one as a
Copernicus.
pet?
Love
These things
Well,
freak
hey,
me out.
Oh, the wild ones are rough sometimes, but this one's sweet and domesticated. What's going on?
Okay.
Perny, no!
Sorry,
That's
dog sitting.
strange. Usually Copernicus likes everybody. Yeah, go on, boy. But
I
yeah,
love the squeaking sound effects. I think somebody clocked me, but yeah, the penguins squeak because my favorite character in Toy Story is Wheezy, and you know, he's a squeaky toy, and so that was just it was inspiration. I just thought it would be funny if all the penguins, and also just the squeaky toy noises for all the penguins. I just think it's funny. But yeah.
Never moved out.
Yeah, is the door locked? Here, I'll get, there you go. Come on. You're good. Are you gonna stay? You gonna stay? Or are you gonna leave? Okay. Good talk. All right. Anyway, what app is Toon Surf coming out on? It's on YouTube, buddy. It's right on YouTube. You can go watch it.
Because I knew she needed...
Go on the Riggy channel. Do you need your blanket? Is that what you need? I'll get your blanket for you if you need it, buddy. No? Here, take the Freddy's blanket. The nice little FNAF blanket that Leia wore to the premiere or the thing yesterday. There you go. There you go, kid. You want to sit on a blanket? You sit on a blanket. Okay? There you go. Nice blanket. Nice blanket for buddy. Anyway, what are we talking about? Yeah, penguin squeak.
I
Funny.
need to help her with the payments. It's all fine, though. I've always been a mama's boy anyway. In fact, that's why
Again,
I
a little bit too much
exposition.
exposition.
Replacement to get her for her birthday. It's tomorrow, actually.
Mine too.
She's really? Well, how'd it do? Maybe you can come over tomorrow and we can have a double birthday party for you and Mama.
It's okay. I wouldn't want to intrude. Yeah, it's...
this kind of crosses into that territory. You guys have had friends like this, right? Where they're like overly nice and you feel guilty for like being friends with them. But like, who on earth would invite you to come to their mom's birthday party and share the party with their mom? Like that's a weird level of overly nice, right? And I think that kind of made people think that Billy was going to be evil because who would be that nice? But hopefully by the end, you're like, oh, okay, no, he is just that nice.
Saw?
Oh, right. I get distracted sometimes. I'm sorry. It's right in here. Yeesh, that's dark.
Bunch
One
of
sec,
lore
let
and
me light
secrets in the
candle.
closet.
here,
man,
I
okay.
always carry a...
What's funny about the mirror up there, I don't know how to make things reflect like that clearly in Blender. So that is actually just another fan behind the transparent glass and another ceiling that I just copy and pasted. So stupid.
Here, I always carry
It's
a
the
lighter
little
with me.
details
Oh,
that
well,
I'm
that's
just
mighty
obsessed
kind.
over for no reason.
Love you. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Again, this isn't foreshadowing. This is just to make me laugh and just to make people who watch it just be like, "Oh no," you know? Funny. Anyway, again, you can tell that this is a scene that I made a while ago because the fire doesn't glow, which is an ick on my part. I meant to go back and change it, but just didn't get the chance. It glows in the back a little bit. You can see the closet, but Billy doesn't have a shadow. It's just, you know, small things that I'm still kind of icked out about. It worked. Funny.
Yeah, I've never done well with fire. Here, can you hold this for me?
Bunch of references, yada, yada, yada.
Well, here we go. One saw. Consider it an early birthday gift. Make sure
What
to
you
be
want,
careful with
Jake?
it.
What's going on? What you want? Are you good? Do you need the blanket on top of you or what? You good? You just gonna lay? Okay, he's gonna lay.
And don't be afraid to let me know if you ever need anything else. Anything at all. I've heard moving can be scary.
What was Billy's mom reaction to him dying? Picture it, man. Just imagine. Just imagine. Hopefully episode 1 does well enough where we can get to see Billy's mom in episode 2, how she's holding up.
And I don't want you to be alone, so if you need a friend, I'm right here. In fact, this evening I'll just be heading down the lake for my leisurely stroll, and you can come if you'd like.
Thanks, Billy. Maybe next time.
Oh, yeah, you're probably going to the festival to see the fireworks. I don't blame you. It's quite a show every year.
A show? What is all this about? I mean, I know Red Rabbit Day is a big holiday. but
Finally,
is the
some
Red Rabbit like
satisfaction
some
for
sort of
you
major
lore
criminal?
goblins.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
who's the
well,
Red
so,
Rabbit?
Exactly 20 years ago to the day, the Red Rabbit went on the biggest crime spree in the history of the Tooniverse.
Very
At the end of
fun.
the day, he got locked up, so we celebrate the fact that he was caught. Well, at least most people believe he was caught.
Huh?
See, the guilty guy's name is Randy Rabbit, and for the past 20 years, he's claimed that he's innocent. Not many people believe him, though, but his daughter...
Okay, then. Well, thanks for the lore dump in the saw, pal.
Glad I could help.
So help me,
Look at that. Riggy's about to saw off the penguin's head right in front of Billy. Ugh. Sometimes I'm afraid that Toon Turf is like too like, oh well, look how edgy it is, but I just think it's funny.
I'm glad you think I taste good.
See ya, Riggy.
I'm ticked off about this. I meant to go back and do this too, but this is one of, I think, the only times that a character's arm or any part of them clips out of the graph paper, and it's because his arm doesn't sync up with the graph paper back there. Do you see Billy's arm? The graph paper moves too fast, and Billy's arm is too slow, and I am very, very infuriated about that. So goofy. Couple references in here, the blow dryer and stuff, and the squeaky toy, and yada yada yada. I love this scene. And the scarf. I haven't seen anybody point out the scarf. Again, not 100% happy with the sound effects, but it's okay.
Give that back!
No, you don't.
Freaking penguins!
That took a lot longer than it should have. The stupid scene of all the penguins running away. So dumb.
Freaking penguins! Stupid, 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 stupid.
Nice little reference there, too.
Tough break, eh, kid?
Ugh, MVP of the season.
Need something to relax ya?
I gaslit people on Twitter. People were like, oh, does Bundon play the pink character? No. Alright. Oh. Let's get a little personal. This is very private information. Doesn't leave the chat. This character, the drugs in Toon Turf, what? Yeah, I put the blanket for him. He's looking at you. Anyway, so I put the cotton candy and obvious and everything. It's, you know, funny, haha, drugs in the cartoon. But my uncle did die of a drug overdose plenty of years ago. And so I mean, that's the reason that I've been always afraid of drugs and everything. That's why I was afraid of taking pills for ADHD medication and yada, yada, yada. But, you know, eventually kind of overcame that. But yeah, so he died of a drug overdose a long time ago. And so that's, I mentioned how Toon Turf kind of like pulls from real life segments and stuff. You guys will see Darius. That is not how a drug addict acts. Purposeful. We'll see other people in the show that have much more obvious, you know, usage and stuff. But anyway, so yeah, you know, guys, it's fine. It was years ago. But anyway, so it's kind of hard to talk about it, but there's a reason for me introducing like drugs and things into Toon Turf. It's not just like haha funny drugs in the cartoon. It's anyway, there's messages in Toon Turf, all right? Shocking as it is in the show, the cartoon where the beaver die and stuff. QnA, why'd you kill poor Billy? Good question. Lake noises. No, I'm kidding. Because that's the I don't know what I'm looking for. Genesis, the meaning of the show is cute and dark thing happen in the cute show because funny. But anyway, yeah, so there's reasons for all this stuff. But yeah, so that's where the drugs in the show kind of come for. There's lore in Toon Turf? Nah. Anyway. But I love Darius. Darius is I don't want to speak too much about it, but yeah, he is one of my favorite characters in terms of like the rest of the show and writing and stuff.
What do you mean?
Want some cane?
Huh?
The cane, you know?
I messed up the captions there.
You know, the green pipe, the funny puff.
What are you talking about?
This sugar cane.
Isn't that illegal?
Yeah, that's what makes it so
Nick's
good.
cooked with the music here. I wasn't supposed to. I didn't have music planned for this scene. I was like, I didn't plan for there to be any music in this scene, and it was like one of the last minute things. I was like, hey, Nix, do you think we could have some sort of like suspicious track going here? And he cooked this up, and I was like, oh, it's just perfect. He's the best.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, listen, I don't touch stuff like that. It's because of junk like this that made my Uncle Bonzi go all weird, and I'm not interested.
Lord.
What?
Calculated small puff. Stupid captions.
Weird. Nah, cane doesn't make you act that weird. You know, it's the cloud that
The
really
music,
gets
dude,
you.
it's so good.
Cloud?
Yeah, you don't know? The puffy cloud? It's everywhere. Sure, cane is a crutch for guys like me, but the cloud? Oh, that stuff is nasty.
Another interesting thing is I was very careful about using shadows up until now. This isn't one of those things that like I was better. I mean, the glows, yes. I like lighting and stuff. I was careful about like or like the lighting and stuff. That was more of just like I learned how to do it, but the shadows in particular in the scene, you can see like the shadows sort of like this is the first time that we get to see like actual generated sensual making shadows that make sense. The sun, like, you know, the trees, if you look in the background. And then through the rest of the episode, the shadows remain consistent where there's like actual like stakes and stuff. As it gets more serious, we actually get proper lighting.
Addicting ruins a lot of lives.
Oh, I didn't anyone do
See
anything
in the background.
Kid,
like
let me tell you something. This town, this place, it's got tons of weird things about it. Strange happenings that don't quite
And
make
then we get our
sense.
lore dump.
Sometimes
Yay!
it's small stuff. Shadows hitting folks in ways that don't line up. Or the road getting all cubey and whack when you look at it from a certain angle. Like a misprint on a page. Sometimes you won't
You
see
stupid
people
little
for
look at the
weeks
camera.
on end. Only for them to turn up like they've been forgotten and then suddenly remembered.
Or maybe you just have cataracts and a bad memory.
Sometimes whole buildings disappear and then appear again out of thin air. It's like the
Sensical,
whole
that's what I meant,
world
thank
is
you.
constantly destroying itself, but then patching itself back up again. Before
Sorry, I'm
anyone
staying
quite
silent.
notices.
Okay, listen.
I'm staying silent during certain parts because I know if I talk, I'm going to say something I'm going to regret, okay? So that's... Sorry.
you, but
You what? You think I'm crazy? Well, then tell
We
me,
love
Smarty,
Darius.
did that
Yes,
hoodie
I agree.
always have a zipper on it?
Yes. Listen,
But the worst thing about this town, whether it's well being all wacky, those
Fun fact, that shirt back there, that Where's Waldo looking shirt, it's a reference to... This isn't really like a reference thing, but back in high school, I didn't know how to dress. I still don't know how to dress. Through middle school and everything, I sort of had the same sort of stupid wardrobe where it was like highlighter colors and stuff. And then in high school, there was... I had just gone through my first like bad breakup and everything, and there was a girl who was super nice, and she was like, I don't know if it was like a nice thing or like an either way, she was cool. She went and like bought me like fancy clothes. And by fancy I just mean like she went to Forever 21 and bought me like cool kid clothes. And anyway, that striped shirt was like the first cool kid clothing that I had. So anyway, it's just tossed in there. I don't think I have it anymore because it got way too small for me and faded because it was, high school. But anyway, that was... Yeah.
vermin penguins trying to infest everything. The turf wars
It was one of those like, oh, I'm gonna fix you, moments. You know what I mean? But yeah.
between those rival gangs, or the
You wore Waldo clothes for years. It's not quite Waldo. It has like a black stripe. You can't really tell because of the blur. But yeah.
trickle-down criminals from Rhinopolis. The biggest battle for the heart of this town has been the citizens versus the Puffy Cloud. And it really...
Okay, now listen to me, you buggy-eyed creep.
Did he say the turf bit already? Oh, yeah. I was kind of, like, icked out about putting the word turf inside of Toon Turf because I didn't want to have one of those, like, this is Toon Turf moments. But, yeah, that's... I mean, it had to explain the meaning of the show a little bit, right? I've said it before, but the meaning of the show changes over the seasons. But at least for the first season, 2 seasons, it's a turf war. It's like a gang, turf war and stuff.
I want to get involved in your crazy conspiracy theory garbage. I've had the worst day ever. Nearly everyone in this town hates me just from a single glance at my...
And I've said, I know, it's Riggy's show, but it's not just, the whole show centering around Riggy. It's more Riggy finding himself in these situations, like putting himself in places where he shouldn't be, stuff like that. And so, that's the first season the first episode is him being inserted into a turf war, a gang war that he doesn't need to be in, and things go wrong, So anyway,
Stupid tale, and I'm tired of hearing speeches about...
Cloud's all in the streets, mate. It's poisoning our people. And you know where it all comes from?
Substance abuse, addiction?
That factory over yonder.
What?
Every night I see some suspicious folks all pull up in there.
again, this scene kind of goes on a little long, but
Mountains,
this was just one of those things that I just didn't want to cut down because lore,
Oh yeah, if I was you, so upset.
Give you stuff to chew on, especially with like how long it might take me to, just based on the, the funding and stuff, how long it might take me to make a second episode. I wanted to give enough stuff to chew on for a little while.
About people hating me, I'll bust myself in there and get rid of the cloud once and for all. If there's one thing that'll make you a hero, mate, it's that.
Oh, the ear flicks. Haven't seen anybody, no, anyway.
Interesting. Lucky's factory. So, do you think Lucky has something to do with it?
Lucky? Nah, man, Lucky's the best.
Well done on the show. I'm proud of you, bro. Been a fan since. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't finish it, but I'll go back and read the donos in a little while. Thank you, though.
He would never. But if it was my say, I know.
I love his eyebrows. Such a small thing, but I love his stupid-looking eyebrows.
Dolphins? Keep talking.
So originally, the idea was that he was just gonna want to do this because of the whole hero thing, and his intention to going to the factory is because he wants to be a hero, and then he's convinced to go, do it to be heroic and get fame and yada yada yada. But I felt like it was just a little bit too much weak sauce. I don't know. I felt like that wasn't enough. So we also had the Dolphins thing, which was already planned, but it just wasn't like stated outright for Riggy to like hook on to, that like, the girlfriend and yada yada yada. I think this is probably the most selfish that Riggy gets in the whole episode. Not selfish. Selfish isn't even the right word, but the most just like grossly dark. Like he wants to lock her boyfriend and he wants to like expose her boyfriend so that he goes to jail, so that way he can, or she likes him Like, what kind of twisted, stupid thinking is that? You know what I mean? But yeah, so it's... I saw some people saying that, like, oh, this is the one reason he goes to the factory. Yes and no. It's meant to just be, like, it's meant to be a half and half, where he wants to go to be famous. He's not lying to Billy. He does want to go to the factory so he can be famous, and also this is the other half of him and the boyfriend and yada, yada, yada. And he sort of comes back from that a little bit in the second episode. We'll see. But yeah, it is dark. Like, you know, or not dark. It's just, it's weird that, like, okay, his whole thing is like, he's only going to the factories, that way he can lock up her boyfriend. That's just, you know, it's a little weird. So anyway, that's, it'll be fixed up a little bit in the second episode. Again, the second episode's been like the seasons have been, you know, the story-driven episodes at least have been planned for a while and yada, 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 because it was, you know, it was one of the things that, like, when episode 1 was stressing me out, I would just go and work on the rest of the season a little bit. And that ended up being a lot of stress. And so I ended up finishing, you know, the overarching, you know, the stories and everything before a long time ago. And, you know, I go back and touch them up every now and then. And I'm sure I'm going to, you know, change them a lot as I'm working. Not a lot, but change the details and the script and the way characters say things and stuff. And the way that I get messages across. But in the second episode, hopefully it'll come back from this a little bit. You know what I mean? You're nearly at 4 million? I don't think so. What? Hold on. I saw a couple messages like that. People saying that I'm almost at 4 million. No, we still need another, like, 5,000 subs. We got plenty of time, guys. I mean, I appreciate everybody subscribing, but, yeah, we still need, like, another 5,000. But, yeah, I appreciate everybody subscribing. That's crazy. Almost 4 million. Don't end the stream until you hit 4 million. I will end the stream when I am done with the episode because I'm going to be exhausted and I'm going to want to spend time with my girlfriend. She has waited on me long enough while I was working on Toon Turf, man. Again, I haven't said that. There's a reason that Leia is the very first person that I thank in the credits, aside from God. God's not a person, but anyway, Leia's the first person that has a special thanks because without her, and I told her this, without her, the show would not come out. I would be dead. End of statement. So yes, anyway, she waited on me long enough to work on Toon Turf, so she deserves all the love in the world, and that's, yeah, sorry guys, I'm ending the stream to go hang out with her. I'm not waiting for a goofy ad YouTube number.
Billy, open up,
I used the same bush noise 3 times. I couldn't be bothered, and I regret it, but yeah.
Strange.
Our goat Bam, the MVP!
Hey, I appreciate you being
Bam
honest with me,
Bayo!
and I know you're friends with her, but try to keep the peace, okay?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, sure.
Ah, come on.
Davey, another MVP of the season.
Billy, you don't have to call me sir. And hey, we're still on for dinner tomorrow night, right?
Yep.
People were so mad at me. I think it was Dacha in particular who was like, why did you have to make him friends with the cop too? I mean, come on. That's the point, is he's buddies with the cop as well, and the cop is going to find him later and going to be like, oh, well, Billy. So, yeah.
But,
Who was her? Good question. Lake noises. Figure it out.
keep it a secret.
Sorry.
I haven't told her about the party yet.
Excellent. Well, you have yourself a nice night, Bill.
I feel like context clues. You can figure that out.
Hey, Billy.
Whoa. Well, hey, Riggy. Where'd you come from?
What was that?
Davy? Well, he was just going around asking about the graffiti on Crank's shop.
What did you tell him?
Well, that I did it to help speak.
In case you didn't like Billy enough, no. So he's said nice things the whole time, but we haven't seen any proof of it yet. And this was supposed to serve as, like, proof that, like, yes, Billy is a good person, and he's actually doing things to help Riggy. He took the blame for the graffiti, and it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be the moment where you know that, oh, okay, he's not just saying things. He is actually a nice person. Although it served the opposite purpose to some people thinking he was evil. But I guess I didn't even think about that. People thinking that Billy was going to be evil, I feel like I should have, but it wasn't a thought that came through my mind when I was making the show. But I guess it's kind of a cool perspective for, like, when he dies and you realize, oh, no, he's not evil. He was just, you know. Anyway, but yeah, so that wasn't a thought that I had, but I guess it worked out in the end either way.
He got against Red Rabbit Day.
Phew, thank goodness. I'm, like, deathly afraid of cops, and... Wait, why did you lie?
Oh, believe me, it definitely didn't make me feel too good. I really don't like lying, but you seemed like you really needed a break, so I bent the truth a little.
Well, thanks. Hey, speaking of bending the rules, though, I need your help.
Huh?
See that smoke?
So that can come off as a pacing issue where he immediately moves on, but that's meant to be... It's meant to assist in the character of, like, oh, thanks. Anyway, you know, it's meant to be like he immediately moves on from it. Like, that was a really nice thing that Billy did. He put himself on the line for Riggy for graffitiing. Are you kidding? And then Riggy's like, huh, thanks. Anyway, you know, he immediately sweeps it under the rug, or like sweeps it away. Anyway, so yeah. it can come off as a pacing issue, though. I see that, but it's meant to just be like, well, Riggy, what the heck? He did like such a great thing for you. What are you moving on from that already for? Anyway.
From the plushie factory? Well,
Why did Timmy die in the show? I thought it was funny. I was just like, you know what? The episode hasn't had enough death. We need to kill the kid too. No, there's a reason for it. Lake noises. Figure it out. No, I'm kidding. This was a funny scene too. I had to re-render this one a couple times because you can see the background and then see the door through. But I messed up on the fence here. The fence is not visible in certain scenes, and I regret that.
Yeah,
but
but
anyway.
Okay, listen. I found out that a major problem in this town, the puffy cloud, runs through that
Like, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's like, what, the puffy cloud, I think it was? Anyway, it runs through that factory.
factory every night. My plan is to break in, get evidence, show it to the police, and become a hero.
breaking and entering. Vicky, I was already on edge about lying to the coppers, but
It's
this is
perfect.
I don't know why I made Billy say coppers and pangans, but it just, I don't know. It kind of fit like the slightly southern-esque, like, you're supposed to have like that southern niceness, you know what I mean? Like the southerners have their manners, and so it's, anyway.
You're even friends with that cop. What'd you say his name was? Declan?
Dave.
And he's just like a little bit, not stupid, but like nicely, what's the word I'm looking for? Innocent, you know? Like, he's not stupid, but like maybe his IQ is a little lower than you might expect, but it's not out of like, it's not because he's dumb, it's just because he's, you know, he's nice. You know, he's a little below average in the IQ space, but it's because you know, he makes up for it with his niceness.
Dookie, right. And don't you want to do some good? Wouldn't you like to
Dookie.
take
Such a
Cloud
dumb
off
joke.
the streets? You know,
It's not even that
help
funny, but
people?
I don't know.
Yes, but I...
Then come with me. The factory's gonna be closed.
Naive, yeah, just a little naive, thank you.
Everyone's going to the festival to celebrate Red Rabbit Day. You said it yourself.
Tonight?
Tonight. I can't do this alone, and right now you're the only one I trust. And just imagine, not only would we be heroes,
That comes off as a pacing issue too, but it's meant to be, I was hoping that would come off as Riggy sort of hiding that a little bit, because it is true that that Billy is the only person that has been nice to Riggy this whole time, and Riggy like says, you know, you're the only one I trust. Yeah, but anyway, you know, we could be famous. It's meant to be him sort of like masking that he's alone. I don't know how to put it, but I hope that I feel like that comes off as a little bit of a pacing issue too. But no, it's meant to be like, you know, you're the only one that I trust. But anyway, that's not important. We could be heroes. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's how that comes off as. Somebody said reference. Yeah, that's kind of funny. That kind of turned into it. So originally, okay, so he says, what was his name? Oh, you're even friends with that cop. What was his name? Declan Davy. In the script, originally the cop's name was Declan, but that didn't feel... It felt slightly too cool of a name for Davy to have, because I wanted Davy to be a very... When you name a character, the name immediately makes you feel a certain way about somebody. Billy is such like an innocent, goofy name that like it comes off like immediately you kind of know what you're getting into. Declan is just slightly too cool. You know what I mean? Declan, your name is too cool. Yeah. So that's why I went back and forth on the name of the duck. I even asked Bam. I was like, Bam, what should we name the duck? He said Duke. Duke, again, it's too cool of a name. And so that's why I ended up with Davy. But that's what that reference was what'd you say his name was? Declan? It's because that was the runner-up. And so anyway, eventually, Danno News came about, and the guy who runs that, if you guys don't know, his name is Declan. And so it kind of retroactively turned into a reference to Danno News and Declan and stuff. And then I immediately crudded on the reference by Riggy misnaming him Dookie, so I felt bad about that. But anyway, retroactively, it's a Danno News reference, which is cool. But anyway, yeah.
Then come with me. The factory's gonna be closed. Everyone's going to the festival to celebrate Red Rabbit Day. Right now, you're the only one I trust. And just imagine, not only...
Danno, why did Riggy get shot at for the graffiti again? Good question. Lake noises. Gotta keep watching.
Only would we be heroes,
More
we
episodes.
could be famous. We could solve tons of mysteries and save bunches of people. The adventures of Riggy and Billy.
So I feel like I don't know if this line worked as well as I wanted it to, but it's meant to be like, it's meant to be. I feel like it happened too late in the episode, but it's effectively working as Riggy pitching the show to the audience of, this is going to be the show. The show is going to be the adventures of Riggy and Billy. You know what I mean? And I feel like it didn't come off as well as I wanted it to. And this is for the people that don't know what's going to happen. For the people that know what's going to happen, they're like, oh, he's saying it's the adventures of Riggy and Billy, and then that's going to happen to Billy. And it's, you know what I mean? But for the people that don't know what's going to happen, then they're like, oh, okay, I understand the plot now. The plot of the show, the final pitch, the pitch for the show is going to be the Riggy and Billy show. That's what was supposed to do that. But I feel like it didn't come off as well. But yeah, anyway, it's fine. And then Billy very obviously states what you're like one of the big themes of the episode.
Riggy, saving people shouldn't be about becoming a celebrity.
Now, again, this falls in the show don't tell category. Like, I feel like you could have picked this up, but I feel like I wasn't as obvious about it as I should have. But this is very obviously stating the theme of the episode. Riggy, saving people shouldn't be about becoming a celebrity. The reason that things are about to go the way that they're about to go for Riggy and everything is because, yes, he wants to be a hero, but he does not want to be a hero for the right reasons. All right? He should want to be a hero because he wants to help people and be, you know, you don't. It's let's see. It's a bit of a misnomer. Wanting to be a hero in of itself is already like wrong. Like if you say I want to be a hero, I think it's already coming off the wrong way, because in reality, people who want to be good people just want to help people for the sake of helping people. They don't want glory. They don't want, you know, to be celebrated. They just want to be nice to other people, right? And it's a very like Mickey Mouse level theme of like you should want to be nice to help people just because you want to be nice to help people. But oh yeah, it's good that Billy says that because we'll remember Billy's stance on Riggy's actions. Yes, that is good. But Riggy doesn't want, you know, he wants to help people a little bit, but for the most part, he wants glory. And that's bad. And that's why all these bad things happen, is because Riggy doesn't 100% want to just, you know, help people to help people. He wants to help people because he wants glory. And there was somebody that said, Riggy hates celebrities, but wants to be a celebrity. Is he stupid? Yes. No. I hope that it was shown through a little bit, but it's not as much a hatred of celebrities as it is a, why am I sucking with vocabulary right now? It's an I word. Idiot. No. What is it? What is the word? Like a jealousy? It's not jealousy. It's an I word. Whatever. He has like no, not ignorant. Envy. Maybe it's envy. Envy probably. Jeez, no, not that I word. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll go with envy. I think it's an envy that he wants to like be in the No, there's an I word that I'm. Give me a second. I'm gonna figure it out. It's not idolize. I'm gonna go crazy. Insecurity, no. It's like along the lines of envy. iCarly, thank you, Dacha. Ugh, okay, I don't think I'm gonna get it. Well, what's the word that like you want to be in someone's position, but it's pretty much just envy. It's like an envy, jealousy, resentment a little bit. iPhone, thank you, buddy. Jeez. Maybe it's not. Is it? Wait. I think I saw it. Ah, crud. What is it? Hold on. I think it's one of like the 12 sins. Give me a minute. Hold on. What is it? Hold on. Or the 10 Commandments. Hold on. 10 Commandments. Let me see. Covet? No, it's not covet. Dang it. Brah. Okay, I'll figure it out and I'll post about it on Twitter. But anyway, it's an envy. He wants to be a celebrity. It's the 10 Commandments. Yeah, it's anyway, whatever. I thought it was him saying it was the covet one, but it's not that. Anyway, vanity, indigestion. Yes, it's indigestion. The 12 sins, my bad. Ugh, it's gonna kill me for the rest of the... Oh, whatever. Anyway, he wants to be a celebrity, and so that's why he hates Lucky. It's not like I just hate celebrities just because. It's he wants to be where Lucky is. Maybe it's just envious. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. But anyway, yeah, he's envious of Lucky, and that's what the jealousy. It's jealousy and envy.
Yeah, well, still, if we
Idiot.
go to the factory
Oh,
and
dang
find
it,
out what
I'm-
they're doing, we can improve so many lives by getting rid of the cloud forever.
Well, I don't want you going alone, and if it'll help people, I'll do it.
That's the spirit. Ha ha.
The second time we get a close-up of their hands. Oh. Very lovely. So I redid this shot multiple times. The first time I did it, all of the fireworks looked like this, like they didn't have the glow. And then I learned how to do the glow. It just wasn't pretty enough, you know what I mean? And then I love having this like glow on the buildings and stuff, you know, like the yellow around it, the red around it. And so I re-rendered this scene multiple times, and every single time it chugged my computer. And so finally I did it the last time, and I forgot to turn on the waterfall. And I'm so mad. You can't, I don't know if you can see it, but the waterfall is just not turned on. Oh my gosh. Is that purple? Oh no. No. Okay. I think so you see this wall right here, this wall texture? I think it's purple here, but you can't tell. Either way, I forgot to turn the waterfall on, but I was just so mad at that point that I couldn't get it. I didn't have time to re-render it because it took so much time to re-render. It's just because all the different lights, every time you add a light, it chugs your computer a little more. So anyway, the stars, the beautiful stars. I don't know why, but I just made the stars different colors, and I was like, why haven't people done this before? I feel like maybe something has, but like every time stars are just white, and I was like, but you can just make them different colors. Pretty. That was the reason, that the stars are that's just how they are in Toonville. They're just pretty colors, all right? Anyway. All right, celebratory music fades, sneaky music starts. This is another one of the scenes. I had no idea what I wanted for the sneaking in music. I literally just told Nix, hey, sneaking in music, and he whipped this up, and it fit perfect. He's the GOAT, what can I say?
Well, I think so, but Ken, Riggy, I really don't.
I had a panic attack with these bushes. I literally think I called or messaged somebody. It was like the day of, like the day that I was finalizing this scene, and I remember messaging somebody, and I was like, do these bushes look okay? A, B, or C for the bushes? And they chose A, and that's what that is. Anyway, sorry, stupid little details.
Well, I think so, but Ken.
It was like my last day of doing this scene.
Riggy, I really.
Riggy's gloves, yup. We know why he puts the gloves on here, but why does he keep them on? Good question. Lake noises.
What's with the gloves?
I don't leave fingerprints, obviously.
Nah, it's something that's it was cryo he complained about. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, scary music. I thought the sound effect sounded too Minecrafty, but I couldn't find anything better, and then I like the way that it drones off, so. Anyway. It's not a Minecraft sound effect, to be clear, I don't think, but anyway, it just, I wanted there to be some ominous noise for the factory. I was really proud of this grappling hook animation, I'm not gonna lie. This is like the rope moving. So dumb.
Grappling hook? Where'd you get that?
My informant, he gave me a bunch.
It's the little things, man, that I'm allowed to be proud of myself for,
Lies.
okay?
Told me it was all just in case.
Rope? Matches? Dynamite? Why do you have so much? Surely you weren't planning on using this, were you?
Only if I absolutely need to, but that was all just in case things turn
I thought it sounded like Rayman Legends. That's cool. I love Rayman Legends so much.
sour and...
Riggy, what if we hurt someone?
Relax, we're not hurting anybody. Maybe
Not
we'll
hurting
use
anybody.
it as a threat, but no one's gonna die or anything.
No one's gonna die or
We're
anything.
just
I love that Danno has got an alternate view of this scene. Yeah.
gonna turn them into the authorities when we catch them in the act.
Again with the small things. See, I think I did the glass better here. Oh, maybe not. I thought I put the graph paper on the glass here, but I guess not. Yeah, well, either way, all these glass pieces match up with the thing for no reason. Took way too much time, and I shouldn't have been bothered with it, especially because of what happens later. I'll show you guys later, but anyway.
Come on, let's go.
Riggy, that's damage to private property. You can't seriously.
So this is one of those scenes that, like, I feel like if you don't like Billy, this is helping, like, that sort of like, oh, come on, shut up already. Let's move the story along, because he's actively saying, Like he's just like he's repeating the same lines over and over again. Like, Riggy, we shouldn't do this. This sucks. Riggy, we shouldn't do this. And you're kind of like getting just a little annoyed with him at this point, maybe. Again, this is the half that don't like him. There's the half that immediately are like, oh no, I love you, Billy. Please don't do the bad thing. But then there's the other half that are like, Billy, shut up. I want to see the story moving. Come on. You know? Anyway. It cuts here because I could not animate them climbing up the rope. That is it. That is the only reason. I just couldn't figure out how to make it look good. Sorry to break the illusion, but I couldn't figure it out. So that's why we cut to this. Either way, I wanted these establishing shots either way, but yeah. Somebody says, why are the boxes 3D? Just to kind of like, I don't really have like a good reason. I just felt like it. I don't know. It's, you know, I haven't seen anybody read off the, anyway. The boxes were just supposed to be, the boxes were just, it's you know, a little bit to stand out, but for the most part, I just thought it would look good, and having the plushies inside of there, it's, you know, it's the one thing that's 3D out of the whole episode. Originally, the boxes were 3D too, but I thought that looked way too distracting because there's just so many of them, and also it lagged my computer a little bit. But these boxes being 3D, it's just, you know, it's one of those like cool things that like sets them apart, and you kind of feel a little like Lucky's not, what's the word I'm looking at? He's not, you know, why is the Lucky stuff feel like it doesn't belong? You know what I mean? It feels kind of a little out of place, so it adds to the, anyway. And obviously you get like a good focus on the, well, I guess not with the captions going on. That's an oversight. My bad. But you get a good focus on the conveyor belt in motion signs. It's supposed to be just a little bit of foreshadowing, just a tiny bit. But I feel like I could have centered on it more. Yeah, there's the slipping sign that's on the front of Lucky's car, and just for the fun of it. Again, sound effects. I should have added a padding sound or something when he's, anyway.
Now let's
He's uncanny, thank you. Yeah, it's a little uncanny with the 3D boxes.
see. Where's all the puff? Maybe in these boxes? Oh, no. Ah.
I told you, Riggy, I didn't think there'd be anything in here. Just a bunch of cute and cuddly plushies.
No, it has to be somewhere.
You know, funnily...
That scene. Okay, hold on. I got a funny thing to tell you about this one. Not this bit. I mean, well, this is just, you know, serving more of just like the, aw, Billy just wants to cuddle the plushies, that kind of vibe. But this, hold on, I'll show you guys in a second. The floor didn't look right, by the way. I re-rendered this entire scene up to when they were hiding behind the boxes. I was unhappy with it because the floor just looked weird, and then I realized if I just turned on the specular, or if I turned up the specular to have it reflect, then it looked so much better. So I ended up re-rendering this whole scene, because the floor just wasn't reflecting them. But anyway, so this scene right here, very funny. When the light, like, you see this, how it's doing this glare effect on the screen. You guys are gonna yell at me for this. Hold on, I'll just show you. Hold on. I think it's part 14. Let me see. Yeah, part 14. Jeez, that was great. How did I? All right. Hold on. Un momento, por favor. There we go. Okay. Hold on. All right, let me take a screenshot. Save as. Give me 2 seconds. I'm almost done. All right, 54? No, 50. 55. PNG. All right. There we go. So the glare was done all in PowerPoint. Every single one of these. It was done piece by piece. I just took apart, like, I just made these stupid glows for each of these bits and then put them in Premiere to make that glare. It was so dumb, and I'm sure there is a much better way to have done that, but for some reason, I just wanted the glare to look right. So it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Anyway, yeah, so, yeah, that's the, hold on, let me trash that. But yeah, so this glare is just a bunch of different images that are like copy and pasted, and like I played with the opacity and moved it. That's why I feel like if you compared it to an actual glare, it probably wouldn't line up, but it does the job, you know? But yeah, it's just so stupid.
You know, funnily enough, Lucky used to be my...
Here, maybe one of these trucks. I've seen tons of movies where they hide stuff down here, but Hey, Billy, can you undo that nozzle down there?
Originally, this scene wasn't in the episode. I felt like it was... Well, okay, it was and it wasn't. I felt like it was too much. You know, he's covered in gasoline. That sort of tips you off. The way that I had originally pictured the episode was you don't suspect that anything is going to happen to Billy at all. What did Lucky used to be, Danno? I gave you a hint enough in the captions, all right? No, I'm kidding. We'll figure it out. Maybe the next episode. We'll see. But anyway, what was I talking about? The gasoline scene. So originally, the way that I'd envisioned the episode is people that are coming in blind don't suspect anything bad is going to happen to Billy, and then it hits them like a truck when that thing does happen. And I'm still a little upset at the ending. I feel like it would have been cool if you had no idea what was going to happen to Billy, and you thought they were both going to make it out fine, and then he doesn't. But at the same time, the setup, making it a little more realistic, a little more believable, the way that he gets, you know, inflamed. So yeah, that's what the point of the gasoline scene is.
Has to be things stuffed inside it. I can't do it with my gloves on.
This triangle one?
Yeah, that's it. Billy, you okay?
I was happy with that sound effect, at least.
Oh, it just had gasoline in it.
I remember watching a bunch of reactions, and this is the point where a lot of people were like, "Ooh."
I'm so sorry, Billy. I shouldn't have dragged you here. This just makes no sense. The fox said it would be.
I think that the opposite effect, though, is it sort of serves like a disbelief, like a, oh geez, he's covered in gasoline, but he wouldn't do that, right? Yeah, I just thought it was really funny, just going like, oh yeah. So yeah, but originally he was just supposed to, you know, what was supposed to happen was supposed to happen, but it wasn't as believable, I think. You know, why is Riggy completely fine and Billy's all... But, you know, I think the opposite effect is people sort of get this feeling of like, oh no, he's not going to actually do that, is he? So I hope that's... Anyway.
Fox? You got your information from Fox?
Yeah? What's the big deal?
Riggy, the Fox?
This wasn't meant to come off as racism, but I feel like... Oh, hi, Leia. No, he's not here. Oh, he is? Why is he sitting there instead of the blanket? Okay, then. Yep. Everybody say hi to Leia. So lovely.
Go to Leia, Jake.
He's figuring it out. He said no. Ugh. Anyway. Look at him. He's so cute. Love Jake. Everybody saying hi, Leia. Everybody said hi, Leia the goat. He's got something on his paw. I don't know what it is. Just saying. Anyway. So it wasn't supposed to come off as racism. What a great way to come back. It wasn't supposed to come off as racism. It was supposed to come off as like sort of a hint of like, oh, all the foxes in this town are in the, you know, the... Anyway. But I guess it came off as a little bit of it. And it's, you know, I guess with Billy's whole southern... It's kind of cool to see, like, he has one flaw, I guess you could interpret it as, but that wasn't the intention. Again, death of the author, you can interpret it however you want, but, you know, that's not how I meant it. But, yeah. Oh, Jake came back. Hi, Jake. He came back. Hold on, let me set the blanket up for you, okay? Let me set it up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Leia ruined it. It's not my fault. They blame her, not me. Don't get mad at me. There. Okay. You happy? You're not even going to sit on the blanket? Okay, whatever. Anyway. So was Riggy mistaken for a fox when he was shot at? Not necessarily. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, they're just always up to something shifty. We shouldn't have come. We need to...
I redid this one a couple times too because I wanted that. It didn't. Originally, it didn't have this red glow, but it didn't feel ominous enough, so that's what I added the glow for. And I think it was a mistake. I think the mistake was that there's not even like a backup light on the truck. Like you can't even see where the light was coming from. And I got away with it because the thing kind of covers the back of the car. But yeah, it's supposed to be the backup light.
I need to hide. Over here.
And it was cool making it like get brighter as it was backing up in the shadows and stuff. This scene, some people thought that he was doing this to like hide their tracks. No, he was just doing this because he's nice. That was kind of like just like a funny little joke. This was not planned at all. This was like day of I was making the scene, and I was like, oh, it would be kind of funny if Billy did this really quick. It was meant to just be nice. It was meant to just be like, oh, just in case somebody might accidentally slip on this, let me just throw up the sign really quick. But yeah, it was just meant to be a little goofy. It's supposed to be sweet. It was like the last, anyway.
He said tonight's batch is the
I love Johnny.
plushies that have
I messed up with the switch. The switch is down here, and then there's a couple other scenes where it's not, and I'm upset.
extra stitch in the side. Yeah, I got it, Dolph.
It's him. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, shh, don't worry. Just be quiet.
Check, check. Batch confirmed.
Why do they sound the exact same?
What? What do you mean?
What, you don't hear their voices? Don't gaslight me, Billy.
This... Somebody thought that this was foreshadowing too, that don't gaslight me, Billy. It wasn't, but it works. Okay, so originally this bit was... originally it wasn't in the episode at all. They were just the same voices, and it wasn't going to be acknowledged until later when Riggy is... like talking to another dolphin, and they have the same voice as the person he killed, and you know he gets like a, you know, like a, oh, they're back from the dead, and that still happens, but gaslight is crazy. Yeah. But I kind of wanted to just acknowledge it so people didn't think it was like a I didn't want it you talking to yourself about how two characters sound the same. Oh yeah, good point. But I didn't want it to come off as like a cheapness or a confusingness, so I wanted Riggy to acknowledge it. But originally the lines were a lot longer, where Billy said, "What do you mean? They sound different to me." And then Riggy says, he says, "Don't gaslight me." And then he says, "Ugh, it must just be the steroids," because that's canonically what it is. It's the steroids that all these dolphins take, and it makes them all sound like Johnny Razor. But no, anyway, I'll probably still use that joke later, but for this scene, I thought it was just, I don't know, I was watching it back, and I was like, no, it's just funnier if he says, "Don't gaslight me, Billy," and then he gets cut off. I don't know, I just thought it would make my brother laugh, and it did. That was my mindset for a lot of the jokes in this episode, or like what ended up being like the few jokes in the episode was just like, this will make my brother laugh. I know it's good. So anyway.
Billy.
He said there's a lot scheduled for tonight. Our biggest haul yet.
So derpy the way the dolphins' mouths move, but I couldn't do it any better.
Could take a...
Johnny Razor takes steroids? No, not in real life. Just in the show. The dolphins all... Jeez. No.
Couple of hours.
Goop.
Lift.
I love the scene.
No, don't put
It's such a dumb scene. I love the scene, though.
it there. Careful.
And the little details, too. How Riggy's drinking soda, Billy's drinking water.
Care.
This was dumb to animate the boxes going back and forth. I feel like it didn't come off 100% good, but it was still, it was passable. Again, this is the small details. Why on earth did I feel the need to actually make their sandwiches like get bitten? You know what I mean? Like the bite just gets slightly bigger. So stupid. It's more of a frustration at like, why on earth did I focus on these tiny little baby details instead of getting the episode out months ago? Anyway.
What did I say?
You can see the piles getting bigger.
Hey, over here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's funny, the bottle being spilled, and of course, Riggy's not going to clean it up.
No, your other left. No, that.
Anyway, this bit too. Okay, so this bit is interesting. Billy stacking the matches. Another infuriatingly detailed thing where all the matches had to fall. But this scene, okay, originally, okay, so part of it is cool because you're not paying attention. You're paying attention to the dolphins over here. You're not really paying attention to Billy and Riggy doing their thing. But it was the last scene that we sort of, this is the last time we get to see Riggy and Billy interacting before everything goes crazy and before Billy dies. So, in my mind, I knew I wanted some interaction between the two of them, and every single time that we see Billy do something, it's to make us think like, oh, he's cute. You know, it's kind of like a little detail here that I don't think people see, but hold on. This is unrelated, but yeah, so he picks up the plushie, he hugs it, and then you can barely see it, but he brings the plushie over, and he's just like holding it, and he has to put it down when he gets onto the truck, but then it's still there. Like if you look,
You don't hear
anyway, but yeah, so it's goofy things like that like everything Billy does, you're supposed to be like, oh, he's cute, he's immature. But anyway, also I messed up Billy's fading, the gasoline fading here. It's supposed to get like less and less faded, or more and more faded over the course of this scene, but I think one of them is out of order to where it gets more faded and then it goes back down. Frustrating. But anyway, so this scene, originally what it was Billy was hugging the plushie again. It was a different Lucky plushie, but he was hugging it, and Riggy was the one playing with matches. You leaving? Okay, I love you. I'll see you soon. Originally, Riggy was the one playing with matches, because of course he was playing with matches. And it was supposed to be a little bit of foreshadowing that, like, you know, Riggy, fire, blah, 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 blah. And Billy was hugging the plush, and Riggy... I drew all of this out too, which is what made me realize that it didn't work. But Riggy was playing with matches, and then he looks at the match, and he looks at Billy hugging the plush, and he's like, you know what would be funny? And then he lights the match. Oh no, I think it was already lit before the scene started, or before it faded in. But he was just looking at the match, and then he leans over and sets Billy's plush on fire. And then Billy is like freaking out, and then he throws it, and it's off screen, and then Riggy like makes up for it by giving him another plush. And it didn't translate, because yes, that would serve Riggy's character of he would do something bad and then just replace it and think all is well. And that's, you know, yeah, that's Riggy's character, but it's also just, it's too mean-spirited, you know? Like, okay, Billy's enjoying this plush right here and he's going to set it on fire. Like, okay, it's foreshadowing for Riggy setting Billy on fire, I guess, but it's just, it felt too mean. It felt too, And so, I don't know, it frustrated me, because this is the last time that I have a chance to make Riggy do something nice for Billy. And then he's going to crash out over the chess game in a minute. And so, please show us. Well, I have the drawings, but I don't have the, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Part 15, I think. Let me see. I don't think I deleted them. Let me see. Hold on, just give me a second. Oh, maybe I moved them to the bottom. Un momento. Just give me 2 seconds. Hold on, I'm finding it. Ugh, I have their whole chase sequence here too, which is the problem. Oh, maybe I'm one line, or maybe I'm one too far. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, I'm one too far. Okay, hold on. Part 14. Okay. Maybe I did delete it. Eek. I didn't think I did. Dang it. Yeah, I think it's gone. That makes me mad. Yeah, it's gone. Dang it. Okay, well. Either way. Okay, well, anyway, yeah. So, what ultimately killed the scene for me was that it was that Riggy would have to react to Billy having the plush on fire. So Billy would, you know, he'd set the thing on fire, and then Billy would be freaking out, and then Riggy would have to react, and he would have to laugh all nasty. You know what I mean? Not nasty, but like, he would have to like, everybody say WMJ for moderating the stream with a headache. Jeez, MJ, you don't have to stay here with a headache. Thank you so much for modding the stream with a headache. But oh my gosh, mods, again, never feel like you have to stay and mod a stream. Please, go take a break. Go chill out. You go fix your head. Oh my gosh, that sounded mean, but please, don't feel like you have to stay here. That's terrible. Anyway, but yeah, so what killed the scene is that Riggy would have to react, and he'd have to laugh, and he'd have to do like a you know what I mean, like a back and forth, and it felt too nasty, it felt too mean. I killed it off, I deleted it, I started over, I guess. I mean, I guess I deleted it. I genuinely, I thought I just moved it to the end and in case I wanted to have it, but So instead, we had Riggy giving him the chocolate bar, so Billy drops all the matches. Riggy feels bad. He's like, oh, Billy's sad. Let me think. And then, oh, I'll give him the chocolate bar to be nice. And then Billy's like, oh, chocolate bar? Oh, thank you. There's a small sort of like implication that maybe you could pick up that Billy's family is very poor. And so he doesn't get to have like a Willy Wonka situation where he doesn't get to have chocolate that much. So it's, you know, but anyway. So yeah, that was a really nice, it was like a last nice thing that Riggy did for Billy before everything happens. So yeah, and it just sort of added to the, anyway, it just sort of added to the nice feelings. Because again, Riggy is a nice-ish person right now. Billy is poor, couldn't tell. Anyway, but yeah, Riggy is a nice-ish person right now. He's not, I mean, even still, he has nice moments, you know. Riggy isn't a completely bad person. He's a murderer, but he's not like an unredeemable, nasty, full-on villain. He's a villain that has like nice traits here and there, you know? So, anyway. The sharing of food is unhygienic. It's fine. Anyway. So yeah, he gives him the chocolate bar, and Riggy is actually happy to have somebody. It also serves as sort of a bookend to earlier in the show when Riggy tried giving that kid ice cream and got rejected. Now he gave somebody something and they actually appreciated it, so it's kind of a nice like roundabout. Anyway. That was the funniest scene in the pilot, in my opinion. At least to me. This was complete freestyle by Johnny.
Go that way. We got fins, man. Oh, you're right.
Oh, you're right. Johnny's voice cracks at the bottom, and it's because after this line, I cut it like almost. It wasn't perfect, but I cut it to where you couldn't hear. But Johnny just dies laughing after this part. He doesn't like die, but he does. He loses it after he says this, like the "oh, you're right," and he just starts laughing. And so I had to cut it to where we didn't hear that. But yeah, this, I hope that it comes off as like maybe a little bit of a voice cut. You can hear him laughing. Okay, he comes off as a little bit laughing. But either way, it was a lot worse in the recording. Like, worse. You know what I mean? Like, he full on just like breaks during this. But yeah. Oh, I love Johnny. We got fins, man.
This is why your mom doesn't love you both.
Ugh, anyway. This is another neat little thing. I mean, interesting thing. This is why your mom doesn't love you. Yes, they're brothers. Your mom, huh? Hey, Skyrion! Hey, oh, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh my gosh, the GOAT. If you guys don't know Skyrion, he makes amazing Half-Life and a bunch of other, like, you know, Valve and Ultra Kill videos and stuff, and it's all peak. You guys should go check out Skyrion. He's like one of the very... he might be like one of like the 2 channels that I actually pay for a membership for just because I love their content so much and I want to support them. But yeah, Skyrion is the best. We love Skyrion. Anyway. Yeah. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I got flustered. I got flustered. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So kind of an interesting thing that he says your mom, even though they're both, yeah, whatever. There's lore there. So okay, the chess set, another small little tiny detail. The chess set was originally, well, it was originally supposed to be a chess set. That was in my mind when I planned the scene. It was them playing chess and Riggy crashing out. But then I was like, I don't want to go and model all of these different chess pieces. I'll just make it checkers. And I did the full scene with them playing checkers for the most part. I didn't do, like, I set up the scene. I had all the checkers laid out. And then when I had Billy moving the checkers, I was like, okay, there's a couple problems that arose. First, I can't hide lore in a checkers set. But second, I don't play checkers. I don't play chess that much either, but at least I understand chess chest. I understand chess enough because my brother and I used to play it a lot when we were younger, and Joey would always win because he's a genius and I'm dumb. See, a little bit of, you know, I'm sure Riggy and Jordan used to play chess too, and that's why Riggy crashes out a little more. But anyway, this is like a full-on, like a checkmate here, and I knew I could actually, you hid lore in the, anyway, so, lake noises. So checkers, like, I understand it, but I feel like what Billy would have to do he would either have to, like, king a piece, so he'd have to, like, reach all the way over the board and put it there, and then Riggy would crash out, or he would have to, like, bounce the piece, like, 4 different times and, like, take out a bunch of pieces, and that just seemed too egotistical for Billy to do, if that makes sense. Like, oh, he's so smart, he can line all these checkers pieces up and then do, like, a big fancy move, and then Riggy crashes out. That doesn't fit Billy's character, didn't fit the scene, would take too long, blah, 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 blah. And it'd be too complex for some of the audience, I guess. Whereas this is very clear. He puts the king in checkmate, and then you can see, I'll just play the scene. You can see that Billy thinks about it for a minute, like he's like, I'm really stuck here. And then he's like, oh, I got an idea, and he does it, and he's proud of himself. He's like, okay, I'm ready. Like he's like, it's not like an egotistical, like a ha-ha, like, I feel like if Riggy pulled that move, then he would lean forward and he'd be like, ha, what now? You know what I mean? Like, he'd put his hands on his hips and he'd be like, ha, what now? Whereas Billy, he's just proud of himself. He's just like, I did it. Okay, now I'm ready. And so it just adds to Billy's character. You know, he's got his legs crossed, whereas Riggy's, you know, flopped on the floor, stuff like that. And so, and of course, the Coke bottle is still spilled. But anyway, yeah, so he's like, okay, I'm ready now, and he's being very wholesome. He's not supposed to be like, it's not an egotistical move. It's more of just like, okay, I did the thing. What now? Like, you know, he hopes Riggy's proud, you know, stuff like that. And then Riggy's mad. He's like, oh, come on, are you serious? And of course, Riggy is the black chess pieces, and Riggy's the white ones. That's not a political, but you know what? Usually, like typically, in chess, the white is the lighter side, and then Riggy's the darker. Anyway, but yeah. So then Riggy, he crashes out and he flips the chessboard, and this was fun, like animating all the chess pieces for 2 frames. Idiot. Okay, me idiot. Anyway.
No fair.
And I had that planned for a while. I knew that they were gonna be. I wanted them to be doing like cute things behind the boxes, and then just like Riggy to like freak out. And that's how they got given away. Like, it all has to be Riggy's fault. The alternative is maybe, like, one of the dolphins picks up a box and is like, hey, what the heck is back here? Which ultimately would have happened. If Riggy didn't crash out right here, eventually the Dolphin brothers would have gotten to the boxes and picked one up and exposed them. So, no matter what, they were going to get exposed eventually. There was never a world in which they waited these out. Like, that was going to happen. They just hadn't gotten to that part yet. But yeah, so they freak out. Hold on. And then we get to my favorite part of the episode. Yay! I'll talk more about it in a second. But yeah, so, what the heck? And then, here we go. Run. Originally, Billy jumped and ran with Riggy, but it didn't make sense for Billy to immediately snap into action like that. And so that's why we have Riggy pulling him. Riggy yanks him, because again, Billy's innocent. He wouldn't, you know, he wouldn't run. But Riggy makes him. Billy's first thought, as we get to see later, is, hey, we can work this out. Come on, we're not evil, you know? But Riggy kind of forces him into the, you know, the chase sequence. Not forces him. In Riggy's mind, he's helping Billy, all right? In Billy's mind, he wants to stay and play Peacemaker. In Riggy's mind, he's ready to run, and he's saving Billy, all right? Danno, play this. Okay. Yeah, you're right. This is one of my favorite bits is lighter fluid. And I told Nyx, I was like, when I played this scene for friends, they were like, this was before the final audio mix was done. They were like, the music is too loud. I can't hear what the characters are saying. And I was like, I don't want to turn the music down, though, because it's so good. This was one of the few circumstances where the music came slightly before the animation. I had animated up to the point where Riggy jumps off the conveyor belt, and then I sent it to Nyx with the placeholder music because I wanted not the final track, but sort of like what Nyx was going to do with it, so that way I could sort of sync up the animation, and that's why this scene, I think, does so well. I do agree the song was too loud. It's still too loud. That's my bad, but this is quieter than it was before. Nick's mixed it to where like he let the voices come through. But I told Nick's when he was mixing it, I said, listen, the scene only works because of how great the music is, and I want the music loud. So Nick's purposefully in the final mix continued to make the music loud, and then he did, audio splitting to hopefully like make the characters' voices come through. But anyway, no dialogue, only music. Honestly, if I could, I would. But you know what? I feel like I kind of flubbed that too, where the dolphins are silent for most of the scene, and I feel like there probably could have been a little more dialogue, but then there's like a risk of going into Marvel territory anyway, so that's why there's like, it's pretty just music focused, and they're going. And I feel like this is finally like the culmination of all the buildup. Okay, we've had so much talking, we've had so much 28 minutes of talking and buildup, and finally this is the scene where we can focus on the action. Like, we've had enough dialogue, all right? We can get into it now, finally. This is supposed to be the payoff for the audience waiting so long.
Hey, what the flip are you doing in here?
So the what the flip are you doing in here was originally just them hiding behind the boxes. Like, that was supposed to be this line right here, what the flip are you doing here? But I saved it for this bit because Johnny gave me a couple takes, like the goat he is. I mean, a lot of people gave me a couple takes and everything. I didn't talk about like Bundan and everything. Dude, Bundan nailed it. Like, oh my gosh, we worked on the voice for a little bit, but then he nailed it, and Bam nailed it, all of the people. Okay, so what would happen, for the most part, I think the only people that I couldn't do this with was Bam and Joe, because they're, they just, schedules, and also I think they, anyway. But, for the most part, what I would do is, what I like doing is, when I get voice lines from somebody, I get in a call with them, and then they record their end, and I record them as a backup, and then they read a line, and then I sort of like tell them, I direct them and stuff, and like I direct their voices and things, and it's mostly just because, I mean, it's because I have a vision and I want to stick to it, but also because I feel like they were a little hesitant and scared to be doing, a lot of these people have never voice acted before, and they were kind of afraid that they would come off a little cringy and it wouldn't fit the vibe and everything. So that's why I would join the call and I would have them redo lines and then kind of like act out the lines how I wanted them and stuff like that. And then they would, they'd be perfect and do it right. Bundan nailed it so good. But then Joe and Bam also just like, they were perfect. Like, they just sent me the lines and it was perfect out the gate. I think Bam just had to redo that, like the last bit of screaming, because he couldn't scream at the top of his lungs with his in the place where where his house and everything, so he had to wait until like and also he's on British time, so it was like super late for him, but he had to wait until people had gone to work and stuff, and it was a daytime so he could scream. But Bundan especially was amazing, and I'm really grateful. He did such a good job with the voice acting. Anyway, but yeah, Johnny was amazing too, because he kept riffing, and he was like, he kept coming up with like different ideas and like different versions of like voices. I just love, I love my friends. They're all so talented. Oh, very fun scene where Riggy does the thing and so this, I had to figure out a way to get the fire extinguisher out of here. Well, again, this story comes before the set. So I had the idea for the fire extinguisher to smack the light and set the plush on fire, but then I was just going to have the fire extinguisher land on the ground, which is dumb because everybody gets set on fire, or the place gets set on fire. Why wouldn't they just? So that's why the fire extinguisher does the thing, and then it leaves the building. It also smashes the window bigger, so that way the final jump where Riggy and Billy are leaving the factory, Riggy does that last big jump, and it's a big enough hole to where we have like, we can have that shot of Riggy leaping as opposed to like diving through the hole. I don't know. It would have probably worked, but it's better this way. So this shot took way too long because of how much this fog would lag my computer to heck. It was so dumb. And then finally I figured out a better way to do it in Blender. I feel like it's still kind of like, it's still a little iffy at parts with like clipping and the focus and stuff, but it's just the way the Blender is. This was the moment when I figured out how to get a glow working on in Blender with the sparks glowing. I had to work really hard to figure out how to like get the shaders and stuff. I'm not good at Blender, man. End of story. If it wasn't for Bam too, the show wouldn't come out. Bam is a Blender wizard, and he's the best and amazing. So anyway, special thanks to Bam. I'll get to that in a minute too. Oi. But anyway, so yeah, we had the okay. So anyway, this scene took a week with the fog, or the, you know, whatever, the fire extinguisher fog, because I wasn't just happy having that little, like, this was originally, it was just like the little spray here, but I was like, that's not enough. I need more, you know, stuff going on. So he cracks the thing. So I put all of this detail on the fog, and then didn't add any glass shards. And in my mind, I was like, I'll come back for it later, I'll add the glass later, and then I never did. So I am so unbelievably mad that it just does that. It just, oh, that is my biggest regret in the whole episode, I think, is the fact that I never got the chance to redo this glass. But anyway, I mean, it's fine because the light flickers and stuff, but, ugh, anyway. Very frustrating. Anyway. And then we got the small glow with the fire. Riggy doesn't notice it yet, so kind of a cool thing. And what also is cool is the nice little detail of the gears moving. Funny. See, so Billy wants to be nice. He wants to sort things out. It's me. Come on, we're friends. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, kid.
Alright. Time to blow this
I bet somebody will enjoy this or enjoy analyzing this scene frame by frame.
out of proportion. Ugh, I'll work on it.
I saw somebody claim that they decoded that in the first week. Not possible. I'm sorry. I do not think it's possible, this code. I think it's 60% possible to decode it right now, but other than that, I think you guys have to wait for a little more of, what, stone? What is that stone thing? That, well, either way, I think it's, I don't know if it's possible right now. Which is kind of good, because it's like a major spoiler and stuff. Not a major spoiler, but it's something that I think it's best that we don't know yet. But it'll be cool to come back for it one day, and you guys will be able to see, like, you know, anyway.
Hey, doll! Catch this!
Originally, I had the camera spinning with that, and it didn't look right. It looked too jarring because all of this, you know, the cream-colored wall is what it would be spinning as. And it didn't look right. It looked too dizzying. And, you know, originally there was also supposed to be a clock there with this sequence with Riggy and Billy, like, you know, talking here. Hold on. There's supposed to be a clock right here. See, oh, hold on, my screen's in the way. But there's supposed to be a clock. There's supposed to be a clock right here to show you, like, time moving. I didn't have time to go back for it though. And also, I kind of managed to put the times in there another way with the Danno News ARG with the couple screenshots that I gave them. So it still worked out. Dan, are you gonna read donos soon? Yes, I'm almost done with the episode, and we'll get to the donations and stuff, and that'll be part of the QnA section. Anyway, so originally hold on. So yeah, originally the dynamite was supposed to have the camera spinning thing, but it seemed too dizzying. But then I was able to get away with it later. So yeah. I spent way too long on this stupid shot where he's swinging on the chandelier or the lamp. So stupid how long I spent on the scene. Just this flip right here. It was just frustrating to fix it in Blender because every time I would try to animate his flip, he would just like spaz out and like go a bunch different ways. You can see in the Riggy versus Clone Riggy fight, geez, what a flashback. Back when I barely knew how to use Blender, Riggy does that flip, and it works because it's so random, him flipping. But this sequence, it was supposed to just be a smooth, cool flip, so it took way too long. And I never saw anybody comment like, hey, that was cool. Every single reaction just had them silently watching him, and I was like, I spent way too long in the flip. I regretted that, but it was cool for me at least, okay? And then he looks at the glass. All right, we got a goal. And then he looks down, and then we get, uh-oh, it's on the gasoline. Uh-oh. Not 100% happy with this flip. I feel like it goes too quickly, but yeah, he gets his, he grabs the thing and does a nice little launch. Yeah, anyway. And now we get the fun little camera spin, which I was grateful that I got to add. I just love that bit with the. Oh, where's the captions? No, I need the captions. That's literally what I wrote in the script. That exact noise, and I tried to copy it as best as possible. I feel like I could have done the ripping bag a little better with the TNT, what is that, like the wires or whatever. But this was fun doing, you know, having them all sync up and catch the catch each flame. You can see that top one gets the, like this one right here. It only lights because it touches this one and it doesn't touch this one. Either way, I had this scene in my mind for a while and it was fun to animate.
Oh no, this place is gonna. Billy, we need to go.
If you can change something, what would you? First, I would hide that stupid cube in the beginning. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. But second, I would add the glass shards to the fire extinguisher, smashing through the window. Finally, we get a comparison. This is what it looks like when you actually go back for your friends versus what is about to happen with somebody else.
Reggie, what have we done? There's no time, Billy. Come on.
Ooh, look at the hands. I love that stupid... Dude, I didn't want to have to animate the pulling of the box, but it was just... it was just funny. I still wanted this in there, but yeah, anyway. Kaboom. Very fun animating the explosion. Hey, Jake! Jake! Hey! Hey, Jake! No, Jake! No. It's okay. Hey, come here. No. Come here. No, Jake, come here. There we go. Okay, no barking. We don't do that. Sorry. Anyway, that's a door? Yeah, that's what's cool. This is all incognito. Anyway, this is about to be horrifying. Yes. Okay. Fun scene with the bars. Okay, the bars, I was torn about the bars as well because I thought it seemed a little cringe having them only come down during action sequences, but I really wanted them just so that way it could make this scene more impactful. So that's what the point of the bars was yes, it serves the purpose of like, okay, this cool action scene, but also so that way we could get this moment. Also, this sound effect, which I'm mad doesn't come through on... It doesn't come through on a lot of TVs, but I hope that if you're wearing headphones, you can hear this like that sound that also plays during the title sequence. Foreshadowing. Oh, not foreshadowing, but just, you know, same sound effect. But anyway, this sound is sort of just, I really want this. What motivates me to make something is because I have like, I can see one part of a thing, and I want to do the rest of the work to get to that part. You know what I mean? I don't know how to put it, but this scene, this scene right here was my fire, pun not intended, to finish the episode. Like this whole scene was like my motivation to finish the whole episode. Was I just have this one scene in my mind that I need to get to show people. And then I have other scenes like that for the rest of the show, obviously. There's another scene with Darius that's I have just like in my brain that I want the audience to see, you know what I mean? Like that's like a fire to finish the rest of the season and stuff. But anyway, bit of a spoiler, but yeah, so here's the scene. This was the whole purpose. If it wasn't for this scene, then I wouldn't make Toon Turf, you know what I mean? Like if it wasn't for this scene right here. Ugh. If it wasn't for me having this this in my brain for 3 years.
So cool how we jumped out of the thing and oh, Billy, we...
And we get the scene. It was kind of funny. As I was making the episode and as I was animating Billy for the first time, him talking, meeting Riggy, hugging him, him talking about his mom and everything, I started to get this ominous feeling in my chest of sadness, of like, wow, I can't believe I'm doing this. Like, I don't want Billy to die, and it stopped me from making a lot of the episode. It genuinely, like, there were bits that so you know how the episode took 2 years? It's because part of it was me redoing a lot of scenes over and over and over again, and I didn't understand why I couldn't move on, why I couldn't continue making scenes, why I had to keep redoing the same camera angles again and again and again. And I went to therapy over it. I started taking medicine, and it's a large part because I didn't want to get to this scene. And, Danno, that's so stupid. You made the show. You wanted it to happen. Yeah. This is what needed to happen. This is Riggy's origin story, but I didn't want to do it. Like, I actively, like, my brain was fighting to not do this scene. And eventually I just, I went to therapy, I got over myself, and I blew through the rest of the episode so easily. Up until, so aside from the intro fight sequence and the opening credits, the, most of what I had done of Toon Turf that took so long was me up until the Dolphin Ruby scene. That was the majority of Toon Turf's work span, was up till that, and me, redoing those scenes over and over again. And then, it was smooth sailing a little bit until I got to Billy and him talking to Riggy and stuff. The crowd scene was another hurdle just because, how much was going on in the background, and it sucked animating that. But then Riggy talking to Billy, I was so stuck on those scenes and, like, feeling sick to my stomach making those scenes that it was just, it was so weird. I've never felt, like, a weird attachment to, like, characters and stuff, but I felt sick to my stomach making this after a certain point, and I just didn't want to do it. Eventually, I got over it. It wasn't gonna, no matter how much I delayed it, it wasn't gonna change the outcome, and I felt weird, but I just, anyway. But yeah, so I felt bad. Like, I genuinely felt guilty, like, doing this to this character, but it had to happen. Like, this is the way the story was written. This had to happen. Why couldn't Riggy carry him? Because he would have gotten set on fire, too. He's carried in gasoline, man. Anyway. I filmed so many versions of Billy screaming, and what's funny is this is, like, the medium. I filmed, like, so many different versions. There was, like, lighter versions where he was, like, more muted. There was more versions where he was more in pain and, like, scarring, but it sounded too much to where he didn't sound human anymore. So believe it or not, this is actually, like, a medium of the voice lines that I recorded. I had to try really hard to figure it out. And I remember being on, like, a deadline, too, because this was, like, one of the last lines that I had to redo over and over again. And I had to finish it before I moved because I wasn't sure that in my new apartment I would be able to refilm these lines. I'm still not sure if I'd be able to, because I don't want, my neighbors to think that I'm actually on fire. But yeah, it was like the last line that I could film when I was at my old house, my parents' house, and everything. Was just this line over and over again. And so yeah, I had to work really hard to get this line finalized, but I think I'm happy with where we ended up. There's a couple bits where it's, like, still clipping the mic and things, and I can't really do anything about that. But I mean, maybe, but it would have, there's a bunch of shoulda, coulda, woulda. But ultimately, I'm happy the episode's out. I'm just relieved. I told that to a couple people that, yes, it could have been done better, but at what cost, right? About making my audience wait even longer for this, and they've waited so long, and it was good as it was. So, anyway, I still wanted to make it scarring enough to where it would hopefully reside in the audience's head and, help you empathize with Riggy, because Riggy is going to have this in his head for a long time, forever. This is like, this is a new core memory. You know, Inside Out. Geez, terrible comparison to be making right now, but yeah, it's a new core memory is this screaming, and this is the point of the whole show, is that characters are gonna die, and you know, there's nothing's gonna be able to reverse this. There's been people that are like, oh, so Billy's gonna be fine, right? There's like a way in this universe that characters can come back to life. No, Billy is gone. He is dead. Sorry, hate to break it to you. You know, I tell untruths here and there to sort of, like, you know, hide lore bits and you know, stuff about the series, but I'm being 100% serious when I say that the whole point of the show is that Billy has to stay dead. And I'm sorry, but, you know, oh well. You guys think you hate me now for what I did to Billy? You are going to despise me when This is with one episode of character build-up. This is like me on a tight... I was only able to show this character... I had to kill Billy in episode 1. Those were 2 complaints that I got a lot. People kept sending me. There was pacing issues in episode 1, which I agree with. And Billy should have been alive for longer, maybe more episodes before I killed him. Listen, I don't know, like... If he was alive for more episodes, it would just be me taking more time to finish episode 1. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it would just be like episode 1 would be stretched into 1, 2, and 3 or something, and I'd have to throw in a lot more filler and yada, yada, yada. That's not effective storytelling to me. That's just filling it out so that way, you know, I mean, yes, you would be closer to Billy, I guess, but it would just, you know, just because there's gaps in between releases, people build up how much they like a character in their head, yada, yada, yada. It just, it wouldn't have mattered. That's just, you know, that's not the point of episode 1, is that you like him, he's dead. Because there's so many movies and TV shows that spotlight a character right before they're killed off, and you're like, oh, that was cringe. But the point is that episode 1, you have to like this character and have him die in episode, like, that's the challenge of, you like him, he's dead, it's been 1 episode. And I feel like maybe I fell short in making people like Billy enough, but, you know, enough people were upset at me to where it was good, right? So, anyway. So, yeah. We will see Billy again in, like, you know, maybe flashbacks or some other way that I don't, you know, we'll just, you know, we'll see more, you know, but he won't come back to life. That's the point of the show, is that he can't come back to life. And if you think you hate me for killing this character off, hoo boy, you're going to hate me a whole lot more for other character deaths. Because now that I'm not on a deadline of 1 episode, if I get to make more, then that means that I have free reign to help you fall in love with other characters that have more time. You know, if you're upset that, like, you shouldn't have had Billy killed off in episode 1, those qualms will be pleased. It's a weird way to put it, but... There are other characters that now get the chance to be built up over a couple episodes or more episodes or whatever, and then get killed off. Wait, there's more death? Again, the point of the show is that Riggy is an insane murderer, and he's going to kill thousands or be responsible for the deaths of thousands, and then we get to see, you know, his mental health deteriorate and decline and get worse and worse over the show. The whole point is that Riggy is, you know, he's not a great character, but he's not terrible either. But does stop, drop, and roll not work in this universe? He's covered in gasoline, man. I don't know what you want. He is freaking paralyzed. Sometimes when you're on fire, I know that not a lot of you have done this. I did a lot of research, actually, about fire. Dude, my search history is so screwed from Toon Turf. But, you know, sometimes when you're on fire, you're just freaking out. You're not thinking logically. It's like when people get their arms cut off and stuff. Sometimes you're not thinking logically. You're just in pain, you know. Your brain doesn't function right because all your blood's going for your, you know, your limb. So when you're on fire, you're not thinking right. And so, I wanted to throw up some of this stuff that I learned, but I was like, you know, how long can a character stay alive when they're, or how long can a person stay alive when they're on fire and stuff like that. Anyway, but yeah, hey, no, it's like Anakin though, all right? It was like Anakin. Anakin just stayed there. He didn't stop, drop, and roll. All right? It's the same thing. Oy. Anyway. But yeah, you guys are going to hate me a lot more for other characters. Trust me. That's exhausting. All right. So this right here was the very last scene that I rendered for Toon Turf. Because originally he did not have a megaphone. Originally, he was just screaming from across the field, but that did not make sense because, one, Billy is screaming, Riggy, 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 help me, Riggy, 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 over and over again. And he can't hear that. Davey, in, like, the canon, should not be able to hear him screaming Riggy's name because the whole, like, you know, the ending broadcast and stuff very clearly shows that they don't know who the fourth figure was. They think it was a rabbit. They don't know that it was Riggy the rabbit monkey. Sure, Davey will have his suspicions, you know, as we go on and he meets Riggy and stuff like that. But right now, he can have no idea what Billy was saying. So right now, hopefully the audience can know that, like, okay, there's fire everywhere. He's across a field. And Bam actually said, you should probably add the megaphone. And I was like, good idea. So that was the last scene that I added. I threw a filter on Bam's voice to where he's yelling through a megaphone. And you can tell that this was a last scene ad because the megaphone doesn't join the graph paper here. So, yeah, but it's, anyway. It's, you know, it's just a last minute thing. But, anyway. And you can also see, hopefully this scene was, hold on. This scene was supposed to give you, like, a little bit of, like, context that, like, okay, he can barely make out Riggy. He can see, like, a silhouette. It's, like, red-colored. We know he's blue because we know he's blue, but, you know, the audience wouldn't know. And also his tail is on the ground, so Davey can't see it. But, yeah. See, his tail sort of remains low for the majority of the scene, and when it goes high, it's just supposed to be, like, maybe just a little bit of suspension of disbelief or just belief that the fire is too strong, that Davey can't see through it. Michael! Michael, don't leave me here, please, Michael! Listen, it wasn't an intentional reference, but looking back, yeah. Yeah. My bad. So I could have leaned into it a little more, but I didn't. I feel like I should have, but you can sort of hear the same sound effect as when Riggy was recovering from the bullets. Was recovering from the bullets, where he sort of has that sort of panic attack moment, to where the audience should hopefully know that Riggy is not 1,000% in control of his body at this sequence. He's freaked out. The cops are there. He's scared. The darkness is sort of supposed to show that feeling of, like, you know, when blood rushes out of your, you know what I mean? Like, you sort of get that tunnel vision, whatever. And I played around with muffling Billy's audio or adding a vignette around the screen of, like, tunnel vision. But either way, it just, I don't know. It didn't work in the context of, like, it felt like censoring Billy, and I didn't want to do that. My brother told me, that was his one feedback, was he thought that it was too graphic. Billy's death sequence was, like, way too scary, and so I freaked out. I showed a bunch of people. I was like, guys, listen, is this too graphic? You got to tell me. This is, like, the final scene that I've, like, am so scared about. Is it too graphic? And in the end, I just, I didn't want to. If you're a fan of mine, you've been waiting for this scene for so long. These 3 years, the build-up, you've seen the hints in shorts, you've heard me joking about it, that Billy is going to die, and so I just was like, I can't hide this. I can't blur it. I can't crop the camera. There's nothing I can do. That's one of the reasons that, like, the FNAF movie was slightly unsatisfying. Listen, I love the FNAF movie. There was great portions of it, but and a lot of stuff that was, like, really satisfying to me as a FNAF fan, but I was upset because I didn't get to, like, it felt like they were keeping the audience away from the, you know, the kills and the actual visual seeing it happen. And I get it. You know, you don't want to scar people, and Scott knows his audience. He knows that there's a lot of young people, and also there's something to be said about how scary something is when it's left up to your mind and your imagination. But just for this scene in particular, I wanted you to see Billy because that is what's going to be etched in Riggy's mind forever, right? And so I wanted to make sure that that's, you know, you guys can have that etched in your mind as well. As you're watching the show, as you're watching Riggy as he does the rest of his adventures and stuff, you can know what he saw and what he's thinking of. You know what I mean? And so that's why I didn't end up changing it. I was like, you know what? The audience needs to see this. It's not fair for me to censor it at all or to hide it. It has to be this way. So, yeah. I was horrified of what YouTube would do with my like choking the video though, or like, you know, like, I don't know, making it to where like what happened to like Punch Punch Forever. If you guys don't know, Punch Punch Forever is like an amazing, glorious indie animation. But for some reason there was a glitch for a long time, or a lot of people think it was a purposeful like choking of the views to where when you looked up Punch Punch Forever in the YouTube search bar, it just wouldn't come up, which sucks because that deserves to be, you know what I mean? And so I was terrified that the exact same thing would happen here with this scene being that graphic. And again, it couldn't have been that. I talked to a lot of people. Some people were like, listen, you could have had his skin melting off. It could have been a lot worse. Adventure Time does stuff that's way worse than this. And I was like, okay, we're good. And, you know, of course, that one person replying with the SpongeBob over the coaster thing and, you know, stuff like that, which is fine. You know what I mean? If it's not for everybody. I will admit that Toon Turf is not for everybody. But I don't know. I had to have the scene this way, and I couldn't. Anyway. I'm going to watch the FNAF 2 movie at 6. I hope you like it. I always hope people like movies. I hope you like it. There were some really cool scenes. The puppet is... Mwah. I love what they did with it. No spoilers, but yeah. Anyway. And the opening of the movie was great. Just the way that they opened it. Anyway, but yeah, so... Yep. That's Billy's death. Whee! Wasn't really happy with that animation of him, like... Yeah, I was trying to make him be like, I'm going to go find water. Like, you know, he's like doing this. It didn't really come off that well. I'm not 100% happy with it, but anyway. And the first time you can see, I don't know if anybody's, a couple people probably, but this is finally like, you can see like Billy's full on crying right here. Just like the tears and stuff. That was like that detail that anyway. That's the first time he's like actually fully, anyway. Not happy with this running animation either, but what are you going to do? So finally, Riggy's like, he's putting it together. Okay, there's a lake right there. Some people were making fun like, there's a lake right there. Why aren't you thinking? It's because he was in this like sort of, not trance, but like, you know, this anxiety-filled like tunnel vision to where he wasn't using his full brain. Like that's what happens in circumstances like this. So when he goes and he sees the lake, he's starting to snap back in. He's like, oh, the lake. Okay. I can do something. So he takes his hoodie off. You know, he dumps it in the lake. Lake noises! I don't know why, but I love that stupid little caption. So dumb. Lake noises. This is the screenshot, the text. This is what I was quoting. Every time somebody asks me to get lore or whatever, I'm just going to reply lake noises. So stupid. Anyway. And he's dead. Wanted to make sure it's hammered home. He's gone. Nyx had a version of this that was more sad, like even sadder than this. But I was kind of like... I was very particular because I wanted it to be a sadness that leads into like a dramatic, like a punch, you know what I mean? Like a gut punch. It was honestly, it probably would have worked either way. It was just like a preference, but yeah, so I wanted it to be sad here and then it leads into like a gut punch. So that was sort of the idea with this bit. But yeah, he's sorry.
I said stop. Get back.
Was awkward doing this because it was awkward like him just pulling out his phone, but that's kind of like a question I have in a lot of movies and stuff is, well, why didn't they just take a picture of the person like when they were leaving? Like everybody has iPhones on them, right? And so this was hopefully to you know, that was sort of the idea there. But also, I wanted them to be able to get Riggy's picture, and I feel like it's really hard to see Riggy jumping into the lake, but it is visible if you look really closely. If you play it frame by frame, like you can see the jumping. You know, but either way, whatever.
Get back
you know, it's kind of cool. You know, we can't see it because he can't see it, so it works out.
Oh hell, Billy.
I was unhappy with this. I wanted to add sort of like rings going around Riggy's like head, but I couldn't make it look right in the time. So, you know, I say time like I was on some sort of strict deadline with 2 years, but it's one of those things where it's not like certain scenes. Again, there was a point where instead of making everything perfect and putting it together piece by piece, I was just, okay, you know what? I need to finish the whole thing, and then I'll go back and do the tiny details. And then there's just some tiny details that fell into the cracks as not important while I did other things. Like the fireworks scene was so important to me for some reason, and then, you know, there's just other scenes that had to be perfect as opposed to... Anyway. My heart dropped when people started calling this character Deadpool, because I'd never thought of the comparison at all before that, and then I was like, oh no, I see it. Ay, caramba. Hopefully it's not that bad, but yeah. Honestly, my inspiration for this was a different superhero suit, which is hilarious. I don't want to say which one in particular, because I don't know how copyright works, but it's different enough. Screw it. This was based off of the Spider-Man Homecoming homemade suit. Like, you know what I mean? Like the homemade one that's like got like the goggles and stuff. That was the idea, not Deadpool. And then I was like, ah, bruh. But yeah. Anyway. Skull emoji. Anyway, but yeah, who is that? Lake noises. Pretty important though. But yeah, so we got those two characters that saw everything. Very interesting. I don't know, did that emotion come across as well as I don't know if that like if that squint with whatever. And of course this was Donkey Kong Country Returns inspiration. Ugh, anyway. I'll read all the donations in a minute, I'm sorry. Was that Gaber Cat? Oh, dang it. I'll read in a minute, sorry. His name is Lake Noise? No, his name is not... Okay. Anyway. I love that scene. That punch is what I was just like, ugh. I just needed that punch. Anyway, so, the very first draft of the script. All right, so there was I think 7, maybe 8, honestly, drafts of the script. Some bits I changed, some bits I completely like removed and yada yada yada. I don't want to say which bits because I might use them later and stuff, but one of the very, I think it was either the first one I continued with the news report, I think, but the second one I took it out because I was like, oh, well, this is a great ending right here, but it didn't, okay, well, I mean, we could just take the example of like what people felt after this happened. Some reactions were like, okay, but he survived, right? You know, I just, the purpose of the news report is you know, Riggy crying and everything. I need that last little bit of humanity to see that he does regret it, but also so that way we can confirm that Dolph, and Billy are all dead. Like, it has to be complete confirmation. You see their bodies, they're gone. And that was, I think that was important because, and you can see some of the reactions, they see it and they're like, oh, they all died? What? So yeah, some people are still saying Billy can, no, he's dead. Guys, he's dead. And also Anarchy. Yes, Anarchy. We love Anarchy. They did amazing in this scene, all right? Anarchy was another one of the people that I didn't have to direct that much because they were just goated.
Tonight, an explosion at Lucky's Plushies factory, exposing a front for a massive amount of cotton candy.
Evidence. I just thought that was funny. I should have added a sound effect there with like the zoom in like I did earlier to make it a little more realistic, but yeah.
3 subjects were found severely burned and...
I was going to be mean in the captions and put FREE because of Anarchy's British voice, but I didn't want to be mean to them, so.
Claire dead at the scene.
And also make it clear.
Dolph Dolphin, Bolf Dolphin, and Billy Beaver. All three are suspected to have had a part in the cotton candy trade.
I had no idea.
Another detail that's kind of cool, you can't really tell, but the fire truck and the ambulance are meant to have they're just a little bit Toonville-ified, you know, where they have like the rounded, I don't know. We'll get a better view of them in other episodes, hopefully, but
Cotton candy trade.
I had no idea about all of this downright terrible activity. And I am ashamed that someone was using my business for something so dirty. I am launching a full internal investigation.
Okay, that's just a joke that Leia and I, like, I've complained to her about this before, but I think Gus Johnson made a really good skit about it, but whenever a company says, we're doing an internal investigation, that is the biggest sack of nothing, you know? I love the notes about the soon, meaning 2 years. Can you imagine? Haha. But when he says we're doing an internal investigation, that means nothing. Okay, an internal investigation that you're in charge of? All right, buddy. So when I showed this to Leia, she was like, no, not the internal investigation. It means nothing. An internal investigation means, listen, we're taking care of it, and then they don't take care of it. And then they tell you, we took care of it, guys. That's the point of that. Like, Lucky's like the typical CEO. Like, guys, listen, we got it covered. Don't worry. We're going to do a full internal investigation. We are launching a full internal investigation. Don't even know what that means. Anyway.
And will not rest until I have tracked the
Yeah,
problem
typical
to its
CEO
source.
jargon.
That is my promise to you, Toonville.
That's my promise, all right? As a CEO, that is my promise. Don't worry. We got you covered. You can trust big business.
Authorities are declaring
Why is Lucky so popular? Lake
a
noises.
state of town-wide emergency as they track down a mysterious fourth subject that was seen fleeing the scene. We will keep you updated as time progresses.
Thanks for that, ground team. Another news earlier today, a body was found in Lake Station.
Stop, Jake. It's okay. I'm a little unhappy that this bit, I didn't... Riggy's, like, perfectly fine now with the scratches and stuff, but it kind of serves the story a little bit, so I didn't go back and change it, but either way, I hope that people... I haven't seen many people complaining about it, so it's fine, but anyway. This is the same night, canonically, though. Some people haven't pointed out about this scene, too. There's a... Never mind, I gotta shut up. Oh, the lore. To be continued, if we get the funding. So this scene, I wanted to do this from the beginning. Like, it was in the script and stuff. There was another version of it where this scene happens as soon as the title card plays, like Toon Turf. And then Riggy starts narrating, and he goes, I was so excited to see where my new life would take me. I didn't know what sights I would see, what places I would go, where I would... And then I pause it, and I say, Riggy, can you shut up? Like, let them watch. And then we have, like, a little back and forth. I thought that was too pace-breaking too early on. And again, it came off as egotistical. This scene... I'm still not 100% on board with it because it still seems a little egotistical, but you liked thank you. I appreciate it. It just, I don't know. It came off a little, what's the word? Self-insert? Ugh, nasty. If it was up to me, I would delete myself from Riggy lore, okay? I don't want to be, I love this scene because Riggy.shop, yeah, baby. But either way. I think this was the best way to do it, completely leaving it in silhouettes and everything. And Dacha clocked me. This is 1,000% a rip of Lion King 1.5. Are you kidding me? It's hilarious. Okay, my idea was, listen, that movie came out back in, like, 2004. They're not using it anymore. Nobody has done this since, all right? I can use it. I can reference it, all right? This scene reminds me of Lion King 1.5. Yeah, that's the point, is, like, they did it, and I was like... Well, nobody else has done it. Does this just mean that it never gets to be done again? And then I was sad. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do that. So, yeah. That was the point. Or that it is a Lion King 1.5. It is 100% a Lion King 1.5 reference. Not even a reference as much as it is. It's just me stealing the idea. To be fair, I've said this before. Toon Turf. The point of Toon Turf is it plagiarizes as much as possible. So that way you can't tell what it's... I'm kidding. Every single thing that you've ever seen is somebody having seen a bunch of other stuff and then they're making something new based on that other stuff and adding a little bit to it, all right? That is creativity. Period, end of story. I hope people don't accuse me of being like a plagiarist just because, but no, that's the, stop saying that, you'll get sued, mate. Yeah, good point. Listen, I said it before, Toon Turf is completely original. I have never seen any pieces of media ever. Those posters, I had a team pick those out for me, okay? I've never seen any of those medias or played any of those games or been to those theme parks or whatever, all right? Everything just came to me in a dream one time, okay? It just appeared. I hope nobody takes this out of context. Jeez. But yes, every single story has been told before, but people just find new ways to tell the same stories, all right? That's just, ugh. Anyway, so yeah, that's what this scene is. I'm honestly, I cringe watching this scene back, so I don't know if I can. But yeah, and then we also had to plug the merch, obviously. That green screen bit, that was the best I could make it. It was so... I hate my hair. I hate my hair. I had to put stuff in my hair to make it thick enough to be able to do this scene, and it just... Ugh. Because there was another... Like, I tried recording this green screen no less than, like, 5 times, and it sucked. It just, like, the way that my hair was too fluffy, and it would... The green would reflect off my hair, and it made me, like, it was just nasty, and I hated it. I hate this scene. It's so cringe. I'm sorry. I gotta just... Nasty. Anyway... I love this, though. This isn't 3D. This is another this is a PNG. This is, hold on. Let me pull this up let me pull this bit up, too. I think it's part 16. Yes. No. Part 17. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. There we go. Look at that, see? There's the chairs. It's not like fancy lighting or anything, it's just PNGs from PowerPoint. Again. Kill me. Alright. Anyway, so yeah. Riggy does his little advertising. Hey guys, the merch is still up. Riggy.shop. I'm just saying, go buy it for more episodes of Toon Turf. Alright, so here Riggy's talking about you can support us by going on the merch store. Murderer, dead guy. I just thought that was funny. Okay, let's talk about this. So, oh, my back. Hold on. So, Danno, will you make more episodes of Toon Turf if the pilot doesn't reach the funding goals and everything on Riggy.shop and the merch store and yada yada yada? All of that was made with the episode 1 budget in mind, plus extra. For example, if I wanted to pay the voice actors a good amount, you know, what I paid the voice actors, it was like, it was not what they deserved, you know? Like, it was decent. It wasn't bad or anything, but I feel like, in my mind, they deserved so much more. You know what I mean? And Nix and everybody that was involved, I wanted to pay them more. I paid them standard rates for a lot of it, but it just... I feel like they deserve more for the time out of the day that they're taking and yada, yada, yada. But also, the dubbing is the biggest expense for Toon Turf, and so... the budget for future episodes and everything had the dubbing in mind. What's cool about the dubbing having been delayed is it's already gotten 1.4 million views just in English, which is amazing. So it's cool that, you know, I know that without the dubs, it will still do decent. I say decent. Again, 1.4 million views is insane for a week. You guys are the best. I'm so insanely grateful. But just with the dubs and everything and how long it took for episode 1 and yada, 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 I made a tweet a while ago that I regretted. It said it would need like 5 to 10 million views. I meant 5 to 10 million views over the course of like a couple years, all right? It doesn't need 5 million views in 2 weeks. And some people are like, how do we tell him? Guys, it's doing amazing. I am so grateful. Please don't ever interpret what I said or tweeted or whatever as man, Toon Turf sucks. It's a failure. You all are terrible for not making my indie show so popular. I'm grateful. End of story. You guys have shown Toon Turf 1.6. It's not at 1.6. It's at 1.4. Maybe, has it reached like 1.5 now or whatever? But listen, I don't want, how do I put it? Listen, I don't want you guys to like spend insane amounts of money on the merch and everything just to do it, just to see more Toon Turf. I feel like I will still make an episode 2, even if it takes a long time. I just can't see the path forward in terms of making, or telling the whole story in like, you know, the 4 seasons that I wanted to with, you know, a lower budget. What we have now is good enough for me to hopefully go for a little while longer. But, you know, if it would just be something that has to be like the views and you know, future merch sales and stuff would just have to be repeated. Maybe if I didn't include the dubbing, I could, you know, and there's like certain things that I could sacrifice. But again, I was the only animator for the first one. And I would want to hire help to get these episodes out faster. End all be all. The less money that we make, the longer it's going to take to make episodes. But I don't think it means that there'll never be another episode of Toon Turf. I think at this point I've gotten too addicted to making this stuff, and the response has been nice enough to where you guys have loved the episode enough to where I want to make more. It's just a matter of now how fast can I do it, and that's what the stretch goals and the budgets are for. The $250,000 whatever's on the website is just like a dream goal to be able to reach to make the show as fast as possible and make it with the budget and hiring the people on that I could, you know what I mean? It's hard to talk about it. It's weird. The series as of now is in limbo, maybe for a little while. I say a little while, but I don't know. I started working on episode 2 just out of, you know, stress. When the first one was done, I was just like, okay, I need to do something. And so it's small things like just making certain environments or drawing or something, yada, yada, yada. But I don't know when it can be out. You know what I mean? I don't want to wait. I don't want to make you guys wait another 2 freaking years, you know, for an episode. And then 2 years after that, are you kidding me? You guys will be dead before. I'll be dead before long. Are you kidding me? I'm going to die when I'm 30. I'm kidding. But anyway, it's just at this point, I don't know. I'll tell you guys when I have like definite, like a plan or budgeted it out or something. But as of now, the best that you guys can do is just share the show around and, you know, hope that it gets, you know, a decent amount of footage, especially in the next week or 2, hopefully the next couple days, honestly, when the dubs get added, or a majority of them at least, then I was planning on making a Danno drawing short that pushes the show, and then hopefully collaborating with a couple other YouTubers to, you know, throwing Riggy in there and giving him a little more footing, you know, and giving the show just one, you know, last final, like, you know, giving it like the push that I think it you know, one last final big oomph when the dubs come in. But anyway, yeah, so I appreciate all the support that you guys have given me so far, and I hate to say, like, support me more after you've given me this much and this time and you've waited this long for the show to come out. I'm just grateful, and so I feel guilty, you know, saying, you know, but it's just, I don't know, what do I say? In the animation, man, it's a riot. But yeah, I love the show too much, I think, and the characters at this point to let them completely die off. Worst case scenario, I feel like I would have to do like maybe a webcomic to get the rest of the story out, so that way there's no questions left. But that's just like, I don't want to. I would rather make an animation, you know what I mean? I grew up loving film and having these, you know, and so that's why it's so fun planning out every single shot and having the details mean things and you know, the blurs, and it's all fun, you know, it's part of the process, you know what I mean? And it's just, I don't know, I would hate to crunch that all into a webcomic, because I feel like that would just take away the part of making it that I love. It would just, you know, boil down to story, and, you know, the story's cool, but I don't know. Anyway, so I appreciate you guys. Riggy.shop if you want to. I will never, pressure you guys. You don't ever have to give me money. Your viewing the show is enough. You're sharing the show, your passion, your fan edits, everything. It's enough. Thank you. It's more than enough. I'm so grateful. But, yeah, so that's... Anyway. Thank you very much. Spaghetti. So, yeah.
Give us money. I blew most of the budget for the pilot renting out this movie theater so we could watch it, so we definitely...
Just a little funny bit there. Dan, I make a lake noises plushie? What would that look like? Yeesh.
You, buy the merch.
Ugh, anyway. Nick's cooked with this as well. Oh, my back.
Of course, it would be the day, of course. Why wasn't I thinking? Now everything...
Finally, we get to drop the mask on Lucky. You can see the desk and everything. Nobody's pointed this out yet, but this is just straight up the FNAF desk. I just ripped it. Why has nobody pointed that out yet? I just thought it was funny. I mean, I could have made a whole special desk for Lucky, but it was just hilarious if I just ripped the FNAF desk.
We let the
Ugh, anyway, nobody's analyzed the... No, never mind. I gotta shut up. And we got Pear. Pear is Polly Panda. Or Paul. His name is Paul, but Lucky calls him Paulie because he's mean.
Factory. But Chief Gruff says
Lucky's
he's
mean.
gonna need a valid excuse. What should we tell him?
Oh, he wants an excuse, huh?
Get a little bit of the...
Well.
I love how high his leg goes up here. There's the, ugh. Anyway, so goofy.
True.
Stop saying no one... I'm sorry. Anyway. Ugh. Somebody messaged me about this. They were like, how does Lucky light this match? You can light matches on jeans, all right? That's a real thing. I looked it up. I wanted the aura, all right? I wanted the aura of him just, like, lighting the match and throwing it. I feel like I could have done this scene a little better. But, yeah, either way. He's lighting it and he's throwing it. This was, I did this face. I have multiple drawings of this face. Maybe I'll show it in the behind-the-scenes bit. But I have drawings of this that were a lot... creepier ? But it came off at a certain point as like trying too hard / too edgy / I don't know what's the word, like just like baiting, I don't know, but it just looked like it was trying too hard. So I just gave him, I was like, you know what, just give him a crooked smile and call it a day, because I think this sticks in your mind, because he's a little creepy, but it's not to the point of like there was one version where his eyes were like massive and going separate ways, like Mark's from Kirby. And I still have that drawing. Maybe I'll use it later for a sequence, but at this point, this was enough. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The footage got destroyed.
Understood.
I kind of I balanced it out by making his eyes slowly move. That you see how his eyes just slowly, creepily move. Everything else in the show has smooth motions, and it's a Bezier where it slowly, or where it slows in, speeds up, and slows out. But this is the one part of the whole show that's just consistent, and then it stops. Is his eyes right there? You see? It's just meant to kind of ick you just a little bit, that much.
It got destroyed.
Jeez, I messed up the desk bad. That's terrible.
Understood. Although, what are we gonna do about the kid?
Exactly what we've been doing.
Oh, very creepy. And we end off the episode the same way we started it, with Riggy and a knife in somebody's eyeball. Wow. Circles. We love circles. And the special things. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's talk about this. You know what? Somebody asked me what my biggest regret of the episode is that I could go back and change. I said it was the glass. I'm wrong. This is the part that I would change, because oh my gosh. All right, so the day, the Thursday that I was trying to get Toon Turf out and everybody was waiting on me, and it was 5 hours late. I say late. I never announced when the show would come out, but I also told certain people and implied that it would be at 10 a.m., and then it didn't come out until 7 hours later, 8 hours later, something crazy like that. And it is because I was about to have an emotional breakdown with this scene that was not exporting. Oh my gosh. Somebody said it was reflection. We're going to go with that. I saw Bam say, oh, listen, it's meant to be the audience's reflection. They're the special thanks, where you look at the black screen and it's a black mirror. It's a mirror. You see yourself. Oh, wow, it's you. We'll say that. But in reality, this entire black segment was meant to be more special thanks of actual logos, of people's logos, of like Switch's logo, Nix's logo, Bam's logo, with a big special thanks Blender help, and it had Bam's logo, and it was all fancy with like the background and the stars and stuff. All of it was moving, and for some reason, I kept getting this error message, which will haunt me until I die. Hold on, iCloud Photos. Let me go grab it really quick. Hold on, un momento. Hold on. Download it. JPEG. There we go. This stupid, and you can see, okay, look, error compiling movie. So what's hilarious is that none of the other sequences in my Blender, or in my Premiere file, caused issues, all right? None of the 3D animation, the fancy 4K stupid video, nothing, none of that caused an issue. But the PNGs at the end were killing my computer. You named it effing ending. Yes, sorry, swear word. But this is because this isn't the original Premiere project either. What I kept doing is copying and pasting all of the assets and the sound effects and the music, and I kept copying and pasting it into different files so that I could try re-exporting it again. And by the time that I got here, you could see I wasn't having it with the names of the files or anything. I was so done. I was so mad. I was about to cry, and everybody kept messaging me on Discord. They were like, hey, you okay? Listen, it's okay however long it takes. It's being perfect, but are you okay? And I kept getting messages like that over and over and over again, and every time I got one, I understood. You guys are being nice. I am not mad at you at all. I appreciate you and my friends and my family and all of I appreciated all the messages. But at the same time, I was like, please, nobody message me. I'm gonna have a heart attack. This was Thanksgiving Day. I was meant to go with Leia to Thanksgiving, and I had to tell her, I'm sorry, I can't come to Thanksgiving with you and your family because I have to stay here and continue trying to export Toon Turf. So you guys think that you had a bad day waiting on Toon Turf? I had to skip Thanksgiving with Leia's family. This was going to be the first Thanksgiving where I actually got to go to Thanksgiving Day with Leia's family, and I didn't get to. So I'm making up for it by going for a week at Christmas and everything, but oh my gosh, I was going to cry. And eventually what I did is I copied all the images and the text and the ending thing and put it in a new file and then just exported it as is, and it still wouldn't let me, so I just deleted this part and exported it and tried to reinsert it, and it just killed me. And so that's what this is one big fat 2-minute rendering issue. And so Bam came up with a good idea of saying that the special thanks you works. We're gonna go with that. We're just gonna say that this black screen is because you're the special thanks. But wow, I wanted to cry. Oh, so yeah, that was the last day of Toon Turf. That was me fighting, crying, whatever. Listen, there is a quote that I put on my desk pretty much every other day that, you know, when it would like get all icky on the desk and I'd have to, you know, my desk is a whiteboard if you don't know, but even before that I would put it on a sticky note and I stuck it to the monitor. It said, there is no achievement without hardship. And this was the hardship. This was the worst hardship in Toon Turf, was this stupid little rendering sequence. Again, not any of the 3D animation, not any of the glowing, not the reflections or the lights, the glare, none of that was a problem. But the pictures at the end, oh, that was too much for my computer to handle. So dumb. So anyway, hopefully I can fix that in future episodes. No, I will fix that in future episodes. The credits. This is why you don't thank people. Thank you, Dutch. Yes, this is why we don't thank people here. Anyway, so yeah, kill me. Adobe was just flipping you off and yep. Yep. That's why we get a whole minute. Anyway, so the actual credits, God first, obviously, because without him, none of this would be possible. I would be dead. My girlfriend Leia, without her, I would be dead. Without my therapist, I would be dead. She's the best. Cryospace was with me on so many calls when I was making the thing. My brother gave me so much feedback. My sisters are the greatest. My mom is the great. I love my sisters too. I said that if I didn't love somebody, then I wouldn't reference them. I love my sisters, but they're just not referenced in Toon Turf because I just love my sisters and I don't want to make fun of them or anything. But either way, sister is still a big part of Toon Turf's lore. You guys will see, but it's, yeah, all right. The entirety of Rumble Pack, but also especially Bam for helping me with all of Blender and everything, and just all of the members of Rumble Pack were amazing. Dacha's mom. Originally it just said Dacha's mom, and I didn't put the birthday thing, but then Dacha said, like, they put it publicly that it was their mom's birthday, and I was like, okay, I'm allowed to put this here. So yeah, very funny. Anyway, I just thought it was goofy. But yeah, Dacha's mom, it was her birthday, and Dacha skipped her mom's birthday so that they could watch Toon Turf, and then Toon Turf didn't come out for like 8 hours, so yeah, that sucks. I hate myself. Extract the Lore for being another theorist that's amazing. They've made a bunch of great Toon Turf theories. Everyone else who's made a Riggy theory before episode 1 had come out, all of you guys are amazing. The Danno Cal News team. I didn't want to put the Danno Cal News team because that felt egotistical, you know, saying, hey, thanks to the team that covers me in particular. That's why it's abbreviated, so I feel bad for abbreviating it. But I'll say it very clear. The Danno Cal News team is the GOATs. All of them are great, and I'm so grateful for their coverage of me constantly, and it's amazing. Every single mod viewer or fan who supported me this whole way, that's supposed to be the real thank you, not the black screen. Thank you. And then the Spotlight credits, of course, all the dubbing is by B Multilingual, who is amazing. They have waited on me to... listen, the episode itself, let me tell you something. The episode itself, oh my gosh, I kept changing words. Like, up until the very last day, I kept sending them new scripts, and I sent them a final new script that was like finalized, because I kept changing things and adding things. And again, that's what I meant by I want it to be perfect. Juniper is the best. They have been working with me, making the merch items for over a year now, and they were just waiting on me, like, not even impatiently. They were just like, listen, we will wait as long as you need. Take your time. We know you want to make it the best. And they waited on me to you know, they never pressured me. And so I love Juniper. I love Be Multilingual. Both of them are amazing. Neither of them pressured me. They were just waiting on me patiently for these 2 years when I kept delaying it and say, guys, listen, it'll definitely be out next month. No, next month for sure. Guys, the month after that, for sure, it'll be great. Hi, caramba. But finally, I got it out, and both of them are amazing. So the merch, listen, if you want to buy the merch, if you don't like me, that's fine. Buy the merch to support Juniper for waiting on me, okay? But yeah, they're the best. Be Multilingual, the best. The dubs are going to come out amazing. Trust. I can't wait to see Billy dying in 23 languages compilation or 22 languages compilation. It's going to be great. No AI was used in the making in this video, except for the text-to-speech voice, which was kind of an oversight. I don't think that was an AI as much as just like I mean, those text-to-speeches have been out for like 12 years, so I feel like that was oh, longer than that. Yeah. Besides that, no AI was used in making the video. Just, you know, his phone, his getting directions to Crank's Casas. But other than that, no AI. Slay. We don't love AI here. No animals were harmed in the making of this pilot, except for Riggy, obviously, because he sucks. And then the full credits in the description, because I was exhausted. I have updated these credits over time, and I'm sure I'm going to keep updating them. But yes, we have special credits for Nyx's Shield, obviously, the entire soundtrack, the score, which you can watch, the full OST. If you click over here, you get the full OST of all of the songs, because Nyx is the GOAT. And then we have, please go subscribe to Nyx, give him support. We have My Everything, the Switch song, which is Candy's music in universe, but Switch oh my gosh, it is at 1.6. Sheesh, you guys are insane. How is it 1.6 million views? That's crazy. What is this, Toon Turf? This is so cool. Sorry. Okay. Dark theories. Anyway. Okay. Sorry. I'm busy. I'm excited looking at, like, I love looking at community stuff in the past couple days. That's how I've kind of come down off of all the anxiety, is just looking at community responses to stuff. Anyway, but yeah, here's a full cast list and everything, minus all the characters that I've voiced, because ego. And yeah. I've looked through so many comments. I can't believe there's 30,000, but I love looking at every single one of them. And then the Riggy merch store, yay. So yeah, Toon Turf. I'm so grateful, genuinely. All of the comments, all of the donations, everything. All of you guys that have bought merch, I'm grateful. Yeah. Okay. QnA, baby! Oh, look at the donos. Finally. Why did you have to kill the beaver? Necessary for the plot, but also funny. All right. Hold on. What's wrong with the chat? Why isn't it working? Hold on. Let me make sure that this is good. Can I just like, okay, and then, does that fix it? Yeah, there we go. I forgot this was a Q&A. Yeah, finally we're at the Q&A part. Yeah, now after you've finished hearing me talk for however long it's been. Oh my gosh, please tell me it hasn't been 5 hours. But hold on, let me open the door. We can talk about future episodes and stuff. One of the questions that I kept getting was how long will future episodes be? And they won't all be 36 minutes. They won't be 30 minutes. I think they'll probably only be like less than 20. Some of them will be even shorter, just because, you know, filler and stuff. But also, I just, you know, I don't want you guys waiting too long. Is the reason that they would be shorter. But there are a few episodes that I have planned that will require a 30-minute runtime, but hopefully by then I'll be faster. Now that I know what I'm doing with Blender and Premiere and everything, I feel like I can hopefully be faster on future episodes, but I don't want to promise any release dates or anything, because I will get my tongue ripped out if I lie again. So yeah. Anyway, Danno, I'm going on a cruise tomorrow. Please tell Riggy not to sink the boat. Sounds good. I got you covered. But yeah. So, let's see. Let's go a while away. Hold on. Let me scroll up. So many donos. Hold on. Jeez, I appreciate all you guys, but this is so much. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Peak, I want more, but take your time. Thank you, I appreciate it. Have you ever seen FNAF 2? I did. I think I mentioned it earlier, not trying to pressure you, but I'm excited for more. Thank you, I appreciate it. Dan, can you make a Sly Addict, Ferric X, Dax, Cannon? Oh, jeez. I'm not going to answer any ship questions right now. I apologize. Me when there's no Crispy Beaver plush, I apologize. Sorry, you guys wanted a Burnt Billy plush. Oh my gosh. Make your own at home. I'm kidding. Please don't set Billy on fire at home. Be safe. Don't play with matches, kids. Don't play with fire. Fire's not a toy. Dang it, I just skipped to the end of the... Oh, I gotta scroll all the way up again. All right. There we go. Heads up in case no one said, dubs aren't out yet. Sadly, the dubs are not out. Hopefully, only for another couple days. Hey, Danno, great job on Toon Turf. It looks really amazing. With the dubs, a lot of them might come out first, and the other ones might come out, like, slightly later. But again, hopefully within the next week or two, they'll all be good, okay? I'll be out. I'll be good. Hey, Danno, great job on Toon Turf. 2 questions. 1, how are you feeling after Toon Turf? 2, what was your favorite scene to animate? I literally laid on the ground and felt sick for like 2 days. I had a massive headache. I'm honestly happy that Leia wasn't here anyway, that she was at Thanksgiving. I'm sad that I wasn't with her. But also, when I finished Toon Turf, I literally laid on the ground and had a massive headache for like 3 days. And I slept for like 14 hours. It was bad. But yeah. Anyway, welcome to the membership, Crunchy Cat. I appreciate it. Can Riggy give me a shout out?
Shout out Nolan B.E. Trolling. B. Trolling. Nolan B. Trolling. I give you 2.
Can Riggy sing the Salesman credit song? I don't even remember how it goes. Crud. I gotta listen to it again.
I am the salesman. This is the credit song. Do credits. Slay.
I'm sorry. Are there any Deltarune or Undertale references in Toon Turf? Oh yeah, there's a massive Deltarune or Undertale reference. I guess it's both Deltarune and Undertale. Right in Town Center. If you know, you know. But, yeah, hopefully... I mean, there's a couple more than that, too. Well, anyway, either way. I don't want to say explicitly what references are. 1, because it's cool to have you guys figure it out on your own. But 2, because legal, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble by saying, oh, yeah, that's definitely a ripoff of this thing. You know what I mean? But, yeah, there's tons of references. Just out of curiosity, since I literally just joined the live, when do you plan on going back to uploading shorts? Sorry for the question. Hopefully in the next... week or 2, but I don't know if I'm going to go back to daily shorts ever. I mean, maybe like 2-3 a week, but I just want to spend more time making Toon Turf, man. Again, it was 2 years plus daily shorts on top of that. So hopefully if I don't do daily shorts, we can see how much faster I make Toon Turf. But yeah, every time I make a short, I feel drained, and it just makes me slow when I make the rest of, like, you know, what I work on for the day. And so it's just, Anyway, lake noises. Welcome to the member. Somebody named themselves Lake Noises. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh, one of my new favorite viewers here. Wow. Okay, Danno, 2 things. Here's money for being a great creator, and can Riggy give me a shout out? Yeah, shout out. No one be trolling. Thank you for the 5. Oh, we already. Sorry, you donated twice. Member for 3 months. Sup, Danno. Sup, Riot1 Roads. How you doing? Danno Cal, the D1. What? Theorist. Theorist of Toon Turf. I think the D1 theorist of Toon Turf would be Dacha or Extractalore at this point. Those guys are putting in the legwork. Are you kidding me? Danno, I love the pilot. Worth a 2-year wait. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if it was worth a 2-year wait, but I appreciate it. Danno, how'd you do the subtitles? It was with this program called... Hold on, let me see. I had asked Bam about it. So Bam had done these subtitles for... Or he might still do these subtitles, but he does it for a lot of videos and stuff. And I'd asked him how to do it. It's... Let me see. AEGISUB is the program, and there's videos on YouTube to learn how to do it. Grace for Toon Turf, low-key. I don't know who Grace is, but thank you for the 5. Hi, Danno. I love your content. You inspired me, but I want to ask what will happen to Toon Turf if you don't fund enough money from the merch. We addressed that already, but thank you so much for being a member for so long. I appreciate it. 23 months is crazy. How long does the Everything bundle last? All of the merch will die off in January, I believe, except for... potentially, hopefully, the Riggy plush will stick around. But all the other merch is exclusive and will be killed off in about January. So it might be extended, but I don't want to promise anything. So you should probably get it sooner rather than later. I did want it to where Christmas can pass and you still have a little bit of time after you get your Christmas funding to go buy Toon Turf merch. But, you know, that's up to you guys, okay? Again, I appreciate anybody who's bought merch. And if you're planning on it or not, thank you. Let's see. Hey, Danno, I have a question. Will Riggy's brother play a bigger role in future episodes? Yes. We can't just leave it like that. Like, they just, you know, they suck and stuff. You know, it can't be it. So, yeah. We'll get a little more of Riggy's parents as well. But, you know, Jordan and stuff you'll see. Will we learn who shot Riggy after he spray painted Cranks, or do we already know? I feel like you can figure it out, but you'll get more confirmation later. As with everything, we'll get more confirmation down the line, but you should still theorize now, so that way you're not left with an answer or unanswered too long. Hello, Danno. Hello, Allsy was taken. Thank you for the 5. Hey, Danno, I made a YouTube indie pilot called Going Great. Declan's DCN CEO in it. I would love if you checked it out. All animated by me. That's crazy, yo. Yes, absolutely. I'll check it out. Going Great. Interesting. I saw that Rosie and Ruby were both on the poster. Will there be a love dynamic between them and Riggy or something? And also, I saw your Think News comment. I appreciate it. Good question. The poster was the first thing I made for Toon Turf. And the one thing I would change is I would probably not replace, but I would add Darius in there because he is a major important figure. But it was kind of like a catch-22 of like, do I want that to be revealed or do I want to like hold on to that for the pilot? You know what I mean? Because I mean, people didn't know who Darius was for a while. They didn't know who this sketchy fox was, and it was kind of a cool reveal in the episode. And so I kind of wanted to hold on to that. But it is still a really cool poster because it's, you know, it's the first piece of Toon Turf that I ever made. You know what I mean? So it's, you know, are the views enough to make more seasons? Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see, man. I hope so. But anyway, yeah, so the poster is still super cool. But what was the question? Oh, yeah, Rosie and Ruby on the poster. Yeah, love triangle. We'll see. What's cool about Riggy and Rosie's relationship, I think I've mentioned this before, but I'll say it again, is we know that Riggy and Rosie end up together, which means that we don't really have to do the will they, won't they sort of, because what happened with Leia and I is we were just friends for so long, and we didn't even think of each other romantically in any way, and so it'll be super cool that when Rosie is introduced, we don't have to force, like, you know, chemistry, like romantic, like, you know, those little glances and stuff like that. What'll just be cool is they'll just be friends. Like, we'll just set it up. And there won't even be like a frustration of like, when will we get to it? Because you know we'll get to it. It just won't be for a while. We get to have plenty of time to just set them up as besties, you know? And it's weird because Rosie is pretty much, like, along with Riggy, they're the main characters of the show, and Rosie isn't shown in episode 1 at all. Which is, it's difficult. I had an idea to show Rosie in episode 1 when the factory explodes and Riggy is jumping out, and it cuts to the festival, and we see Rosie talking to this important mom character, and they're just chatting it up, and then Rosie gets distracted and looks at the factory. He's like, what's going on over there? And then it just explodes, and then we cut back. But it felt too Marvel-y, and it felt too pace-breaking-y. So that might be a scene in a future episode. Also, it would have helped me pass the Bechdel test, because Toon Turf doesn't pass the Bechdel test, which sucks. But, you know, hopefully in future... No, it will pass the Bechdel test in future episodes. But it also felt mean-spirited just to throw that in there to pass the Bechdel test, so I didn't end up going through with it. But, yeah. Either way, that was going to be Rosie in the pilot. I was literally, in my mind, I was just fighting for any way to put her in the pilot, but it didn't end up working. I was also going to maybe put her in the bloopers. There was going to be bloopers that played during the credits, you know, like Pixar-esque, like, fake bloopers of, like, lore, blah, 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 but, you know, inside of Toon Turf, obviously all this stuff happened a while ago, and then Riggy is making the show, and, you know, I've alluded to the fact that Riggy and I, you know, I'm helping him animate certain scenes, but then he is recording certain scenes in universe, and so there's going to be bloopers, but either way, I couldn't have those in the ending, so it was a mixture of not having enough time, but also the tone wouldn't have, you know, I wanted to leave you with that sort of like, oh, and, oh, yeah, the RLR, the kill count at the ending. A lot of people figured it out that was his kill count, because he has 3. Should technically be, but, yeah, I mean, anyway, it's 3, but then, RLR. Some people are asking me what it's standing for. It does not stand for Riggy's life ratio, or, like, life reducer, or something goofy like that. It does stand for something, but we don't get to know for a while. We don't get to know. I know, but you don't know. It is sort of just like a, I'm going to say something I'm going to regret. It'll be explained eventually. It's another mystery that will... Riggy le Runky. Yes, like Dot just said, it's actually French. Riggy le Runky. No. It's one of those things that gets thrown in there with the red rabbit, the mysterious cloaked figure or hooded figure, some other stuff that we don't get to know right now. So lake noises, but it'll be it'll be shown. It'll be revealed eventually what the RLR stands for. But anyway, so yeah. Oh, my jaw. Okay. My eye. Hold on, let me scroll up some more. Hold on. Hold on. Will Riggy do a backflip in Toon Turf? He kind of did in the first episode. He swung off the lamp and did a cool little backflip, side flip. Oh, my jaw. I'm trying to see where I was. I'm sorry. Hello, Danno. Hello, Ozzy was taken. Oh, I read that one. Okay, here we go. Hi, Danno. Can Brandon be in Toon Turf Season 2? Who is Brandon? Is the dad's outfits a reference to the guy from Spider-Man? Welcome to the Elite Mel 47. Hey, Danno, did you read my happy birthday super chat? I don't think I did, but happy birthday, Far Porpoise. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 2. Toon Turf was a peak. Oh, Toon Turf was peak. Keep going, Danno. I love you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Are you saying Godspeed? Thank you. Danno, thanks for making Toon Turf. Any chance you could open base donations besides merch? Lots of us would gladly donate $1, $5, or even $200. Also, can this $10 go to Toon Turf? Yeah, I got you. Dude, pretty much all the donations that you guys give me goes, like, into Toon Turf and me having enough money to, like, live. Other than that, I pretty much put a lot of my funding... Yeah, it's bad. But, thank you. The donations, listen, the reason that I didn't want to do like a Kickstarter or something is because there's just the whole thing with Kickstarters and like goals being met and like promises, and this is why I don't make promises, kid. I would rather just the merch is the best way to support the show, because I want to immediately give you something in return, you know? And that way, let's say, like, you don't like the rest of the show. I don't know. I mean, most of the show fits with the first episode's vibe. There's a little bit of, like, sadness with Riggy and stuff. But, I mean, it fits the vibe for the most part. But then it gets, you know, darker at spots. And, you know, maybe if you're too young and it gets a little too dark for you, then you don't want to watch anymore. stuff like that. There's just a whole thing with Kickstarter and yada yada yada. So I would have rather just like, even if you don't like the rest of the show, at least you have a plushie that you like. Sadly, there's no cotton candy in like the heads of the plushie. Maybe a special edition later, but I do love the plushies. They're great. They're also massive. Yeah, we got Lucky, and then hold on, stay right here. I'll get Billy for you. We got Billy over here. We got his tail. Oh, hold on. There we go. We got Billy. We got cute little Billy. He's got his little hair, his little hair, swift or what is it? His little hair swirl or whatever. We got his tail, his nice little tail. Juniper just did such a great job on the plushies. And then we got Riggy. Hold on, let me grab Riggy really quick. Jeez, my room is a mess. Don't look. Oh, thank goodness the camera didn't pan down. Anyway, yeah, we got Riggy, and he's got his tail, and it's actually like a... Honestly, this is my favorite version of the Riggy plush. I'm grateful for the other versions, but I think this is like the definitive. Like, look, the ears are the same, are the right shape, the size. We have the tail being this long and big, and just the Riggy shape and stuff. Anyway, I love it. Sorry, I don't mean to turn into an infomercial. Also, the 3D nose. Some people said, like, oh, why is his nose so big? It's just because it's 3D. I don't know if you can tell, but I really, like, this was what made it definitive for me. It was the fact that he had a 3D nose that came off of his face. I don't know. I just like that detail. But yeah, super cool. Love him. And he changes clothes. If you buy the Riggy plush, it also comes with the hoodie and the jeans, which I don't have right now. I don't know where they are. I'm terrible. I had so many prototype plushies at my house. Juniper is amazing because I needed everything to be exactly right. And I was like, you know, wah, wah, wah. But they never complained at all. They were just like, yeah, totally. We'll send you another version of the plush. We're going to fix him. We're going to make him perfect. I can't sing Juniper's praises enough. But yeah, so these are all like amazing, and I love them all. And look, Lucky's little nose, it comes off, and it's great, and I love it. Maybe we'll do a definitive version of the plush eventually, where we put cotton candy in his head. But you know, we can't get there if we don't do well at the start. So anyway, yeah, I really hope the plushies do well because I am super proud of them, and all of the merch, honestly, and the book and the pins and everything. I'm just, yeah, it's cool. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, I love the books and stuff. Good stuff. Oh, and we have Riggy's modern day house on the back too, which is cool. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, donations. Danno, thank you for making Toon. Oh, yeah, saw that one. Laffy Taffy, thank you for the membership. I farted. Nice, thanks for the 2. Story, sorry, is that Candy or Ruby? On the poster, it is Ruby. Especially, man, it's... We'll do, like, posters per season, I feel like. I wish, yeah, anyway. I wish I could retroactively add Darius onto the poster, but no. But I still love the poster as it is, man. It's so cool. Hold on, let me see if can the camera see it? Oh, my head blocks it. But yeah, you see the poster? It's peak. All right, I love the poster. Danno, love your vids. Been watching for 3 years. You're the best, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Member for 11 months. Thank you. Why does no one take me seriously? Did you see? That's why. Changing. Oh my gosh, terrible. Why'd you kill Billy so early in the show? I just had to. The pilot of a show is meant to be the pitch for the audience, for anybody who wants to watch it, and that helps with the pitch. Like that gives you the most conclusive view of what Toon Turf is. Cute, some guns, some edginess, not edgy, but you know what I mean. And then characters will die and you will be sad. Danno, because you know C-Dot, do you know Kirby lore? I know a little bit of Kirby lore. C-Dot has definitely gone on tangents explaining Kirby lore before, but I have a small brain, and so sometimes things leak out. Can Golf and Ferric interact? Thank you for the 5 pounds. Yeah, maybe next episode. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying nothing. Maybe not. No promises. But yeah, I almost took a drink of my nail polish. Oh my gosh, Catherine, no. Jeez. But yeah, Golf and Ferric might interact. We'll see. We'll see. I didn't even know that Crank was C-Dot. Great voice actor, by the way. Worked their weight. I can't wait to see more. I appreciate it. Yeah, dude, a lot of people didn't know the voice actors were who they were. Like, a lot of people thought that Bam was Darius, and it was super cool. When is episode 2 going to release by? Good question, man. Lake noises. I got nothing. A lot of people thought that Bam was Darius, which is hype. Bundun just did such a good job with that voice. Again, all the voice actors did a great job. I'm really happy with them. Except for that one guy who voice acted Riggy. I thought he could have been better, but, you know, it was me. I suck. No, I'm kidding. Okay. So I'm assuming episode 2 is going to be more about Red Rabbit. Oh yeah, I read that one. No, unfortunately, you know, it's one of those mysteries that gets, you know, we'll have time to build it up. Episode 2, 2026 confirmed. Devin, I swear. I know you said, oh, Glitch won't pick up Toon Turf and stuff, but I'm serious. I haven't seen it. Oh yeah, I read that one. I appreciate it, but again, crazy glazing. It's okay. 2 different horses. Okay, Glitch is making the peak of indie animation. All right. We don't have, they're just, again, I'm making my garbage in PowerPoint. Oh, jeez. Toon Turf was awesome. Another thing I really love is how all the houses are flat on the outside like paper, but they still have an interior on the inside. Yeah, so I was like, there was a moment where I was like, maybe I can do the insides like Paper Mario, where the insides are like flat as well, like Super Paper Mario, where the insides are flat as well. But I don't know. I wanted it to be more 3D and it wouldn't be as restricting. And also, I just think it's kind of cool, like the TARDIS. You know what I mean? It's bigger on the inside, sort of vibe. So yeah, I felt bad for the people that remake Toon Turf in Minecraft because they're gonna have to do it in like non-Euclidean Minecraft. But other than that, you know. Anyway, Danno, when is more Talisman lore going to be released? Good question. Future episodes. I don't know. If you guys don't know Talisman, sometimes he goes by Tal, sometimes Isman, sometimes Talus. It's Riggy calls him Tal, but he was the character that was working on the light pole in the first episode. Them watching through the window. Who was watching through? Oh yeah, Billy and Crank looking through the window. Yeah, then they duck down. If you see, Billy ducks down like a couple frames after Crank, so that's how he's able to identify who Riggy is. Not who Riggy is, but he's able to see Riggy. And then, Jake, no! Jake, come on! But either way, Crank doesn't get to see him, so that's why that is, anyway. Riggy goes freeze or flight or fight to fight. Oh, yeah. I guess those are Riggy's 2 emotions, like when something bad happens. Is Season 2 going to be for 13 age? I don't know what you mean, but all of Toon Turf will have sort of the same age range, except for maybe a couple episodes. Imagine Billy got shot during that moment, and the rest of the show just didn't happen. Hold on. Jake, stop. Sorry. You know what? I don't need my headphones on anymore. I just realized. Oh, my ear hurts a little bit. All right. Hold on. Let me keep reading. All right. I need a drink. Me and my friends made something we sent to your Gmail, but it doesn't work because we can't send links in YouTube. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'll check my Gmail. Hopefully soon. I get a lot of spam. I'm sorry if I don't... if I haven't replied yet. Just rename the stream to Danno Yap Stream because you yap so much in this stream. I apologize. Ferric was going to be gathering info... Ferric was gathering info on Riggy. This is before the zipper. Ferric relays the info to Darius by saying Riggy's house later. Yeah, good question. Water noises, or lake noise. Hey, Danno, on IMDb's website for Toon Turf, it says the next episode comes out on February 10th, 2026. It is called Crackling. Is this true? The second episode is not called Crackling, and it is not coming out on February 10th. I don't think so. Maybe. No. We're not doing that. Was that water noises? New lore. Yeah. Thank you for being a member for 16 months, Abakshan. Danno, oh, read that one. Sorry for your uncle also post shorts. Okay, I'm working on it. When is the new short? I had to do QnA cause you know C. Oh, you donated twice. I'm sorry. Hopefully soon. Hey Danno, you need to check out Emmy the Robot. Is that another indie pilot that I'm not sure of? That's cool. Well done on the show. I'm so proud of you, bro. Been a fan since your first short. The money is for you to continue your work in Toon Turf. Sending love. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Green France. Thank you for the £5. Hey, you inspired me to make my own show. That's the end goal, all right? If you guys can be inspired by Toon Turf at all in any way, I'm grateful. Before there was Riggy, there was Zabazoo. Who is Zabazoo? Thank you for the 2. Okay. Okay, fine. I'll give you another coffee. We love you, brunch egg. Thank you. Thank you, Kirby the Funny Boy, for the 2. Gaming with Rom, thank you for the $1. If you see this, sub, and finally Toon Turf is out. Yes, I'm grateful Toon Turf is finally out. And thank you for everybody who subscribed to get us closer and closer to 4 million. That's an insane number that I never thought would ever happen. Man, I thought I would cap at 1. Like, I was genuinely like, that's it. It's all downhill from here. I wonder where Riggy would be if he didn't bring the chessboard to the factory. Good question. Yeah, it was kind of funny. Riggy's just like throwing games and stuff in there because of course he would. You know, anyway. I love that DannoCount News got an alternate view of the scene. This scene. Oh, yeah, the factory scene. Yeah. Use code PAIR. Yes, guys, use code PAIR. 10. Thank you for the 10. Thank you, Kibi. Thank you for the £1.49. Will Billy come back? Not really, no. I mean, alive, no. But, you know, we'll see bits and pieces of him throughout the show. We'll see. I'm not saying nothing. Like noises. Thank you for the 5. Hey, Danno, I love your vids. Thank you for the 2. Crashing out on chess. Yes. You think after 2 years it would be perfect? Yeah, I know. Hey, Jake, stop, Jake. Yeah, after 2 years it should have been perfect. This is why your mom doesn't love you. Is the plush between the boxes watching us? Good question. Lake noises. Danno, I got a question about the next episode. Will Riggy's kill count go up and up? Yes. It was very fun. It'll be cool. Riggy's kill count will be listed at the end of every episode. I don't think it'll go up every episode, but it'll still be there for us to know. And then sometimes it'll go up, and people will be like, what? How the heck did it go up? What the? And then, lore. Anyway, but yeah, so fun stuff. Michael, don't leave me here. Michael! Thank you for the 50 G's just to put a freaking FNAF joke. Oh my gosh. Thank you. This reminded me of that one scene in Inside Out where Bing Bong dies, but 10 times more grim. Yeah. That's traumatic. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, hey, that's the whole thing about Toon Turf. You get into it, you think it's like nice, jolly little Animal Crossing sort of vibes, and then death. Yeah. Hey, Danno, can I please get a shout out? I love your channel. And Toon Turf, I really hope episode 2 is going to come out soon. Ooh, not too soon, hopefully, so I don't die. But thank you. Yes, shout out Renz SFS. Thank you. Thank you for the pound. Can I get a shout out, Danno? And Riggy? Oh, and Riggy's voice.
Shout out Renz SFS. Your name's too difficult, buddy.
Danno being fueled to make an entire show to animate Crispy Beaver. Yup, is based on beans. Do you want a hug? Beans? What? Yeah. Sure, man. I'm gonna watch the FNAF 2 movie. Nice. Who's most likely to end? Oh, jeez. The mom, probably. Lake noises. Thank you for the 10. Riggy is now a character in my Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Nice. Gabercat, how you doing? Thank you for the 5. Dude, that pilot was 150% worth of weight. What was it like animating 2D assets with a 3D environment? Like, did you animate the 2D separate first? Yes, that is how I did it. So I animated all the 2D assets first on their own in Premiere or After Effects, and then I put them inside of Blender. I don't know how I'd do it better. There's probably a better process to do it, but that was just what I know. That'd be another thing, too. If I had more time to, like, hire people to teach me how to be a better animator so I don't just wing it and suck and take way too long. But yeah. Danno, can I have a shout out on Riggy's voice? Yep. Oh, I did that one. Danno, it's at 1.6 million. That's crazy. I saw that on the yeesh. Maybe you can finally finish your story in comics. Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe a web comic would be the did I say web series? I meant web comic would be the sad last resort. Use code PAIR in the Fortnite item shop. Yes, thank you for the 20. Lucky's theme sounds like the circus from Deltarune Chapter 1. Circus? What circus? You talking about Jevils? Yeah, it's definitely close. It fits Lucky so well. That's the only, yeah. Nix is just a goat. He cooked. Toon Turf canceling everyone's plans. Thanksgiving's birthday's in my sleep. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to be so late. Will there be Riggy socks? Maybe eventually if there's enough demand for it. Probably Lucky socks first. But yeah, no, I'm kidding. Hey, sorry for being absent all stream. I'm a bad mod. You're not a bad mod. Thank you so much for... Dude, again, the mods do not have to feel pressured to be here at all. That's crazy. You guys being here at all is just... It's enough. The Toon's really turfed. Yeah, man. Thank you for the 99-cent syrup. As soon as I get my hands on the Riggy plush, it's going to get the Billy treatment. Oh my gosh. Again, please don't burn your plushies. Just for safety. I mean, morally it's fine, but just don't hurt yourselves, okay? Do it in a safe environment. Ask your parents' permission first, okay? Will the lake make more noises in the future? Yeah, man, lake noises. Yeah, I don't know. When will the Minecraft resource pack come out? You promised? Oh, yeah. I do want to work on a Minecraft. I feel like that would be a nice, like, just side thing to do is work on, like, a Minecraft resource pack for Toon Turf on the side while I'm making the second episode, so that way I don't have to be pressured to work on the second episode all the time, just for comfort. I used to like making resource packs and stuff when I was a kid, so that would be fun. Can you give Riggy the Billy treatment? Then we'd have no main character. The show would just not exist. Dear mods, stop doubting yourselves. All are amazing. Yes, I agree. Thank you. Hi, I exist. Make a Davy plush. Maybe eventually when we get a Davy-focused episode. We'll see. Don't kill Billy again. Jeez, yeah. Guys, let's bring Billy back from the dead just so we can kill him again. That'll be great. Hey, can Riggy give me a shout-out, please?
Shout-out Krabby Pixel. Thank you for the $2.
I read that one. Can you give me a shout-out in Riggy's voice? Oh, read that one. Please don't kill Billy. I read that one. You do not need to miss Thanksgiving. You did not need to miss Thanksgiving for us. I promised everybody it would be out on the 27th. I was going to die before it didn't come out on the 27th. Your unlisted videos are funny. I agree. Oh, you mean my old ones? No, they're just disturbing. Did you see my super chat about Lucky's theme? Yes, I did. Billy's the best character. Changed my mind. Also, rest in peace, Billy. Yes, very sad. Where does you come from in Runky? Good question, man. I didn't make it. I did make it. Well, good question. The house's interior is in a quantum position of not existing until being seen. Yeah, pretty much. No, not canonically, but I mean, yeah, we could say that. Headcanon it, sure. Okay, let's do this one last time. My name is Danno Cal. I was bitten by a radioactive spider for the last few years. I've been Toon Turf's one and only spider, Dan. What the? Yeah, Spider-Verse reference. Woo! Yes, $50 for FNAF. Oh, yeah, the popcorn bucket? Yeah, that was, yeah. Yo, would an official Riggy comic be in the cards? We shall see. Depends on how big Toon Turf gets. I mean, yes, either way, I guess. Okay, if Toon Turf does medium well, then maybe not. But yes, if it does terrible, and yes, if it does great. I would love to make spin-off comics and stuff about, like, other characters. Maybe not Riggy, because the show is already Riggy's. You know, he's already getting too much attention. But I would love to... I probably shouldn't say this because I don't want to get people's hopes up, but I would love to... you inspired me to make my planned show more traumatizing. Thank you for helping me give me more ideas to torture viewers if I end up getting advantage. Nice, Twixium. Yeah, we love scarring. We love scarring children and adults and people, whoever wants to watch Toon Turf. It's for all ages, except not kids. Or not too young kids. I mean, you know, if I was a kid, I feel like I would have loved this. That was the point, is like, you know, I loved Five Nights at Freddy's when I was... I loved Five Nights at Freddy's and stuff when I was growing up, and so hopefully it taps into the sort of... Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Toon Turf game, Toon Turf comics, stuff like that, books, whatever. If I did go into that, like... I wouldn't want it to be seen as like, oh, look at... I'm able to make it such a brand with the book series and stuff, like all the mascot horrors and stuff do, but I literally think that it would just be a fun thing to do, you know what I mean? To make more stories that I wouldn't have to animate, you know? I would just be able to write a book and just throw it on the Riggy.shop or something, I don't know. Like a Riggy game wouldn't be focused on Riggy, it would be focused on another character. Maybe you could play as Riggy a little bit, but for the most part it would be another character living in Toonville. And they would be a background character in the show, and then their game would like tie into the lore, you know, somehow. I don't want to like be too specific, but that was my idea for it. But yeah, it was like, you know, like during it, like an episode would be going on in the background of the game, and you would see it in like an episode, and then you would see the character in the background, you know what I mean? But then you would get to play as the character in a game. Complicated, but yeah. So anyway, nice first episode, dude, but also justice for Billy. Thank you for the 5. Gotta go. Have a good night. I actually have to go too. Thank you, Catherine. But yeah, I have been streaming for so many hours, and it is almost 4 p.m., so I gotta hop. But I appreciate you guys for showing up, as always. I'm so grateful. And yeah, hopefully we'll have more streams like this in the future. We'll talk more about the pilot and stuff, but also hopefully I can just... hopefully I'll be back to streaming regularly. I do want to make an animated Lego show. Oh, I might make an animated Lego show now. That would be so peak. Yes, please, man. Oh my gosh. More indie animators. Peak. Ugh. Anyway, we love Master Builders. You guys should go subscribe. But night, mate. Night, gotcha. Good night, everybody. I appreciate it. By Danno, we appreciate all you've done to entertain us. Thank you. And again, thank you for enjoying the pilot. Dude, it's my whole life and soul is like the firework with the cube is my favorite. I'm so mad about that. Anyway, thank you, genuinely. I got nothing else to say except I'm grateful, and I'm grateful that you liked my my goofy pilot. That I don't know. I just it means a lot. All the support and the comments and the edits and the tweets and everything. Thank you. Yeah, you're the best. Okay. Jeez, I want to cry. I can't believe it. So much weight lifted off my shoulders because I was just so afraid of people hating it. But, yeah, anyway. I am waiting for the switch up, though. Let's wait for another, like, year or two when everybody switches up and said, wow, that was garbage. Anyway. All right, I love you guys. Have a great night, okay? Do something nice. Go be a hero. Billy, don't be a hero. Don't be a fool with your life. Thank you for the 20. Final donation before you go. I appreciate it.